He handed me a small silver whistle. "Just once, I'll hear it and come to your rescue," he winked. I nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Jaden. Oh, and please don't call me that, it's Brittany, okay?" Or anything that sounds remotely like that. Andy changes my name every day. He must have seen me cringe when he called me Miss Baker, because he smirked and nodded. "As you wish, Brittany. Oh, and a word of advice." He leaned forward and opened my door for me. As he did so, my nostrils filled with his very unique male scent. I shivered. "Deidre ain't worth it, trust me, she's a menace." Shaking my head, I got out and slammed the door shut. Men. They really all seemed to hate the poor Deidre. There was a lot of talk from the other students. As I followed Sarah inside, Bob was already gone. But I wasn't really paying attention to it anyway. Instead, my mind was on how Andy was doing, and what Deidre had done, or did, that made so many people hate her. How bad could it be? Sarah appeared to be really excited as she pulled me down the corridors towards our first class. "You have to act really sexy during Alex's classes? Got that? Make him sweat or he might never break before you do." Shocked, I hushed her, then quickly looked around to see if anyone heard us, but the nobody seemed to be within hearing distance. Relieved, I glared at my friend Sarah. "Don't talk like that when people could hear you." Then I nodded. "But I agree. Any advice?" We spent most of the first period talking about that until I got nervous when Mr. Cooks kept looking our way. Then we started passing notes instead. However, when Sarah wrote me that this was all rather silly because Mr. Cooks was a werewolf and he'd heard us word for word from the start anyway, I stopped with that too, my face turning red at the embarrassment. The old grizzled man had heard all of it. The look he had on his face when he saw me said all I wanted to know. He was shaking his head in amusement, as if he knew exactly what I was thinking. It sucked having supernatural teachers. Sarah walked me to second period where I joined Bob. He was unusually quiet, but I assumed that had to do with the fact that he was sort of mad with me. I was, after all, trying to force Alexander to help Deidre, the woman he loved but wished was dead, it seemed. I was utterly surprised when he walked me to third period, and he revealed to me what he really thought about that. "Brittany, thank you," was all he said before he darted away. I stared after him as he dodged other students, and with long strides disappeared down a corner. His mohawk bobbing with his movements and his backpack slung high on his shoulder as if he wanted to take on the world. So, here we are again. "Enjoyed your weekend with Mr. Clitton?" Jennifer sneered at me from beside me. It was obvious she implied we were doing something definitely against school policy. I shrugged. It was okay, I guess. We started decorating Andy's room first. "Did you know that Danis's food is downright amazing?" Best I could do was be polite and pretend I didn't get her comment. Without really saying anything else, I brushed past her and strode into Alexander's classroom. He was already seated behind his desk, going through a stack of papers. At the last moment, I remembered what Sarah had told me and slowed my step. I felt a little silly walking slowly past his desk, swaying my hips more than usual. But as I did so, I felt more, then heard Alexander's breath falter a little. The hairs on the back of my neck stirred as my feet slowly carried me towards my seat. Throwing my hair over my shoulder, I chanced to look back to see Alexander's stormy eyes darkened with lust. I realized he wasn't the only one watching me, though. So I finished my walk a little faster than before. During the entire class, I tried to follow up on all Sarah's advice, such as that his nose was a lot more sensitive than mine, and that moving my hair around would carry my scent towards him. She'd told me more tricks like that, but I had to be careful. I really didn't want Jennifer or any of her friends to notice what I was doing. Actually, I didn't really want anyone but Alexander to notice. It helped that I sat in back row. It was satisfying to see that by the end of the class, Alexander was permanently seated behind his desk and his face was drawn. Even the rest of the students noticed that something was wrong because everything he said was short and clipped. In fact, every now and then his British accent made way for the Irish. Not everyone noticed that, but some definitely did. Wild speculations about it went around, but his normally quiet and tidy classroom appeared a bit chaotic now. He did nothing to rein them in. I smiled. Who knew it was so much fun to tease him like this? I was pretty sure he'd cave as soon as the class was dismissed. For a moment, I considered leaving as soon as the bell signaled the end of the period. But then I remembered that I was doing this to make sure Deidre would get protected as well. If I would draw this out longer than necessary, it might be too late. Alexander? I thought to him, drawing his name out in a sing-song voice. Did you change your mind yet? At my thought, his eyes flashed to mine, and his thought was no more than a single word, no. It was a growl, and as I heard it, I couldn't stop myself from laughing out loud. Beside me, Sarah elbowed me in the ribs as a warning. Everyone had turned around in their seats to look at me as if I was crazy, and Alexander looked pretty much angry enough to break things. I had to clasp my hand over my mouth to keep the very immature giggle in that wanted to escape. Jennifer's eyes were narrowed in suspicion as she tried to figure out what the hell was wrong with me now. Any other teacher I knew would have said something along the lines of, "Care to share what's so funny, Miss Baker?" It was a question everyone was thinking, but since Alexander knew why I was laughing, he didn't ask. Just when Jennifer started looking back at him and me, as if she realized there was a connection between our strange behavior, the bell rang. I was the first up and out of my seat, Sarah hot on my heels with a peculiar knowing look on her face. As per usual, really. It was a little unnerving the way everyone's eyes followed us as we made our way out of the room. I didn't even look at Alexander or the rest of them, even though my skin was prickling anxiously the moment I passed his desk. As we reached the cafeteria, Bob joined us. What was that about, Brittany? Laughing out loud, smack in the middle of class? Were you trying to get a detention from my brother? You sneaky girl, Sarah said as soon as we sat down with our lunches, although theirs were fake. It was not smack in the middle, I told my friend when Bob's eyes widened in shock. It was right at the end, he snorted inelegantly. That does not make it any better, sweetheart. Sarah nodded emphatically at those words with a look on her face that told me, you better explain what happened. I'm dying here. Okay. I considered leaving class last so I could tease him more and ask him if he'd changed his mind yet. But then I thought that it would have more impact if I left class first, I explained. Sarah nodded. Hell yeah, it does. You didn't see the look on his face as you left, but I swear, if looks did kill, something would be very dead now. I frowned. The plan was to make him want me so bad that he'd cave and extend his protection to Deidre as well. Not to piss him off, Bob seemed to read my mind. Trust me, you're doing it just right. After biology this afternoon, he'll cave. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes the call before that even. He ignored his sister's completely shocked expression and smiled at me, without opening his mouth. I do believe you were exclaiming something? Right, so I didn't want to draw this out. Every minute counts. So I asked him telepathically if he'd changed his mind yet, and then he basically growled a no at me. It just sounded so hilarious that I couldn't stop myself. Bob laughed. You're evil. Remind me to never get on your bad side. I turned to look at Sarah, who was still staring at Bob as if he'd suddenly sprouted a second head. Oh, snap out of it. As if you didn't see this coming. I thought you were all-knowing. She turned her baby blue eyes on me and frowned. I'm not all-knowing. Then she smirked. But I'm damn close to it. I just missed this teeny tiny detail. Big deal. Bob walked me to my next class with a thoughtful look on his face. He didn't really appear to notice where we were going and was just following me. I thought it was really stupid that I had to be walked to and from class by either Sarah or Bob, and that they all acted as if Jaden was there to protect me alone. After all, it wasn't me that Thornton was after, was it? Deidre came to warn us about protecting Bob. They should be protecting him, not me. We'd just passed the bathrooms and the emergency exit when something slammed into me, hard. Pain exploded low in my back and on the left side of my body, while a dull ache started in my head that made thinking straight near impossible. Someone was holding me tightly pressed up against the wall, right next to the fire exit. There were sounds of fighting going on. Although while I struggled against the one holding me, it sounded more and more like someone getting beaten. My stomach clenched painfully in sympathy for Bob. No one was saying anything, so when the person holding me suddenly barked an order, it rung painfully in my ears. There's someone coming, let's get out of here. Immediately, the hands holding the back of my neck tightened, and I was pulled away from the wall and then pushed out of the emergency exit. I stumbled across the uneven ground outside and fell to my knees painfully. I was pretty sure my jeans tore on the knees from the impact, taking along some of the skin as well. Behind me, the door slammed, and then Bob was tossed down beside me. He just collapsed to the ground and didn't move, his face bloody. Shocked, I stared at it for a moment, and then I scrambled to my feet in anger. What the hell do you want from us? I yelled as I turned to face our attackers. There were 4 boys. I recognized them from several of my classes, but I didn't know any of their names. I did know that they all hung out with Fort a lot. Sure enough, he was the last to step outside with a satisfied look on his face. "Hello, Brittany, my love," he said with a smirk. "Forgive my men for being so rough, but we had to get your attention somehow, since you've been avoiding me." I felt a shiver run down my spine. I wanted nothing more than to just turn and run away as fast as possible, but I couldn't just leave Bob. At least now I knew it wasn't Thornton trying to kill Bob. "Stay away from me, you asshole. I don't want anything to do with you," I told him. My heart was beating wildly in my throat now. I kept seeing that dark brown wolf from my dreams, snarling and bloody. Fort made a movement with his hand, and suddenly, the 4 other guys spread out and started circling around me so that I couldn't get away. So much for that plan. Although it had never really been an option, it still sucked knowing there was no way out now. "You are going to be mine," Fort said with a satisfied look on his face. He was slowly closing in on me, and his eyes reflected the wolf inside only. There was no trace of the boy I'd first met at that party. Trying to sound braver than I scoffed. "No, I'm not. I'm not someone's property, and I never will be." A shrewd expression appeared on his features, and he nodded. "So you admit yourself that Alexander has no claim over you?" Damn. I swallowed convulsively and then realized that I could just call him. I focused hard and tried to send Alexander a thought, telling him that Fort had cornered me and that Bob was hurt. Badly. A sharp pain shot through my head that made me double over. Son of a bitch, that hurt. Tears sprung to my eyes, and I clenched my hands to my temples in a vain effort to ease the pain. "He can't hear you, my love." "Hurts, doesn't it?" Fort said. He reached out a hand to grab my face, and I jerked back fast. "Go to hell." I brought my leg up and kicked him against his shin as hard as I could. "Smart move, Brittany. Piss off the rabid wolf even more. Nice work." My kick only seemed to enrage Fort because he snarled and then slapped me hard enough to send me sprawling to the ground. I collapsed right next to Bob, and for a moment I didn't feel anything while I heard a ringing sound in my ears. Then pain set my cheek ablaze and the metallic taste of blood flooded my mouth, from where the inside of my cheek had been cut on my own teeth from the force of the hit. It felt as if my lip was bleeding too. "You bitch. Don't you dare talk to me that way." Fort was ranting as he loomed over me. I moved to get up and away from him, but then I realized that Bob was conscious and his lips were moving as if he was trying to say something. I had to lean closer to him to catch what he was saying. "Call Jaden." I felt like the biggest idiot for not having tried that sooner. The small silver whistle was still in my pocket where I'd put it that morning when he gave it to me, and I fumbled to get it out. Fort wouldn't have it though because he suddenly grabbed my hair and jerked me to my feet. I couldn't stop myself from screaming out in pain at the sensation. The whistle flew from my hand to land a few feet away from me, with it a ballpoint. "Do you understand? You show me respect. I'm the alpha here." Fort snarled in my face. His eyes lit up with insanity. I spat in his face. With an inhuman growl, he lifted me up by my shirt and tossed me away from him with such force that I felt like a rag doll. My head bounced painfully on the stones, and my already sore back and side from earlier burst into searing pain again. For a short while, all I could see was black and flashing white as my vision spun. That was one serious blow to my head. There was no doubt about it that my brain was now badly concussed. Fort and the others too were all talking, or more like growling at each other and me, but I couldn't comprehend what they were saying. There was only one thing I was focused on now. The silver whistle only a foot away from my outstretched hand. I had to get it. Pain blossomed to life in my wrist when a large, booted foot stepped down on it harshly. "What do you think you're doing?" It wasn't Fort, but one of his friends. And I glared up at him, breathing through my clenched teeth to keep the pain at bay. "None of your business," I snapped as I jerked my free hand up and stabbed him in his thigh with the ballpoint I'd lost along with the whistle, the object just within reach, my only weapon. He bellowed out in rage and stumbled back as he clutched at the injury. Blood was pouring out of the hole in his jeans. Even more gruesome, hair was sprouting out all over his body, which was sort of buckling in on itself, changing shape. My mind dismissed that as impossible, and instead, I finally grabbed the whistle. "What is that?" "Stop her," Fort yelled, and more hands reached out to grab me just as I put the thing to my mouth and blew on it as hard as I could. The action brought a searing pain to my chest. There was no sound though, and shocked, I stared at the whistle. Oh God, no, it wasn't working. But the rest of the guys, including Fort all, screamed out and turned around to focus on something I couldn't see yet from my position on the ground. Feeling vulnerable, I scrambled to my feet, and that's when I saw it. A huge, and I really mean huge, black panther came skidding around the corner and careened straight into Fort, its jaws snapping and growling. It was without a doubt a magnificent creature, with glowing black fur dotted with even darker black rosettes. Its body was rippling with muscles in such a way that its movements almost looked fluid and graceful. Around me, all the guys shifted, fur exploding outwards and clothes shredding in the process. Then suddenly, I was surrounded by 4 wolves and a panther. Only the guy I'd stabbed seemed to be unable to maintain a definite shape. He seemed to be caught in some sort of grotesque form, not quite human, and definitely not wolf. One of the wolves was a brown one. He looked exactly like the one from my dreams. I just knew that was Fort. I knew I should be utterly terrified, but I felt really calm inside. My heartbeat was even slowing down to normal, although it had been beating in my throat moments before. Even the pain seemed to fade to a minimum, enough for me to get completely to my feet and grab a thick branch as a club tightly in my hands. I watched how the panther fought with the 4 wolves, looking for an opening to use my weapon. It was clear that despite the fact that he was alone against 4, he was wiping the floor with them. The wolves seemed unable to touch him as he dodged all their attacks and spun and leaped around them, dealing raking blows with his massive claws. Several of the wolves were bleeding from large gashes. Then finally, one of them made the mistake of darting too close to me, his back towards me so he didn't see it coming. I whacked the gray wolf on the head as hard as I could with my branch. The creature instantly collapsed. When I looked up, it was to see the other 3, including Fort, were all scrambling away, running in the direction of the forest as fast as they could while injured. The panther didn't pursue them. Instead, the huge cat turned around to look at me with intense golden eyes that shone with an intelligence that belied its animal appearance. "Jaden?" I asked hesitantly. I dropped the branch and reached out to him with my uninjured hand. My right wrist had started with a beating kind of pain in time with my own heartbeats, and I just knew that it was broken. The cat approached me slowly, careful, but at the last moment he walked straight past me to growl at the remaining 2 wolves. The one I'd knocked out was scrambling to his feet, and the other one, caught mid-shift, was ambling away towards the forest as well. They both looked at Jaden with panic in their eyes, and then hurried away as fast as they could to disappear between the dense shrubbery and trees. Not a moment too soon for them either. Only seconds later, the emergency exit burst open, and Alexander rushed outside. His eyes were so black that the whites seemed to be shot through with tiny black veins. He looked like vengeance embodied as he stared at us, quickly assessing the situation. Sarah appeared behind Alexander, and on my side, the black panther shrunk until a tall man stood in its place. Jaden was wearing not a single stitch on his body, with faint golden hairs scattered across his chest and trailing down lower. I kept my eyes focused solely on Alexander, even though a part of me couldn't deny the fact that Jaden was one sexy man. Alexander met my eyes, and more black bled out from his irises to stain the white black. His coffee-colored hair stirred in an unseen breeze, but the eerie light that seemed to accompany his power was absent this time. I shivered, feeling all the pain assault me at once. My wrist was definitely broken, and several ribs had to be bruised from when Fort tossed me. I wouldn't be surprised if I had a concussion as well. My knees buckled and then stung as they hit the ground. Again. If they hadn't been skinned before, they certainly were now, but I couldn't keep myself upright anymore. Now that the fight was over, all the energy was gone. From the corner of my eye, I saw Sarah dart out of the door and straight to Bob, bending over him to help him up and check his injuries. The concern on her face was strong, and it was clear that she absolutely adored her older brother. But all I saw was Alexander striding over to me in long, confident steps. He was with me in the blink of an eye, reaching out to gather me in his arms. His face still dark and drawn, ascetic, the face of a man Seratin called my lord. I tried to dodge his hands even though my body was screaming for his embrace. Actually, not just my body was craving his touch. All of me wanted and needed it. My heart was beating wildly in my throat now, and it wasn't from the pain. Alexander dropped his hands, a frown marring his otherwise perfect features. "You would deny me this? Even now?" he asked. His words were perfectly enunciated, devoid of A-N-Y accent. His eyes bled even darker. I should have been scared of that, but I knew Alexander would never hurt me, not even if I told him I never wished to be with him. Instead, my body was responding with tingles and a warmth in the pit of my stomach, my skin feeling too tight because I was so close to him, yet refusing to let him touch me. "Will you protect Deidre?" I asked through clenched teeth. My body might be responding to his, but it didn't dull the pain. Alexander let out a fierce growl that shook my entire body. I was trembling, and I felt a wetness on my face that told me I was crying now. Maybe the wetness on my chin was blood from my split lip, though. I really must be a terrible sight. "Will you, Alexander?" I asked again, my voice no more. Then a hoarse whisper. The last bit of white bled to black as he stared at me. Light was slowly flaring to life underneath his skin, his powers rising more visibly to the surface than before. "Brittany," he said. It sounded harsh and stern. Angry. He was already reaching out for me again, and I flinched as I tried to move out of reach. But my muscles didn't respond to my commands. Suddenly, he really was holding me, having moved so fast that I hadn't even seen it. There was just no way I could have moved away in time. It was a struggle to hold myself rigid and not give in to him now. It hurt so bad everywhere. I really wanted to hide in his arms and sleep until I was all better again. But I couldn't give up the fight. I had to make him protect Deidre. Alexander breathed out against my hair. "If you allow me to take care of you the way I want to, I'll extend my protection towards her as well." At those words, I let out a long, tired breath and collapsed completely into him, and he gathered me closer to him. Cradled tightly against his chest, I finally felt safe. Neither Fort or any of his stupid followers could hurt me now. "Make the arrangements now," I whispered. "Promise me you'll allow me to protect you my way? No fighting? No complaining?" Alexander shot back at me even as he smoothed his large hands across my bruised ribs and black and blue side and lower back. The pain seemed to disappear almost immediately, pushed out by a warmth that Alexed from his hands. Instantly, my breathing eased. "If Bob and I get a say in Deidre's protection, then yes, I promise," I bargained, pressing myself more tightly into him. "Deal," Alexander whispered. One hand reached up to cup my face. The warmth from his hands pushed away the pain in my cheek and lip immediately. His eyes were back to their stormy gray as he pressed his lips to mine in a tender kiss. We sat like that for a while until my breathing had eased completely and my tears had somewhat dried. Now only the pain in my wrist and knees remained, and that I could definitely deal with it. In Alexander's arms, I could handle that. Only then did Alexander stand up, lifting me to my feet slowly to make sure my legs would support my weight on their own. He didn't let go, though. Instead, he crushed me tightly into his side while he looked around to see what happened to the rest. "For God's sake, Jay, put on some clothes," was the first thing out of his mouth, but it sounded like he was faintly amused about it. "As you wish, my lord," Jaden said in that intense, low voice of his. For some reason, it made me think of Jennifer. I bet she would describe his voice as orgasmic. Since Alexander had made sure his body was between me and Jaden, I couldn't see what he did, but a short moment later, I heard him say, "There, you happy now?" "Sarah, how's Bob?" Alexander asked, ignoring the panther completely. He was using his business voice, and I just knew that he was plotting in his head about what to do next and how to retaliate against the wolves. "He's all right. He could use some of your mojo, though," Sarah said as she moved back a little to show us how battered and bruised Bob's face was. "Can he stand? And does he look like he's just been in a fight with a few boys? Not werewolves?" my mate was asking, even as he skimmed his own eyes over Bob's prone form. It was obvious he passed out again. Sarah nodded slowly. "I see. Yeah, I think that would work out." "Jaden, please tell me Samuel is where I told him to be. Get him to bring Deidre to the house and make yourself invisible. I need to report to the humans." Alexander barked at Jaden. Then rapidly he spewed out even more orders. Before the Black Panther left, he said, "I like her, Alex. She's got spirit, took out 2 wolves all by herself. Don't know what she did to one of them, but he was stuck between shapes. Remind me to never cross her." Then he sauntered away as if nothing had happened. As he reached the corner of the building, he turned around to call over his shoulder, You better use your mojos on her wrist too. Pretty sure it's broken. I heard it crack. Your wrist is broken? Alexander pushed me away from his body so he could look at my wrist. Why didn't you say so? Concern creased his forehead as he reached out to envelope the painful and slightly swollen joint with his hand. Wait, I stopped him. Isn't it more plausible if I'm hurt too? You can heal it as soon as we get into the car to go home, Brittany. I'm not letting you walk around with a broken wrist if I can help it. He growled angrily. I felt instantly bad for him. He'd been forced to wait to hold me even when I was a mess, because I insisted on making a deal first, and I just knew that he felt guilty, that he hadn't been in time to save me. Sarah backed me up. Think about it, Alex. You want to be able to have us all stay home for the rest of the week. Principal might not buy it if she's not hurt. It'll only be for about 30 minutes tops, which turned out to be a correct estimate. Alexander healed Bob enough that he regained consciousness and could walk. That way, he could tell the principal himself how we'd been ambushed by Fort and his friends. Sarah darted back inside to get the principal and returned in no time with the school nurse and several other teachers besides the man. The nurse cleaned up Bob as best as she could and gave me ice for my wrist, as well as cleaned out the scrapes on my knees. I was to go to the hospital to get x-rays, and then a cast. Probably, but first, I gave a statement to the principal who immediately agreed with Alexander that he'd take us all home for the rest of the week. I wasn't sure if Alexander used his superpowers to accomplish that or not, but I really didn't care. 30 minutes later, I found myself seated in the passenger seat of Alexander's car as he drove me back to the Clitton residence, while Jaden took Bob and Sarah in the SUV. Just before we left, I knew Alexander had reached into the car and healed the rest of Bob's injuries. We followed Jaden back to the house in silence as I flexed my healed wrist experimentally. He'd even taken care of my knees. It made me wonder just how much he could heal. I'd never once guessed that he'd be able to do something like that. When we arrived, there were no other cars outside, but when Alexander tugged me with him into the house, I heard Andy's laughter coming from the living. His high-pitched voice was shortly joined with a lower musical voice. Is that? I heard Jaden ask from behind me. He sounded utterly surprised. He was bringing up the rear from our small group. Seritin? Said Sarah, sounding equally surprised. Did that man never laugh or something? Was that why they were surprised? It wasn't that strange now, was it? Alexander looked at me with one imperial eyebrow arched. You want to check on Andy? He completely ignored the others and pulled me into the living without another word and without waiting for my answer. He knew me too well, I guess. In the living, I could see Andy sitting on the floor in front of the couch, holding a game controller while Seritin was sitting just behind him. He was also holding a game controller, and he looked mighty uncomfortable about it. But it was also clear that his features had softened a degree and that he was looking warmly at my baby brother, his stern mouth pulling up in the corners as if he was itching to smile. Seritin spotted us first, and he immediately stood up and did that strange salute again towards Alexander, touching his heart with his fist and then pressing his knuckles against his forehead. My lord, Andy exclaimed. Hey, look what you did, now we died. I expected Seritin to ignore that and remain the cold, practical man I'd seen that morning. But I saw his features twitch again, as if he wanted to smile. Sorry, Spider-Man. Your sister is back home. Spider-Man? He'd even given my brother a nickname? Wow, that was unexpected. Andy jumped up as he finally noticed us in the doorway. Brittany? He screamed happily as he rushed over to tackle my legs into a tight hug. I love my bodyguard. He's really cool, Brittany. I just had to laugh as I patted his hair. I'm glad you like him, Giant. Did you behave? You didn't give him any trouble, did you? Surprisingly, it was Seritin who replied, Not at all, Miss Baker. He's been great. He said it in that stern and solemn voice that only sounded a little friendly because he talked in such a musical way. See, he's safe and sound. A gros mouquois. I told you he'd be. Now come with me, said Alexander. Although the last bit was an order that he clearly meant to be obeyed, my first reaction was to dug my heels in. What for? We had a deal, Brittany, he replied. With his hand, he ruffled Andy's hair, and then he asked, Did you do as I told you, kid? Andy nodded enthusiastically. Yeah, I did. Z, you should go with him. He really needs you to. I sighed. Sometimes it was really annoying to have semi-telepathic empath for a brother. But I wondered what Alexander had asked him to do. Fine, but remember, Bob and I have a say in Deidre's protection. I want to know what you did to ensure her safety first. I felt bad that I didn't trust his word about this, but he really seemed to hate her, so I had to make sure. Alexander narrowed his eyes and a low growl emitted from his chest. I sent Samuel to collect her. I stepped away from him so I could face him and planted my hands firmly on my hips to give him my opinion on that. But before I could, Bob spoke up. That's the best he can do at present. Brittany, Samuel is one of Alex's most trusted people. I was shocked by how tired and weak Bob sounded. Hadn't Alexander healed him? As I looked past my mate, I realized Jaden was holding him up, as if he couldn't stand on his own. If you say so, Bob, maybe you should go to bed. You look terrible. Everyone, except maybe Andy, heard my unspoken question. Healing takes a lot of power. Britt, not just from me, but from the person I heal too. Which is why I want you to go to bed, now, Alexander said, his voice turning firm on the last word. I wanted to protest again, but I knew we had a deal, so I nodded my head and allowed him to pick me up in his arms and carry me up the stairs. It was much faster this way. It took him barely 2 seconds to get from the living to his bedroom. I wasn't tired at all, though. I felt alive inside, maybe a little in shock over what had happened today, but I didn't feel tired. Not the way Bob had looked at all. Alexander gently put me down on the wide bed and immediately started pulling my shoes off as if I couldn't do that myself. I took over and then took off my coat as well and tossed that to the floor. Happy now? He frowned for a moment. Agramo kroi. Aren't you tired? I shook my head. Not at all. Is it okay if I take shower? There's blood on my clothes, and me, again. He nodded. His stormy eyes were dark, but I knew it wasn't from lust or anger this time. He looked rather frustrated instead. As I got up off the bed and made my way over to the closet to grab new clean clothes, he stopped me. I'd really feel better if you went to bed after the shower, though. You might not feel tired now, but in a little while. I could tell how worried he was, and I knew he still felt guilty that he wasn't there on time to save me himself, so I nodded. I don't think I will, but I could do with some cuddling in bed. While we watch a movie, maybe? He arched one perfectly sculptured eyebrow as if he found the thought amusing, but then he nodded. Very well, if you leave the door open, he pointed to the bathroom door. Again? I muttered even as I allowed him to hand me a shirt of his to wear as PJs later on. Yes, I don't want to barge down my own door if you faint, he replied with a look on my face that told me he wasn't pleased at all with this arrangement. Fine, I'll leave it unlocked. No peeking though. I felt my cheeks heat up at the thought, and then I remembered how I'd been teasing him all morning. Sarah had been right. That was fun. But I wasn't sure if I'd actually would have won that battle. At the door, he stopped me again, and this time when I looked up to see that his irises had turned completely black, I knew it was, in fact, lust. I could tell by the way his movements had become more fluid, seductive. He knew he was in control of the situation this time. You weren't being nice this morning. Agramo choye. In fact, you were being a little mean. Don't even think for a minute that I forgot how you teased me, barring me from touching you, he said, his Irish accent thick as he stroked a thumb across my cheek gently. Suppressing a shiver, I whispered, It's your own fault. If you'd listened to me in the first place, it wouldn't have happened. Two can play this game. Britt, he said. It was a sensual promise that somehow made my body tighten in anticipation. If you want someone to wash your back, let me know. And with those parting words, he softly pushed me into the bathroom and shut the door on me. A little dazed, I stepped further into the bathroom. My heartbeat was hammering in my chest again, and I knew he could hear that. Boy, did that suck. Sarah told me he could even tell when I was turned on because he could smell it. It was so unfair. I stripped quickly and then hopped into the shower, hoping I could forget about him for a moment. The scalding hot water helped relax my body, but it did nothing to keep me from remembering the way he'd looked at me as he offered to wash my back. I was seriously tempted to take him up on that offer. The way I was feeling now, worse was that I could hear him chuckle in the other room. Really, really embarrassing. I was the one who'd been trying to tempt him all morning, and because of Fort's stupid attack, he'd caved. Not because he wanted me so badly, but because he wanted to make sure I was safe. Okay if I thought about that. That was kind of sweet. But it wasn't fair that he totally turned it around now, and all with a look and a few words. Why did he have so much power over my body? Since I was done showering and had done pretty much everything else I could think of to delay going back out there, I decided there was only one thing I could do. I had to act like he didn't affect me and flirt right back. I couldn't show him how much he got to me, even though he could hear my heartbeat and smell my hormones or something. So I ignored my sweats that I usually wore as pajama bottoms and only shrugged on the shirt he'd handed me. I knew he liked my legs because of the way he'd looked at them when I slept here the first night. As I opened the door, I took a deep breath and plastered a smile to my face, one I hoped looked a little seductive. With slow, easy strides, I walked into the room to Alexander, who was sprawled out on the big, soft bed. My heart jumped in my throat as I noted that he wasn't wearing a shirt and that only those low-riding sweats he wore to bed clung to his hips. I don't think he was even trying to be seductive right now. He was frowning at the television as he pressed buttons on the remote, trying to get something with the sound adjusted. Several leather cases lay on the bed that obviously each held at least 50 DVDs. I'd only taken 2 steps when he looked up and smiled at me, letting his eyes drift down my legs and back up again slowly. "Ran out of things to do in there, agramo choi," he said huskily, a smoldering look in his eyes as they darkened just the tiniest bit. I couldn't stop the blush from rising to my cheeks as I shrugged, then flipped my nearly dry hair over my shoulder. "I guess. What are you doing?" I nodded in the direction of the TV, on which he was still scrolling through menus I didn't even know existed. Alexander raised his free hand and gestured me to come closer. I never used the TV in my room before. Since vampire hearing is so sensitive, I have to adjust some things so it doesn't hurt. I frowned. Watching TV could actually hurt his ears? I climbed onto the bed but didn't move to curl up against him the way he wanted me to. Instead, I grabbed one of the DVD folders and started flipping through it. "Did you pick a movie? Or do I get to pick?" I asked him while I looked. This folder contained all kinds of new and old action movies, and as I switched it for another, I realized that one contained mostly horror. The third folder was mostly romance. I doubted Alexander wanted to watch one of those. "You can pick a gramo croy. I don't intend to pay much attention to the screen," he said. As I looked up, I realized he was smirking at me, as if he had something devious planned. With a shiver, I ripped a DVD out of the folder closest to me and handed it to him. "Let's watch this one then." He didn't comment on my choice when I realized it was some kind of low-budget action movie I'd never heard of. He just got up, flipped it into the DVD player, and then deposited the folders on the dresser against the wall. As he returned to the bed, I could see that the sweats had slipped just a little more to show me that trail of dark hairs leading down beneath the waistband. The way his muscles rippled as he sat down on the bed beside me, he didn't comment either on the way. I must have been ogling him but simply pulled the duvet back so I could climb under it with him. Then he pulled me flush against him so my head was resting on his chest, and his left arm was wrapped around me tightly, his hand resting on my hip right at the edge of the shirt. I tried to pay attention to the movie the best I could. Really, I did. But Alexander was making it near impossible. His hand started out on my hip, where he rubbed me with his fingers in teasing circles. It started out with his hand on top of my shirt, but he'd trailed his fingers lower and then slipped his hand back up underneath it. He'd tugged my leg up so it was pulled across his lap, and he took advantage of that by running his fingers across skin right at the edge of my panties. The first time he did it, I'd let out an involuntary moan and then I'd raked my nails across his chest. "Stop that! I'm trying to watch this." His response was a low chuckle that made his chest vibrate gently against mine. Raking my nails over his chest didn't even help. In fact, he seemed to like it. He'd not once looked at the screen. His eyes had been focused intently on me the whole time. Every time I'd looked up to scowl at him, he'd smirked. The movie had been on for about 20 minutes now, and I had absolutely no clue what it was about. It was getting really frustrating. So I turned to him with a full glare. "Alexander, yesagramo kwa?" he said, one eyebrow raised in question. He knew very well what was wrong, judged by the smirk, but of course he would tease me by forcing me to admit his actions were affecting me. "I'm trying to watch this movie," I replied, whispering fiercely. "So?" The insolent man returned. "So stop that." I grabbed his hand and roughly pulled it up so he couldn't touch skin any longer. Instead, it now lay on the curve of my waist, just above my hip, but safely on the outside of the shirt. Satisfied that he couldn't distract me any longer, I turned back to watching the screen. only to jerk away from Alexander in shock when I felt his other hand stroke across the skin of the leg he'd pulled across his, partially in his lap. Even before I could focus on him to glare, the first hand slipped just a little higher to stroke the underside of my breast with his warm thumb. A hot pulse of pleasure and anticipation shot through my body, and his satisfied smile told me he knew. I wanted to yell at him for that, but then I wondered, why was I even protesting? I'd already forced him to protect Deidre, and I needed very badly to be close to him after the shock of this afternoon. Changing tactics completely, I melted into him as I brought my arm up to tug his face closer, pulling him in for a kiss, moaning when he fiercely kissed back, tugging me into his lap completely. When we came up for air, he smirked. "I thought you wanted to watch the movie." Growling, I said, "I changed my mind." Chuckling, he pulled me back against him to kiss me hard and so well that my mind spun. My hands stroked across the well-defined muscles of his chest and shoulders, marveling at the hard yet soft feel of him alive against my skin. In return, Alexander easily undid the buttons on the shirt and then peeled it off me before I could even consider stopping him, rolling with me so that his heavy weight was pressed on top of me in the most delicious way. "You're so beautiful a run," he whispered huskily, as he trailed hot kisses down my throat, grazing the skin with his fangs before teasingly nibbling on my collarbone. He slid down my body until he could lap at the slopes of my breasts, his body cradled between my legs. I let out a shocked moan when he took one taut peek into his mouth, my body flushed and my heartbeat a tattoo against my ribcage. His hot breath filtered over the sensitive skin as he growled, "I really wish I could mark you. It would be so much safer." A little delirious from the pleasure he'd just inflicted, I moaned, "Why don't you?" I knew I wanted to spend eternity with him, despite his possessiveness and dominance. It sounded like a good idea if Fort would leave me alone then. I couldn't allow others to get hurt to protect me, even if Fort had been a coward and attacked Bob 4-against-1. He had no honor. "You're not ready, Agremokroy. You said so yourself last night," he replied, and there was no accusation in his voice, just a longing as if he really couldn't wait to mark me his. I focused on his stormy eyes as he balanced himself on his arms just above me, keeping most of his weight off my body. "What do you mean? We never even mentioned the marks." I couldn't keep the confusion off my face. He leaned forward to give me another teasing lick across an overly sensitive nipple. "You said you weren't ready for sex a run," he explained rather huskily. It clicked in my head. To mark each other, we have to sleep together? Is that why he wanted so badly to mark me? Or was it just because he wanted to keep the wolves away from me? "Sleeping will be the last thing we'd do, Britt," he said with a smirk. I frowned at his bad innuendo. "Is that all we have to do? Or is there more to it?" I tugged at his dark hair softly to stop him from licking my chest again, and he groaned. "Agramokroy," he said, pulling back to loosen my grip so he could return his attention to the breast he'd tried to lick. When that didn't work, he lifted one large hand to tease me with instead. At the touch of his skilled fingers, I stopped pulling him away and allowed him to lavish all the attention he wanted to give on me. Pleasure shooting through me at every touch he gave me. I felt like floating. When he returned to my lips to kiss me, I eagerly returned it. "Do I get to pet you now? You promised I could. Saturday, remember?" Alexander chuckled, then rolled over so he was on his back beside me. "I'm all yours, Brittany." He gave me a slow, lazy smile that reminded me of a predator completely relaxed, yet completely wild and untamed at the same time. Dangerous. I sat up so I could look down at him, allowing myself to feast my eyes on his body. Running my fingers gently across his skin, he felt hard underneath my fingers, but his skin was smooth. There were a few scars, each of them faint though, as if very old. They looked like burn marks, but I suppose that wasn't strange, since he said he'd been a smith as a human. I had noticed before that his hands, although big and strong, had scars on the knuckles as well. They were the hands of someone used to working with them. The marking process? I prompted him to answer my earlier question as I stroked my fingers across the hard planes of his stomach. "There's a ritual to it," Alexander murmured, his eyes closed as he leaned back against the pillows so I could satisfy my curiosity. "It's in your hands mostly, to prevent matings against the will of the female. An ancient spell of sorts that we recite. It's not the words that matter though, but the magic it conjures that binds us together. We each have to decide on the spot we wish to mark our partner and touch it with our lips while we hold the one hand to our hearts." He shivered when I stroked across the trail of hairs leading down underneath the waistband of his pants. Don't tease a guarmokoi. His eyes were focused on my face now, and he wore a softer smile as if he liked my curiosity. I pulled back, my face heating up as I realized how badly I wanted to dip my fingers lower, to follow that teasing trail of rough hairs, to slide my fingers along that V-dip on his hips. Worse, I wanted to do the same thing with my mouth, trailing kisses. I don't see what sex has to do with that ritual. A chuckle escaped from his throat, low and sexy. It made muscles tighten low in my body in response. Taking my hand in his, he slid it across his stomach, then lower until we reached that waistband. He pushed my hand under it. I tried to suppress the blush coming onto my cheeks in full swing, but it was no use as I touched him intimately. He was hot and hard, but velvety soft at the same time, and he groaned as my fingers gently stroked across him. The first step, Arun, is to accept me into your body, he whispered silkily. His eyes were closed again, and he pulled his hand back, allowing me to explore him on my own, which I did, exploring the texture, shape. He was so big that I worried how that would ever fit. Oh, I see. And there's nothing we can do that will keep them away without the mark? I asked even as I focused on the sensations against my hand. I was enjoying this even though I was touching him. Still, I could feel hotness pooling low in my body. Alexander didn't reply. His eyes closed now and one of his hands clasped into the duvet. The other one was right next to me, and he'd wrapped it around my waist. With his thumb, he was rubbing circles against my ribcage, upwards against the underside of my bare breast. Suddenly, he pulled my hand away. Enough, agramokwa. I pouted. You promised I could pet you all I want. I hadn't had my fill yet, but Alexander captured my hands when I reached out to touch his chest again. Without effort, he pulled me closer until I was lying on top of his chest, his erection pressed against my core. Shocked, a moan escaped my lips. You have eternity with me, Britt. A little patience? Or do you want me to lose control? Another chuckle from Alexander's lips as he pressed me closer to him and rocked his hips. The friction felt amazing as a hot jolt of pleasure shot low through my body. His hand slipped down to cut my bottom, fingers teasing me through the cotton of my panties. He kept rocking his hips slowly until pleasure exploded inside me, fireworks shooting through my body. He didn't stop for a few more seconds and then shuddered, burying his face in my neck, raining down kisses. He was still holding me tightly with both hands, yet I felt the duvet come up to cover us both. A little creeped out by that, I twisted so I could look at his face. His eyes were slightly hooded and looked at me with love and adoration. You are the most amazing woman I've ever met, he said. Then he furrowed his eyebrows. There's one thing I could do, but I don't think you'd like that. A teasing smile appeared. Last time I did that, you yelled at me and I ended up wet. I doubted a hickey would keep Fort from hurting me a second time, though. He knew I was Alexander's. He'd even beaten up Alexander's brother. Why would a simple mark like that stop him? Actually, why would the mating mark stop him? Alexander must have read my mind because he said in low tones, with the mating mark in place, I have the right to kill him if he goes after you. But don't worry, I can still punish him for what he did. In that moment, he sounded every bit the powerful, dominant vampire that he was. I shivered at the thought of what he might do to accomplish that. He lifted me off him carefully, and then tucked the duvet more tightly around me before getting up. Are you hungry? I'll get you some food, he said. Before I could reply, he disappeared into the bathroom. Shortly later, he reappeared, but he dashed out of the room without a word, wearing a different pair of sweats, although they still hung low on his hips. I moved to turn off the movie and then searched for the shirt that Alexander had tossed away, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I'd just gotten up to get a new one from the closet when the door opened again. Shocked, I covered my chest and moved to dive back underneath the duvet. But when I heard Alexander laugh, I turned to glare at him instead. There's no need to hide, groi. I thought you'd fallen asleep by now. He was carrying a plate of food that he deposited on the nightstand without taking his eyes off me. He stopped in front of me and pulled my hands away from me. Really, Brittany, you don't need to hide from me. The look on his face was warm and sincere, and I felt a wave of acceptance and love wash over me. He didn't mean those words in a sexual way. He meant that I should feel comfortable being naked around him, comfortable being myself. When I nodded, he led me back to the bed and handed me the plate of food. He sat down beside me to watch me intently, as if I was the most interesting thing in the world. You should be exhausted. Why aren't you? He asked after a while. I'd nearly finished the food. I was absolutely starved. Shrugging, I said, "Don't know, I'm just hungry now. But I feel completely fine otherwise. Thanks to your healing, that's a really useful skill." Alexander sprawled out beside me, stretching his long legs out. You must have a well of power that you haven't tapped yet. That's the only way you could feel this energetic after the healing I performed. I shrugged again. Maybe? If that's so, I wish I could use it. If I could, Bob might not have gotten hurt. I don't like being helpless, Alexander. No one does, he muttered, the words heavy as if he knew what that was like a little too well. Was he referring to the fact that he was too late to help out with the fight today? He sat up again to look at me with an intent expression on his face. But you did do something today, a gramohua. You got that. We're stuck between forms. Yeah? I stabbed him with a ballpoint. What was the big deal about that? The guy was in pain. It must have been difficult to focus or something. Exactly. Just a ballpoint Brit. Jaden clawed them, but nothing like that happened to the others. Did it? He pointed out. It wasn't normal. You must have somehow done that. We'll take time tomorrow to work on it, okay? It's a useful skill. That sounded really good to me. In fact, I felt a little excited. Did I really have a power? I suppose with an angel as a grandparent and a demon as a father, it wasn't illogical to expect something like that. Can't we do that now? I asked, sitting up and smiling at Alexander to show him my enthusiasm. It would be great if I could fight myself. I don't like violence, but really, today was the third time I got attacked, and with that threat from Thornton. He chuckled again. No, today you rest. He might be smiling while he said it, but there was steel in his eyes. Oh, come on. You know I'm not tired, I protested. You promised a gramokroe. Damn it. Why did I promise him I wouldn't fight him on this? I was sure now that he was going to go overboard on my protection, and I couldn't do anything to change it. I woke up with my head on Alexander's chest while he softly stroked my hair, trailing his fingers over the nape of my neck. There was a peaceful feeling in the room, and I knew Alexander felt very satisfied. Whatever he'd done when he left me to sleep last night had made him feel that way. I hadn't heard him come back in, but at least he was here now that I woke up. After only a few short days living here, I knew that's what I wanted to do every morning for the rest of my life. The thought of not being with Alexander brought an ache to my chest that I'd only ever felt when I thought of Mom now. I loved him more than anything, and he felt the same way about me. I was the luckiest person in the world. Even though there was Thornton, who was trying to kill Bob and Deidre, who might also be gunning for me because I was Alexander's weak spot, plus a demon father. I didn't know who was bothering Andy, and on top of that, a bunch of stupid wolves who thought they had rights to me. I was still damn lucky to have him in my life. Morninga gramokroi, Alexander whispered in my ear, his lips brushing against the shell, send a hot tingle through me. Hey, I smiled at him. Shortly after that, we got up and dressed so I could have breakfast downstairs. Apparently, Alexander had arranged for a substitute at school so he could stay with Bob and I to look after us, or so he'd told the principal. I was just happy that I got to spend time with him today, without the chance of running into danger. I was ecstatic about the fact that we were going to start training that possible skill of mine, and also the basic self-defense techniques. Danis was in the kitchen preparing food, massive piles of it too. And when I spotted Jaden at the table, I realized why. The guy was slim and lean, but he was scarfing down food as if he'd not eaten in weeks. Scratch that, months. Sarah was talking animatedly, but nobody was paying real attention to her, I think. Jaden seemed intent on the food and his surroundings, the way he shifted his body just the slightest bit at our entrance. Danis was talking to Hay, who was sat on the kitchen counter next to him. It appeared as if he was explaining the boy how to make omelets. When I reached them, Danis handed me a plate with a smile, and then muttered so that Andy couldn't hear him. Careful, someone went a little overboard with the sugar. Sorry. I was used to Andy trying to help out with breakfast or lunch and making the most horrible things ever, so I shrugged it off and ate without tasting. It wasn't too bad if he focused on something else. After that, Alexander led me through the house to a part I hadn't seen before yet. It seemed that Sarah hadn't given me a complete tour of the house that first time here after all. It was a really big room with a high ceiling, completely empty. The walls were paneled with dark wood, and it looked as if they'd been scratched. Some were a little cracked, but they were all smooth, as if someone had taken precious time to sand them down to perfection. What kind of place was this? Why would they have such a huge room and leave it completely empty? Alexander strode over to one side and opened a door in the panels. I hadn't even seen it, and I realized there wasn't even a doorknob. How did he open it then? The room appeared to be a storage space. Without explanation, Alexander started pulling out thick mats that he placed on the floor off to one side of the big room. I tried to help him, but the things were so big and heavy that I had trouble even carrying one side of the thing. Alexander lifted them as if they weighed absolutely nothing. Show off. When he was satisfied there was a big enough space cushioned with the mats, he waved me closer. We'll start out with the basic self-defense first. After that, he proceeded showing me several moves. How to block, fall, dodge, and how to escape holds. Then he showed me some moves that I could use if escaping wasn't an option. He made me promise to always try and run first though. I wondered at the fact that he showed me how to hit people in the eye up close, with my fingers, not fist, so I could inflict the most damage. It seemed like a low move to me, but when I asked, he explained, "You are weak, Brittany, an easy target for every supernatural creature out there. Fighting fair will only get you killed, and that's exactly what we're trying to prevent. Hit them where it hurts most, the eye, groin. I don't care as long as it means you get an opening to run. Got it?" Well, yeah, I got the point. But did he really have to point out that I was weak? It wasn't very nice to say that, even though it was true. He made me go through the motions he taught me for hours, it seemed, until I was sure I could even perform them in my sleep. My muscles were so sore and I felt like jelly, but he still didn't relent. God, he could be a taskmaster in the army, the way he worked me. He used a stern, crisp voice whenever he explained something and urged me through the exercise. But he was right there beside me the whole time, working out himself. When I felt like I couldn't keep going any longer, he used softer tones and urged me on with sweet words and promises. I was so going to keep him to that offer of a massage tonight. At last, he told me we would spar against each other to test if I was able to utilize the moves he taught me in combat. But you're saying you want me to hit you? I can't do that, I protested, standing in the middle of the mats on shaky legs. I don't want to hurt you. He tossed his head back at that and laughed, the sound low and earthy and enough to snap my body into attention again. You can't hurt me, Gramochoy, he said arrogantly, a smirk adorning his features now that told me he very much believed that. Fine, I huffed, just to prove him wrong. He stood across from me, wearing loose pants low on his hips and a snug black shirt that did nothing to hide the muscles on his chest. His feet were bare and he stood lightly, resting his weight mostly on the balls of his feet. His posture was very lethal and intimidating and graceful at the same time. Maybe he was right about the not hurting him part. As we started circling slowly, his movements were so incredibly fluid and elegant that I knew he would be too fast for me to ever hit him. When he charged at me, he moved so fast that I could hardly see him. Then he had me tightly in arms, crushing me to his chest. Too slow a run. He let go and circled back to resume our earlier dance with a grin on his face. He was enjoying this entirely too much. The second time he rushed me, I was a little more prepared, dodging to the side to avoid his grabbing hands. He twisted so fast, though, that my freedom lasted hardly more than a second. Still too slow. Having overcome my initial surprise, I nodded at him. Again, this time I'm ready. I managed to avoid him for 10 seconds, but when he grabbed me, I elbowed him hard in the stomach and then brought my heel down on his instep the way he'd showed me. My elbow hit solid muscle and it shot a painful jar through my arm all the way to my hand, but at least my heel hit home. He let go and stepped back, a smile on his face that was just the tiniest bit proud. Well done. I glared when I realized he didn't appear bothered at all. I hit his ankle hard enough to make a man limp, but his walk was still fluid. He wasn't even winded or sweaty, unlike me. My lord, maybe you should give the lady a break? A low musical voice suddenly said. I could kiss the man that voice belonged to for that idea. I really didn't understand how I was even able to stand right now. My legs were trembling. Alexander didn't look up. His eyes focused on my face. Brittany, open your mind, he said as if it was the most normal request in the world. Frowning, I answered, why? Because I want to check something. Oh. What did he want to check that he had to go through my mind to do it? I didn't like the idea of anyone freely entering my head. I could do it with or without your help, agramokroi. But I want you to trust me, Alexander said, showing me how much more powerful he was indeed. I'd been working on my mental shield secretly, but he now claimed he'd have no trouble getting into my head. No messing around, okay? And tell me what you're looking for. I consented after a moment of silence. I could see Seritin at the edge of the mat standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be urging me to do what Alexander asked. I wasn't sure how to open my mind to him, but I closed my eyes and envisioned lowering my walls and granting him permission to enter. It appeared to be enough because he interrupted the silence, saying, "Yes, I suppose you can rest for a bit, Brittany. Seritin, would you spar with me?" Relieved that he'd come to that conclusion, I sprawled out on the mats to give my aching muscles a break. Oh wait, they were going to spar. I started to get back up, but then noticed that Alexander shrugged off his shirt and moved off the mats to the middle of the big room. Seritin wore stern black pants that didn't appear suited for sparring, but he shrugged out of his jacket and unbuttoned his shirt to take that off too. "Very well, my lord." Seritin's bared chest was so scarred that I could only stare at it in shock. On the front, lighter and darker lines crisscrossed the skin, but someone had taken the time to carefully tattoo his body with lines and dots that flowed with the scars. It made it look like a beautiful pattern instead of something gruesome. His back was scarred in much the same way, but there it was much worse. There were more scars than unmarked skin. It almost looked as if someone had whipped him, day after day after day. He hadn't bothered to hide the scars with a tattoo here. Seritin moved almost as fluidly as Alexander did, like a cobra. The two of them slowly started circling each other, moving clockwise first, and then switching to counterclockwise. Seritin darted forward suddenly, enhancing my image of a cobra, and then they were sparring with each other. Really sparring. The play fight made my throat go dry and my heartbeat speed up. They moved so incredibly fast and fluidly that most of their movements were blurred to my eyes. It looked like a dance the way they spun around each other, aiming high kicks and low punches and everything in between. There was flips and backflips and other kinds of acrobatics mixed in between that would make any real acrobat seriously jealous. Really, they could move like no one I'd ever seen before. I also realized that Alexander had been holding back on me that short moment we sparred. I thought he'd been fast, but I would never even have the chance to avoid him when he moved like he did now. I couldn't tell who had the upper hand in the fight. As far as I could tell, they each kept blocking each other's punches and kicks, until I noticed the trickle of blood that tinged Seritin's upper lip red. Once I saw that I could pick up more marks, a gash over his shoulder, thin and narrow and hardly noticeable amongst his scars. The way he was favoring his left leg for kicking more now than before, Alexander didn't appear to have a mark anywhere on his body though. I heard more than saw it when Alexander's kick landed solidly on Seritin's side. The ebony-skinned man stumbled to the side before righting himself. His muscles coiled as he jumped back to renew his attack on my mate. "Enough!" Alexander's voice boomed through the room and then froze in his movements. Alexander slowly, warily almost, relaxed his stance until he was back to that normal, arrogant form that made him look like a wolf in sheep's clothes. Seritin did the same, relaxing slightly, and I could see now that he was definitely favoring his left leg, and he pressed a hand to his side. With the back of his hand, he angrily wiped at his mouth to get rid of the blood there. Alexander moved so fast that I didn't see him move. One moment he was halfway across the room, the next he was right next to the black man, reaching one hand out to press it against Seritin's forehead. The black man jerked away as if burned, and a hissing sound escaped his throat. His spine stiffened, but then he lowered his head in submission. Alexander didn't move to put his hand back and resumed whatever it was he was doing before. Instead, he said, "My apologies. I forgot how much you dislike touch, my friend. Will you allow me this once?" Seritin nodded like I knew he would. Somehow, Alexander had earned his trust, despite the man's obvious horrible past. I could see adoration and loyalty blazing in his near black eyes as he looked up to meet Alexander's eyes. My mate reached up again and carefully lay his hand against Seritin's cheek, like a caress. I saw a shiver go over the black man's body, but he didn't step back again. After a few seconds, it was Alexander who did that. He turned his back to Seritin and moved over to me in a predatory lope that made my mouth water. The way his muscles rippled as he moved made me wish I could pet and stroke him to my heart's content again. He stopped at my feet and offered me his hand to pull me to my feet. I accepted with a groan, but only because I wanted to scan his body to see if he had any injuries. I circled him once, allowing myself a moment to look at his scrumptious behind, but I came to the conclusion that he really wasn't hurt. I bet you cheated and healed yourself so it looks like only Seritin got hurt, I teased him. I knew he hadn't done that. Alexander might urge me to fight dirty, but he'd never do that himself. Not like this, at least. I heard a low musical laugh while Alexander sent me a playful glare. He knew I was teasing. My lady, I'm flattered that you think so highly of my skills, but truly, no one ever manages to lay a blow on your mates. I smiled at Seritin. Are you okay? I felt somehow proud that Alexander was obviously so skilled in combat and a little chilled at the same time. Why did he have to be so skilled? I knew he'd once said something along the lines that he had to fight for his existence from the very first vampire breath he took. He gave me a gentle smile and then bowed. If you'd excuse me, my lord? Of course, could you send Jaden over? Alexander replied instantly, moving to wrap his arms around me from behind, pressing his front against my back. I leaned back, happy to surrender my weight to him so I could rest my still sore and painful limbs. Seritin didn't say anything as he left the room, but his stride was easy again, and it appeared his ribs no longer hurt either. Had Alexander healed him? Is that what he did when he touched the man's face? I could distinctly remember that he had to touch the place of the injury before, when he healed me. So I didn't think that was it. You know, I can't even heal myself. The gift only allows me to heal others. I could never cheat that way, Alexander explained, his mouth right next to my ear so that when he spoke, his lips brushed against the shell of my ear. Shivering, but frankly too tired and sore to feel aroused, I turned in his arms so I could rest my head against his bare chest comfortably. Why did you call for Jaden? Aren't we done training? He laughed but tugged me even closer. Because you wanted to learn to do that trick, remember? With the were? Besides, it's not even 11 o'clock yet. I gaped at him. Not even 11 yet? And I was already exhausted? Did I have no constitution whatsoever or something? I knew that wasn't entirely true. I was used to walking to and from school a lot, and I wasn't bad at PE. Tired like this, I wasn't sure if I'd even be able to repeat what I did yesterday to that were. I don't even know what I did, so I couldn't even begin to think how to repeat it. In fact, until Alexander said it was strange, I hadn't even realized I'd done something special. The door opened behind me and I felt Alexander stiffen the tiniest bit before he relaxed. Obviously, Jaden had just arrived. Alexander, Brittany dear, he said in that slightly husky low voice, one that reminded me of an animal. I felt Alexander nod in response, and I had to push at his arm so that I could turn around and smile at Jaden. He did so grudgingly. Hey Jaden. I lifted my arm to wave and then winced when it brought on a wave of pain. It was a struggle to fight gravity. Bloody hell. I was tired. Jaden laughed at the look on my face. You worked her real hard, didn't you? Poor thing. He sauntered over and then reached out his hand to mess up my hair, jerking my head away. I glared at him. Laughing again, he ran his knuckles over my cheek gently. So, what did you need me here for? I was kicking Bob's ass on Call of Duty, and I'd really like to get back to it. That's child's play. He sucks at that game, Alexander retorted with a smirk. I couldn't help it. I had to laugh at the absurdity of the situation. A shapeshifter panther and a powerful vampire, talking about a stupid video game as if they were two teenagers. How often did you see that? They both turned to look at me as if I lost my mind, and I shrugged. What? Right, Jaden drawled. You're here because we're going to do target practice, Jay, Alexander said, and he full-on grinned at the panther. I saw him frown. Let me guess, I'm the target. Looking back at my mate confirmed that. He looked like he was really going to enjoy himself. Who knew he liked it so much to make another suffer? Although, of course, I wasn't really going to hurt him, was I? You guessed right, Alexander replied, ushering me over to another panel in the wall that dropped out and slid to the side without either of us touching. I would have yelped in surprise, but I managed to keep it in because I knew it would make me look like an idiot. Behind the panel was another sort of storage space. It held all kinds of wicked knives and daggers. They were strapped against a black velvet board on the wall, and Alexander immediately reached for a small set of knives and handed them to me. They were small and thin, not even an inch wide and about as long as my hand. There were 3 of them, and as I held them, Alexander moved around me to strap a leather holster around my waist, a bit like a wide belt, but it had loops and slits in it to hold the knives. There. Right now you'll only need 1 knife, but I want you to get used to the holster and drawing the knives from them. As he talked, he took the knives one by one to slip them in place at the small of my back. When that was done, he took my right hand and guided it to holster so I could feel where the knives were and how they were situated. When he felt confident I knew how to find them, he told me to follow him back to Jaden. When I turned around, I realized he was no longer in human form. Instead, he was a huge panther staring at me warily with golden eyes. I couldn't blame him. Alexander had just handed me knives and declared him the target. The panther snorted, and then I heard a thought in my head. I can take whatever you dish out, girlie. Then he turned his massive head to look at my mate. It was obvious he was talking to him now. You're the only shifter I trust near her right now. Jay, that's why you're playing target. Don't tell me you're scared of a little pain. Those knives aren't big enough to hurt you in panther shape, and well, you know it. Besides, I checked on that wolf last night, and he was back to being human. A little worse for wear, but he told me he returned to normal in about 15 minutes. I could tell Jaden was still seriously uneasy about this. He didn't look forward to the possibility of being stuck in some kind of half shape, even if it was only for about 15 minutes. I was relieved to hear I hadn't permanently damaged anyone, though. I stepped closer to the big panther and then reached out with empty hands to stroke his velvety soft fur. It was heavy and thick, luxurious to the touch. Don't worry, Jaden. I don't think I can do it again anyway. I don't even know what I did. Alexander was right next to me and ordered me to draw a knife. I did so hesitantly. Stab him here, McCoy, and try to replicate what you felt and did when you used the ballpoint on that wolf. The way he said it sounded easy as he moved my hands to hover the knife over one of Jaden's massive paws. It'll hurt him, but it won't inflict a lot of damage, and I can heal him right away. When I looked up at Alexander, he smiled gently. I promise you, Brittany, he won't be in pain for long. It's okay. Still, I didn't move. One hand still buried in Jaden's thick fur. His muscles had been tensed, but now they suddenly relaxed, and then I heard his voice in my head again. Seriously, Brittany, I can handle anything you dish out. I've had worse, and I'd gladly take worse to keep you safe. I was shocked by the strong feeling of loyalty he sent along with the thought. He was just as loyal as Seritin, and he cared very deeply about Alexander, and because of that, about me too, just like that. Why? I asked softly, needing to understand. Pack. Brittany, to me, Alexander is pack. You're his mate, so you are pack too. To a shifter, pack is everything. Pack means everything, and for pack, I would lay down my life gladly to keep them safe. A few pinpricks from that knife is worth it if it means you can beat off other shifters when they threaten you. I didn't know pack was that important to shifters, and I wondered what had happened that made Jaden include a vampire to his pack. Who else was pack to him? But that little speech did convince me to at least try. With 2 dominant males each trying to get me to do this, and the need inside myself to do something about this helplessness. Taking a few very deep breaths, I closed my eyes, trying to search my memory of the event I picked, through what I felt and did as well as I could, looking for that one abnormality, that thing that I'd felt or done differently that had enabled me to trap a shifter between shapes. When I thought I had it, I tried to bring forth that same feeling again. I stood like that for several minutes, trying to make sure I did it right on the first go. I wasn't sure I'd be able to muster the courage to stab poor Jaden a second time. There was the warmth of Alexander's hand on my left shoulder blade suddenly that helped ground me. His other hand he reached past me to place gently on Jaden's shoulder, to show me he was ready to heal him right away. Better get it over with. Raising my hand, I slammed the knife down, pouring the feeling I'd gathered in my body into that knife. The same feeling of despair and anger and determination as before. Jaden didn't even flinch. But he didn't start shifting shapes either. I pulled the knife back out, and Alexander had already healed it before I could even speak. It's okay, sweets. Hardly felt it. Try again. Jaden sent me warm thoughts to prove to me that he was completely fine with this, urging me on. Closing my eyes, I somehow found the strength to do it again. It was hours later when Alexander and Jaden decided I was done for the day. The knives I'd been using were all bloody, and so were my clothes. But neither had relented when I felt like running away screaming. How could they both be so? So easy and teasing when I was hurting someone for no reason every time I failed. And I had failed, miserably, time and again. Shamed about that, I didn't meet Jaden's eyes as we left the practice room to go to the kitchen for lunch. After about a dozen times, it had become apparent that stabbing Jaden when he was already in panther form didn't work. At least, I hadn't been able to make him lose control of his shape and make him fluctuate between the two. Jaden had then shifted to human form and surprised me by showing that he could do that and be clothed completely. Did that mean he kept his clothing on as he shifted? Yesterday, I clearly remembered Alexander ordering him to dress. I'd also seen the way the clothes the wolves had worn shredded on the ground, so I didn't think it worked that way. Alexander had incinerated every scrap of clothing in the blink of an eye, hiding the evidence from the rest of the school. Jaden in human form had been much harder for me to stab, even though he'd taunted me and prodded and teased. His obvious attempt to ease my mind and help me do it, he'd also bantered easily with Alexander. Stabbing him in human form didn't work either, and I desperately tried to convince the two males that I couldn't do it. That wolf must have been weak, and because of the pain he'd lost his own control, it had nothing to do with me. They didn't believe me, but Jaden had finally agreed that wolves and panthers were different, and that we had to check if this meant I could only catch wolves in between shapes. Alexander hadn't wanted to put that to the test, though. He wouldn't let me near any of the werewolves in this area, and he didn't have any wolves employed that he'd trust close to me either, nor were they loyal enough that he'd ask them to be stabbed for my training. Even now, they were discussing what to do to help me unlock this power they imagined I had, but really this morning a futility had proven I didn't have it. I wouldn't let myself get pushed into another grueling training session where I had to hurt someone I hoped to be able to call friend. Jaden was someone I could easily like and feel comfortable around. He was easy in his affections, reaching out occasionally to just rub his knuckles over my cheek, just to show me he really wasn't blaming me for the pain he had to endure. It surprised me that Alexander didn't get territorial about this, but he seemed as easy around the panther as I felt. Affection was communicated between the two men differently, as with me, a rough pat on the shoulder and that banter between them. Instinctively, I realized that this was how pack functioned. Touch and affection seemed to be vital to the panther, as if it anchored him and steadied him. Perhaps being a shifter and containing both an animal and a human heart, this was more needed than with humans. The mix easily more volatile. We ate lunch, with Jaden scarfing down food as if his life depended on it. He wasn't exactly lacking table skills, but, as it were, I wouldn't take him to a 5-star restaurant either. Alexander laughed at my look and explained, "It's his panther nature. A gurmal shoyi, he can contain himself if he has to. But really, why would he when he's here?" Jaden just winked and then excused himself. Shifting from human to panther in the blink of an eye, he trotted out of the kitchen. I gaped after him, but no one else seemed to take much notice of the huge feline as he sprawled out on a couch and dozed off. At least I thought he'd gone to sleep. Not unexpected after the constant draw on his energy with all the healing Alexander had done. But Andy had followed Jaden with an interested gleam in his topaz eyes, and then followed the cat to the living. I wanted to call out and stop my little brother when he sidled up to couch Jaden was sprawled out on. Alexander stopped me with a hand on my shoulder and a smile on his face. "Do not worry, Andy is but a whelp in Jay's eyes, and he protects younglings with his life, whether he knows them or not. A child is sacred," Alexander explained in my mind. Sure enough, the big predator opened one lazy golden eye to blink slowly at my baby brother. Then he shifted his big body on the couch to create a space along the curve of his body to accommodate Andy, who didn't waste time and climbed up with the big cat immediately, curling his smaller body into the feline. Jaden lifted a heavy paw to wrap around his frame and tug him more securely onto the couch, and then resumed his apparent nap. Andy closed his eyes and was asleep with him in seconds. "Come a run." Alexander was a gentle breeze across my mind as he took my hand and tugged me with him up the stairs. Once in the safety of our room, I quickly pulled off the blood-stained shirt and threw it away. I wasn't going to wear that ever again. Shower? The single word hung in the air after he'd spoken it. For once, there was no sexual innuendo. He knew how exhausted I was. I nodded gratefully and made my way over to the closet, pulling out fresh, easy clothes. I wasn't planning on doing anything other than being lazy for the rest of the day. My muscles would protest if I tried to do something. When I entered the bathroom, Alexander was already there, but he wasn't starting the shower for me. Instead, he was running a bath. At my look, he smiled. This might loosen those muscles. My apologies for working you so hard this morning. It was necessary. Necessary? He must have seen me frown because he got up and sauntered over to me in that confident, fluid stride of his. Necessary. One can only learn to tap the mental powers if one is too tired to rely on the physical. He took the bundle of clothes from my arms and placed them on the counter next to the sink, running warm and gentle fingers over my cheek with his other hands. I shouldn't have worn you out so. Not after yesterday. His stormy eyes were warm with concern as he slipped his hands to my waist to undo the leather holster. It fell to the floor with a thud, and my bra soon joined it. I was too tired anyway to protest to Alexander undressing me. It felt nice to rely on him like this, so when he pulled me closer to him, I immediately relinquished all my weight to him. He chuckled and ran his hands over my now bare back. Can I trust you not to fall asleep in the water? I wasn't so sure about that. My eyelids felt so heavy and gritty. Really, I shouldn't be this tired from the workout. It wasn't even that bad. Was it? What? Alexander gently prodded me. One of his hands had come around to undo the button on my pants. But there was nothing sexual about his touch now. I shivered as my jeans slid down my legs and pulled around my feet. The sudden cold air made my skin break out in goosebumps. Alexander picked me up and carried me to the edge of the bath, setting me down on it. No, I don't think I'll stay awake, to be honest. I don't get why I'm so tired, though. That workout was hard, but not that taxing. I should be sore only, but my head feels so heavy. My fist. I clenched in Alexander's shirt because if I let go, I knew I would fall over. It means you were expending mental energy, gramokroi. It's proved that you have some unformed abilities. We just haven't found out yet how to channel them, he explained softly as he slipped the last clothing article off my body. I felt a little self-conscious about being completely naked in his presence, especially when he was still fully dressed. Nor were we in the throes of passion. That usually sufficed to make me forget about feeling embarrassed. He scooped me up easily and slid me slowly into the hot water and bubbles. It felt like heaven to my battered muscles, and I let out a long sigh. Alexander chuckled as he finally let go off me, reassured that I was safely leaning against the sloped side of the huge bathtub. My eyes had already closed themselves, no matter how hard I protested against it. A short moment later, I heard a splash, and then the water lapped up against my chest as movement disturbed it. Not a second later, I felt a set of strong arms pull me against a hard, muscular chest. A shocked squeak escaped my lips as my naked body came into contact with glorious, naked male. Alexander chuckled in my ear. I'm not going to let you drown, gramokroi. Relax. My cheeks infused with red and heat, but I couldn't deny how amazing it felt. Cradled between his legs, my backside pressed up against him and his arms wrapped around me. They held me up and encased me in warmth and safety. I was asleep maybe 2 minutes later. How I managed that with the both of us completely naked together for the first time, I really didn't understand. I was floating. The air around me was warm and glittered where sunlight hit fine motes of dust that swirled around me. The light was warm and golden, the way it was when the sun stood low on the horizon and hid the glass doors in the living just right. I spun around as I continued my dance. There was no music playing other than the music of the sunset as it played across the sky in an abundance of color. I loved this moment of the day. I loved the sunlight as it whispered across my skin. It felt like a lover's caress, or the embrace of a mother. At the thought of my mother, I shivered. She was a ray of sunshine around the house, just like always, but these past few days there had been hidden shadows in her eyes. The shadows tickled at my memory. I'd seen them before, but I couldn't remember when or why. It frustrated me to no end. Me? My baby brother's angelic voice interrupted my thoughts, and I swirled around to look at the tiny boy. At 5 years old, he looked like a cherub, the cutest boy ever. All my friends thought so too. What is it, giant? I asked him, wondering why he was out of bed. I scooped him off the floor and balanced him on my hip. He was wearing Spider-Man PJs and held his stuffed white lion tightly in his arms. Pushing out a trembling lip, he whispered, "The boogeyman was in my room." He turned his face to hide it in my shoulder, his small form shaking against me. "Come on, hey, we'll fight him and scare him away together," I said. It was what we always did when Andy thought the boogeyman plagued him. He squirmed till I put him down and ran to get the baseball bat my mom kept next to the door. It was too big for him still to hold properly, but he tried anyway. Taking an umbrella myself, I brandished it around like sword. The boogeyman is no match for brave Knight Andy and his loyal sidekick, I proclaimed. He yelled fiercely in agreement, and we charged up the stairs together and straight to his room. The both of us immediately started jabbing at the shadows there, underneath the bed and the closet, behind the curtains, and even behind the door until Hay was sure the foul boogeyman was no more. With a smile, I tucked him into bed. See, all is well. Giant. Sweet dreams, I whispered. As I left the room and made my way downstairs again, I noticed a deeper shadow next to the door. Too dark with all the colors of the sunset, painting the white walls. A shiver ran down my spine as I stared at it, and it felt as if that shadow stared right back at me. I wanted to feel scared, but instead, a strange calm settled over me. I knew I was safe. That shadow could never hurt me. Stepping closer, I reached out a hand, feeling silly, but I still wanted to make sure there was nothing there but darkness. My hand touched something hard, searing my fingers as if I'd touched a blazing furnace. I jumped away. A hiss sounded in my ears, and then suddenly, the room was so much lighter, that shadow gone. Still, I felt like I wasn't alone, and I spun around to look if maybe Mom had gotten home early. In the doorway to the living room was a silhouette, the shape of a man. The light from the sunset made the contrast so intense that all I could see was his shape, distinctly male because of the wide expanse of chest and the confident male aura that oozed around him. I squinted my eyes to get a better look, and almost immediately, the shape started to fade away. Yet before he disappeared completely, I noticed the white trailing out of his back to the floor. Wings made of light? Wait. I called out, running forward because I felt like the strange visitor was good. Unlike the shadow from before, the one that had scared Andy. But as I reached the doorway, he was gone, leaving no trace behind. No, wait. There on the tile floor lay a single feather. The first thing that met my eyes when I opened them was the stark white of the bathtub and a layer of white bubbles. As I let my eyes drift upwards, I saw a few black folders and papers in it balanced on the side of the tub. Strong arms were still wrapped around me, and the moment I realized that, I also became aware of the muscular chest pressed against my back, male anatomy pressed against my rear, while thick male thighs cradled my legs. The position was incredibly intimate, but I didn't feel embarrassed. This felt right. This was exactly where I wanted to be, right here in Alexander's arms. The fact that his body was simply divine was just a very lucky side note. Although seeing the size of him, you couldn't exactly call it a side note. You awake again à grand mouchoir? Alexander said just at that moment, and then I did blush scarlet. God, I hope he didn't hear my thought there. There were still these moments when I projected them to him without meaning to. Yeah, and I feel much better, I replied. I felt really great. In fact, all the soreness in my muscles was gone, and that heavy feeling in my head had completely dissipated. I heard a noise, and then I saw that Alexander had deposited a Bluetooth earpiece on top of the folders. I did some work while you slept to keep me distracted, he explained with a soft chuckle. I have a lot of restraint, but not that much when it concerns you. With a gentle hand, he moved my hair aside and started lavishing hot kisses on my neck and throat. You are by far the most beautiful creature I've ever laid eyes on. A grand mouchoir. Under his administrations, I felt my body grow hot and tight with need, his own arousal evident in our current position. I moved to turn around and straddle him, wrapping my arms around his neck and pressing my chest against him. With a groan, he ran his hands down my back, pressing one against the small of my back but letting the other travel lower to cup my bottom. He attacked my mouth with a mind-blowing kiss that had me reeling with all the sensations coursing through me. I want to kiss every inch of your body, he whispered huskily in my ear. Before I could even respond to that sensual promise, he stood up and lifted me easily with him, stepping out of the, somehow, still deliciously warm water. He made short work of drying the both of us with soft towels, managing to make even that an erotic dance that served only to tighten the feminine muscles low in my body. The next I became aware of was my back colliding with the soft mattress in the bedroom, and Alexander looking down on me with an almost feral glint in his beautiful, stormy eyes. They were now so dark they appeared black. I woke up when my stomach protested loudly. I was starving. As soon as I moved, Alexander tightened his arms around me for a short moment before releasing me. Let's get you fed, little human, he said. I laughed. Little human? Yes, my little human, he replied with a warm look in his eyes. They were the lightest shade of gray I'd seen on him so far. Was that because he was very sated right now? I thought we'd established that I was half demon and a quarter angel too. That means I'm hardly human, I said as I climbed out of bed and shrugged into a white shirt of Alexander, buttoning it slowly in the front as I looked around the room for something else to put on. Spotting Alexander's ripped jeans on the chair next to the closet, I hurried over and slipped them on with a pair of panties, bending down to roll up the pant legs and cinching a belt around my waist to hold them up. Dressed, I sighed happily, realizing that Alexander was watching me intently from where he stood, getting dressed himself in jeans and a tight dark gray shirt. I like it when you wear my clothes, agramokoi. Ignoring the comment besides smiling, I made my way over the wall panel that hid some of my things and pulled it aside to get the small box of knickknacks. Digging around in it, I soon found what I was looking for. What are you doing, Britt? Alexander asked curiously. He was kneeling behind me, surrounding me with his body heat. I closed the box and returned it to its place before carefully lifting the object I'd taken out of it. I dreamed about this in the bath. In my hands, I held a single feather. It was white, almost iridescent, and as long as my underarm, each filament tipped with gold. The feather of an angel. My grandfather's feather, if I interpreted my dream memories right. Alexander looked down on the object in my hands with a furrowed brow before he carefully lifted it from my hands, inspecting it with a practiced eye. Do you know something I don't? Alexander? I asked him when he still didn't say anything but got up and moved to hold it in front of a light. Just look, Britt, he replied, as he moved the feather in front of the lamp it sparked. There wasn't really a good way to describe it, but the feather seemed to come alive and radiate light, or maybe it just reflected light in a very curious way. Would you like to meet him? He suddenly said, his voice quiet, almost solemn, as if he was lost in thought. Yet he turned those stormy eyes on me with a searching look, as if he wanted to reach inside my mind and see what it would do to me if I did. Meet who? My words came out a little breathlessly as I stared, almost enchanted at the feather as it lit up under the light. I'd never thought to hold it that close to a lamp. Your grandfather, Alexander replied softly. He returned the feather to my hand and wrapped his arms around my waist to tug me into his chest, surrounding me in a circle of warmth and protection. You know who my grandfather is? I asked in wonder. I know who that feather belongs to, a gramokoi, Alexander replied, nodding his head towards the feather in my hand. He explained, angel wings are very distinct, unique, so separate feathers are often easy to recognize as belonging to a certain angel. That one. Another nod to the feather in my hand. The wings it belongs to are very distinct indeed, and well known amongst the supernatural community. Somehow, Alexander didn't sound very happy about it though. He looked almost troubled. Weren't angels good? So how could the thought of this particular angel trouble him? Who is he, Alexander? I would like to meet him. The thought of having another relative alive was making my heart speed up. Maybe it wasn't just Hay and I on this world after all, although we now had a family with Alexander, of course. He's the Regis of South America, a Gramokoi, Alexander said, as if that explained everything. Regis? There's several major territories, each led by a Regis. All the Regis together sit on a council. They are the most powerful, oldest, and their will is absolute, Alexander explained slowly. So, in essence, the Regis rule the world? I asked. Alexander nodded. Once, long ago, it was the angels that each occupied a Regis position. They were called archangels then. But the last 25,000 years, other creatures have stepped up to take Regis positions. 25,000 years? God, the supernatural history of the world was long, and probably filled with a lot more accurate details than what I had to learn during history in school. Wait, didn't Alexander once mention territories as well? Something about Thornton going after his? You're a Regis too, aren't you? You're the Regis of North America? I asked, experiencing a moment almost like the light bulb moments in cartoons. The revelation came so suddenly, Alexander chuckled softly. Yes, I am a Gramokoi. No wonder Luke fainted. So why did you look troubled when you found out my grandfather is a Regis as well? Is that a problem? Is he a mean man? I asked in a hurry. At the thought of Luke, I realized that particular vampire was dead now. Dead because he dared touch me. No, I just find it hard to grasp how he could impreg Alex, a woman in my territory, without my knowledge. He's also been in your home several times, or you wouldn't have found one of his feathers. It means he either has powers I'm not aware of, or the people in that particular area are more corrupt. Then I thought, oh, I see. Hey, if Thornton is using this excuse that he has to punish Deidre by killing Bob to make a play for your territory, where is he from then? I wondered. Fast thinking, a glas McCoy. Thornton is the Regis of Western Europe. His seat of power lies in London, Alexander replied. So that time you spend in London, when you picked up the British accent, you spend under Thornton's rule? At that, he shook his head. No. At that time, another Regis ruled Western Europe. Thornton and I served Raziel together. When Thornton killed her and took over her territory, I left for America, where I carved out my own territory. With an almost proud look on his face, he said, I'm the youngest known Regis to have managed such a large territory and create stability. Which brought on the question, how old are you exactly? I was born in 532 AD. You do the math, a gramo choi. Fuck me, he was old. I thought at the most 600, but damn, that was almost 1500 years, and Bob was even older. Wow, even Sarah was almost that old, but she didn't behave any different from the rest of the teenagers I knew. So how old is Thornton then? And more importantly, how old is my grandfather? Thornton is a vampire like me, and my guess is that he's about 5,000 years old. He's been the Regis of Western Europe for nearly 500 years. Your grandfather? I don't know how old he is, a gramo choi, but old, very old indeed. He's the oldest Regis alive on the council, which is why I am so surprised to find out he fell in love with your grandmother. At his age, emotions, especially those of a human, become to mean less. Things fade. It was commonly thought that he is so old that he's lost all appetites of the flesh, both carnal and sustenance. But I'm the living proof of how wrong that thought is. I nodded, understanding things better now. I would still like it if you could tell me his name. I can't go around calling him Regis now, can I? Alexander started guiding me out of the bedroom so we could make our way to the kitchen for food. Yes, I suppose not. His name is Talanextic. The name that rolled off his lips was very foreign and strange, and when I tried to say it just the way Alexander had, which sounded almost natural, I found myself tripping over my tongue. Great. No wonder Alexander just kept saying grandfather or Regis. Still lost in thought, we reached the kitchen, where I had another shock. Deidre was sitting at the table with Andy in her lap. She looked like a real ice princess, if not for the softening of her eyes every time she looked at my brother. Behind her stood another tall man, fair yet heavily muscled. He looked like a real Nordic warrior. The image only enhanced by the thick golden locks that fell becomingly around his face, and the heavy leather jacket with beautiful Nordic scrollwork in gold on it. I could easily see this man wielding a set of mean-looking battle axes, or a huge great sword while wearing chainmail. This was a man that bathed in blood, yet I didn't think he was a vampire. I just couldn't figure out what he was. Not a shapeshifter? He didn't contain the lethal aura of a predator, at least not the way Fort or Jaden did. Nor did he have that certain stillness about him, the slightly offbeat breathing pattern that always seemed to accompany vampires. Except Alexander, he was a master in appearing human, deadly, beautiful but human. Witches weren't immortal, so it couldn't be that either. There was no doubt that this man had lived like a Viking. The only other creatures I knew of were angels and demons, and since he had no wings nor red eyes, Samuel, Alexander said from beside me, confirming my suspicion that this was the warrior my mate had sent to retrieve Deidre. My lord, the blonde Viking nodded respectfully. Please tell me you'll end this foolishness and quit playing school. His voice had a slightly lilting accent, the way only the Nordic people spoke, and it was very pleasant to listen to. Yes, my impatient friend. I suppose it is time we ended the charades once more. Alexander nodded. He sounded a little tired and sad all of a sudden, and I immediately reached out to wrap a hand around his, showing him my support. Deidre. A nod in the redhead's direction that was on the edge of being disrespectful. Alexander strode past everyone and straight to the cupboards, ripping them open in search for something to eat for me. What would you like, a gramo croix? Oh, I'll fix something. Anyone else hungry? Danis immediately exclaimed. pushing Alexander aside when he lifted a pan off the stove and sniffed at it suspiciously. Never let a man who doesn't eat fix you food. Brittany, it'll taste gross. Amen to that, Eli, Jaden said warmly from his position by the door. The Nordic warrior suddenly threw back his head and laughed, a loud booming sound. Didn't think I'd see the day the great Alexander Clitton tried to prepare food. Other than seducing a pretty lady for his own meal, his hulking figure shook with mirth. I frowned. Alexander seduced pretty women to feed from? Didn't he say he puts them to sleep? No, that was stupid. You can't just snap your fingers and have a person drop on the spot fast asleep. That would draw attention. Still, there was a bubbling feeling of jealousy in the pit of my stomach that I really didn't like. My mate seducing other women, even if just to feed from them. Everyone had gathered in the kitchen, it seemed, with the panther at the door and Bob leaning against the wall next to it. Sarah at the table staring intently at Deidre, who was holding on to Andy as if he was a lifeline. Then there was Seriton, who stood at the back door, his body turned in such a way that he could watch the room and out the window to the world as well. Which reminded me that I wasn't sure what Seriton was either. He appeared to be a vampire though, but my guess was an old one too, because he was good at hiding it. Very good. It's a good thing you're so bloody good at what you do, Samuel, or I'd have you punished for your insolence, Alexander said, and he sounded completely serious. I would have believed he meant it if not for the faint feeling of amusement that I felt through our bond. Dennis, just the sandwich is fine, I said, and made my way over to him so I could hop onto the counter. He shook his head with an amused smile and busied himself making pancakes instead. So, Brittany, how's the sore muscles? Jaden teased from his spot by the door. All better? Ready for another bout of practice? I shot back with a smile, flipping out a knife from the wide holster around my waist. Alexander insisted I started wearing that everywhere, just to make sure I had a weapon on me at all times. No thanks. Maybe you can trick Sammy into it? Jaden replied, flinching melodramatically. Sammy ain't going to play target. Only you're stupid enough to agree to that, you silly cat, the warrior jibed, turning to pierce the panther with a daring look in his sky-blue eyes. As he turned, I realized he was wearing a huge blade strapped to his back. How the hell did I miss that? But when he moved again, it felt like my eyes slid right past the blade and I couldn't see it any longer. What I did notice was the way Alexander had moved along every time, keeping his body between me and the rest of the kitchen's inhabitants. Except Dennis, who was right beside me, flipping pancakes on the stove like a pro. Reaching out, I slapped my mate in the back of the head playfully. Stop that, okay? We're at home and there's enough testosterone-filled men here to protect me, seriously. He spun around so fast to pin me against the cupboards behind me that all I saw was a momentary blur. His hands blazing against me as he cupped my face, crowding my space with his body until I felt surrounded. We had an agreement, Britt. You would not fight me or complain when it concerns your protection, he said, his voice low and saturated with his Irish ancestry. He was deadly serious and not at all amused with my flippant attitude. I huffed at him, blowing some strands of hair out of my face. Oh, shush. Do you want me to make you lose control again tonight? I whispered teasingly. But when pretty much everyone in the room gasped, I realized they could all still hear me. Stupid, sensitive hearing. To my surprise, Alexander started laughing. I would never say no to what you just offered, a gramo huawi. Are you embarrassed now? There was more laughter around the room as my cheeks turned the brightest red so far. So I hit him again. Not nice, Alexander. I like her, Alex. She's got spunk, said Samuel, suddenly standing behind Alexander and clapping him hard on the shoulder. Then the Viking turned his sky-blue eyes on me. Hey kid, I'm Samuel Asbertson. Keep him in line for us, will ya? Leaning forward to look more closely at the man over Alexander's shoulder. I nodded. Yeah, of course I will. Was it me, or did Samuel's eyes almost glow? They looked so blue that they almost appeared celestial. Was he an angel after all? What are you? The question fell from my lips before I could stop myself. Alexander turned around, giving me his back, and I happily leaned forward against him, wrapping my legs around his waist. Samuel looked at Alexander and something was communicated between them before he smiled gently. There's many creatures in this world you don't know of, kid, but I'll humor you this once. I'm a titan. A titan? What the hell was a titan? Weren't they some kind of giants? Before I could ask, though Samuel whirled around, giving me a clear view of that huge blade on his back, if only for a second. Then it was impossible to see it again. Any more jobs you want me to do, Alex? No? Then I'm out of here. I have a pile of things to catch up to. He was already striding over to the back door. Actually, I do, Alexander called out, and the tall blonde man stopped in his tracks. Great, what now? I want you to go to Talanic with an invitation. His words made everyone in the kitchen freeze in their tracks. Come again, Alex? The Viking asked, his blue eyes definitely sparking to live with an eerie light this time. I knew I wasn't imagining it. Alexander tugged me off the counter onto his back and carried me till he was right in front of Samuel. Hand him this, and tell him there's 2 people that wish to see him when he has time. It's important. Tell him I know. Alexander had taken a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to Samuel, somehow still supporting me with one hand. Are you sure, Alex? The Titan asked as he examined the coin in his hand. Was that concern I heard in the hulking guy's voice? Yes. A pause. Good luck, Sam. Be careful out there. I have a bad feeling. You and your feelings, Samuel muttered as he stepped out the door and disappeared into the slowly falling night. Within a few strides, he was swallowed up by shadows. Talanic? Really, Alex? Why would you want anything to do with the Regis of South America? He gives me the chills, that one colder than ice princess over there, Jaden said, nodding at Deidre. She looked up to glare at the panther, but quickly turned to hide her face behind Andy when that meant she had to look at Bob too. So my grandfather really was a cold person? It seemed like everyone here was afraid of him, except Alexander, I supposed. It didn't help that he was troubled when he thought of Talanic. I was starting to think I was better off not knowing who my grandfather was. I think we all need pie again. Andy's voice suddenly cut through the tense silence. With a frown, I nodded. Yeah, I think you're right, Giant. Oh, I was a gidding be neat thing I have our held to bew. My member held as I was a gidding me taste. I was a gidding me talk with Deidre in private. He was absolutely convinced that Deidre would try to either kill me or kidnap me or something. I took Deidre with me to Alexander's study because I knew that room was soundproof even to shifter and vampire hearing. Dennis only came along for a few minutes to light up the fireplace with a softly muttered spell and hand me a cup of steaming hot chocolate. Deidre indeed looked like royalty. The way she sat down on one of the chairs and smoothed her hands over her fitted leather pants as if she wore a ball gown. Her chin turned upwards the slightest bit and her shoulders and back straight, giving me a clear view of her pale but delicate throat. Now that I knew how much Andy had instantly taken to her, I could see the signs better. She wore this cold ice princess demeanor like an armor, and if that didn't work, she became the sultry seductress. She turned her liquid silver eyes on me and I had a fleeting look into the woman behind them, just like that very first night I met her. Broken? Yes, so very heartbroken she was. How could one ever expect to mend something like that? What do you wish of me? What is your price for this protection? Deirdre said, her voice steely as if she was preparing for the worst and willing to bargain to her best ability. She had no idea how to deal with me, even though she thought I was only human. No price, Deirdre. I wanted to protect you because I knew it would break Bob if you died. I'm not willing to let that happen, I said, forcing my voice to be gentle. Deirdre was like a skittish animal, and I didn't want to push her in the wrong direction and make her panic or attack. Deirdre's face remained stoic, impassive, but I could feel disbelief pouring out of her. She came from a world where you didn't do things for each other without expecting payment. That much was clear. Before we could continue our conversation, the door opened again, and Andy quickly ran into the room. Sarah, go away. I don't want to go to bed, he squealed as he rushed over to me and dove into my arms. I'm sorry, Brittany, come on. Hey, you shouldn't disturb them, Sarah tried from the doorway with a gentle smile on her face. It's okay, miss. I'll take him to bed myself shortly. No, hey, you're not getting away. When my baby brother struggled to run off again, I wrapped my arms around him tightly. You sure? Sarah asked, but she was already withdrawing from the room, leaving the 3 of us alone in silence. A silence Andy broke by saying, I don't want to go to MY bed, Ames. Can I sleep with you and Nat? Your bed is so much bigger. It's good for bouncing. Eh? You'll have to ask Alexander Giant, but I'm sure it's fine, I replied, feeling a little guilty all of a sudden for leaving him in the care of the others so much these past few days. I became aware of Deidre's eyes burning into us as she stared at Andy, who now snuggled into my arms with a content sigh. There was such longing reflected in those mercury orbs of her that I just knew that she'd once lost her own child. "It's not safe," Deidre whispered then, and the sound was broken, desperate. "It's not safe to keep me here. Thornton will come and he'll hurt you, all of you." But as she looked at Andy, I knew the heart-wrenched words were meant for him. She was terrified that Thornton would hurt Andy. "I think we can decide that for ourselves. Alexander would never let any harm befall a child, or any of his family for that matter. He's the most loyal man I've ever met." I paused a moment so that my words sunk into her. Andy took the opportunity to speak again. "Read my mind, Brittany." After which he continued mentally. "Deidre makes my head heavy again. I don't want her to hurt so bad. She makes Bobby hurt too, and he's already so tired always from trying to stay away from her. Can you fix it?" I tried, but nothing works. Bob tired from staying away from Deidre. The images that Andy unintentionally sent along with his thought showed me an all too familiar picture. Immediately, things clicked into place, and I was shocked by the damage it had done to my friend. "Look, I don't know what happened between you and Bob, but it's clear that you're both hurting over it. It's making Bob vulnerable, and I don't like seeing him that way, and I don't like seeing you hurt either." Deidre sat up straighter than a ruler as if she was about to rip into me with a vengeance, obviously pissed off that I was interfering with private matters. I raised my hand to stop her. "No, let me finish." Surprisingly, she swallowed her words and cast her eyes downwards, her pose suddenly submissive. "Alexander and Sarah are both powerful vampires in their own right," I started, and she scoffed a little disbelievingly, obviously thinking I was understating Alexander by ranking him with Sarah. "But Bob has virtually no powers. He can't even keep his fangs retracted around humans and is forced to mumble. The others all think it's because he made Alexander and Sarah in one night, but I think that's only partially the truth. Do you agree with me?" The way she shifted her eyes and then slumped just a little more into her chair, her composure shot to hell, told me enough. "You are mates, aren't you? But you haven't mated yet, and the strain of being apart is draining you both? Especially Bob?" Those were well-educated assumptions, and I held my breath after I spoke, hoping I was right. Deidre was quiet for a few minutes while Andy leaned forward in my lap, staring intently at her as if he was urging her to speak. I knew he wasn't mentally reaching out to her, but I did feel a certain reaching. Something warm? Then, the red-haired woman raised her head and met my eyes. "Yes, we are mates. But you're wrong. Being unmated would only drain you for a while, then you'd be able to move on." A silence, but I already knew what she was going to say next. "We did mate. That's what's draining Bob, because I'm weak and constantly in danger. He's been giving me all of his power, all of it." I tried to stop it. I tried to tell him not to, but... And then the woman broke down and started sobbing, full out and heartbroken sobs. She hid her face in her hands, but I'd already seen the crimson tears. I didn't hesitate to push Andy off my lap and sit down on the armrest beside Deidre so I could pull her into my arms and hug her tightly. Andy followed suit and climbed onto her lap so he could wrap his small arms around her waist. We sat like that for several long minutes while she cried into my shoulder and held Andy to her chest as if he was her long-lost child. Then Andy reached out to me mentally. "Brittany, great, you did it." I wasn't so sure what and if I did anything at all, but it felt like I'd earned Deidre's trust. Somehow I'd managed to reach behind the cold mask and found the real woman. How can I make things right? I don't want Bob to die. I can't have him die. I don't want to be alone anymore, please. I'll try to help you, Deidre, I promise, and Sarah will too. Whatever it was that happened, I don't believe it's too late. If he's been giving you all of his power for so long, it has to mean that he cares for you still." As if on cue, Sarah came back into the study and joined us near the fire, a glint in her eyes. "Let's talk business, girls. We have some major fixing ahead of us." After that, we spent hours and hours talking about the past and the present until I knew why Bob had left her and why they were still apart. Deidre's life was one big tragedy, and the way I heard it, so was Bob's. Even Sarah heard things she had no knowledge of about her own brother. Andy had long since fallen asleep, sprawled out on the thick rug in front of the fire, his soft snores bringing a sense of tranquility to the room. I knew he was happy now. He hated being alone always. And now that we'd given Deidre hope and friendship, I realized that my head too felt much lighter. Carrying Andy in my arms, I made my way up the stairs, flanked by Sarah and Deidre, who were still softly talking to each other. I heard Sarah point out which door was Bob's before they wished me goodnight, and each disappeared into their own rooms. The door to our room was open a crack, I noticed, and when I nudged it open, I saw Alexander seated on the bed, a scattering of papers around him and a frown on his face. When he saw me, his eyes widened a fraction before he flashed over to me so quick that I didn't even see him move. Is he hurt? What happened? He asked as he took the sleeping Andy from my arms and hurried to the bed where he gently put him down. The papers stacking themselves neatly without a hand touching them and shifting to an ordered pile on the nightstand. Nothing, he's just sleeping, I replied. But he wanted to sleep here tonight and I said yes. Are you okay with that? His eyes darkened and then I saw his nostrils flare as he breathed in deeply through his nose. Britt, then why are you covered in Deidre's blood? Because she was crying Alexander and I comforted her, I replied as I watched Alexander rake his eyes over Andy as if checking for injuries. One hand he reached out to gently move some strands of hair out of Andy's face. I told you to keep your distance, and I told you to keep those daggers within reach. Damn it, Alexander Whisper yelled as he pointedly glared at the belt of daggers I had dangling in my hand. It was obvious I'd taken it off against his wishes. She's no danger to me or Hay, and especially not Bob Alexander, I whispered back as I shrugged out of Alexander's white shirt, stained crimson from Deidre's tears. I threw it in the hamper and quickly washed up in the bathroom where I tugged on proper PJs. Alexander didn't follow me, and he switched to talking with his mime so he wouldn't wake Andy. Britt, you don't know what she did to Bob. You don't know what happened. So you can't know for sure if she's a threat or not. It's because of her Thornton is threatening all of you now. I shot him a glare. I do know what happened. That's why it took so long. It's what the three of us have been talking about. ALL Knight Alexander. Besides, from what I've heard of that Thornton, he would have used any excuse to go after your territory. This is just very convenient. Since I was done in the bathroom, I made my way over to the bed where I saw that Alexander had already changed Andy into his Spider-Man PJs and tucked him in, smack in the middle of the bed. I know, but that doesn't mean she's trustworthy, Britt. Alexander reached out a hand to cup my face gently. I love you, Agormukoyi. I love you too, but now you're trying to change the subject. Deidre is Bob's soulmate, Alexander. You can't deny them being together. It's a part of the reason Bob appears to have no powers. I folded back the blanket and slid in beside Hay. Alexander froze in place and stared at me as if struck by lightning. You are sure about this, Agormukoyi? He spoke out loud, but his voice was very soft as he knelt beside me on the floor, taking one of my hands in his. I saw her mark Alexander, and it's unmistakably Bob's. They mated. I sent him a mental image of the mark I'd seen on Deidre along with my words. Alexander nodded as he stroked his thumb over my hand. It appeared as if he was concentrating hard on that motion, but I knew he was thinking. Planning. He had to figure out what to do about Deidre. Knowing that she was Bob's mate was changing the entire situation. He knew now that he didn't just have to protect Deidre because I wanted it so, but that she was now his family. If she died then, so would Bob, because they had mated. I will talk to Bob, he said. Standing up, he gently kissed my forehead. Sleep well, Agormukoyi. I will be back as soon as possible, forgive me, but work and duty call. I nodded. Take care, Alexander. He had already disappeared out the door whispering close without so much as a sound. Turning, I realized he'd forgotten his stacks of folders and papers which he'd been looking over when he entered. Then, right before my eyes, they simply vanished. Yes, they vanished in thin air. What the? I started to mutter, but I heard a low chuckle echo in my mind. And then Alexander's mental voice. Yes, I just moved the stack of papers Agormukoyi. Don't wait up for me. My head filled itself with his lullaby and images of the beautiful Irish countryside. I guessed they were memories of places Alexander himself had been. Curled up protectively around my little brother, I was soon fast asleep. It was all his brick. When I walked at my ample, and I was cocooned in warmth, and he was still fast asleep, curled up in my arms with his back pressed against me, his head cradled on my arm. Alexander lay behind me with one male thigh pressed up between my legs and his arm thrown over my waist to hold both me and Andy. Morning, Agormukoyi. He breathed softly in my hair, shifting just the tiniest bit to press his chest closer against my back. "Morning, Alexander. Was everything okay? Did you talk with Bob?" I asked. I was anxious to know what had gone on while I slept last night. A chuckle, soft and low, his chest vibrating against me the way it always gave me shivers. The mark was there. Yes, the exact same mark as the one you showed me Deidre has. Bob said he didn't tell us because he knew it would change things for me. He didn't want me to feel responsible for Deidre, and he didn't want me push him into making amends. The silence that followed told me just how hurt Alexander was over the fact that Bob hadn't told him this. I knew he'd never admit it out loud, but it was obvious. I rubbed my fingers over his arm in an effort to show him I was there for him. "What's next?" "We get up and fix you and Andy breakfast, Britt," Alexander replied with a hint of teasing. "Saratin and Jaden have already left on assignments I set for them, and I brought in one of my other, Tawisich Dilsishta, to run security here. Since no one is going to school at the moment, we can do with one, and I have some of my people working on arranging homeschooling for Andy. Besides that, I have to run reports and place some visits to other Tawisich whom I trust less." Samuel reported some disturbances in several states that need checking. My mind was sort of buzzing with that information, because pretty much the only thing I understood from all of that was that Andy was getting homeschooling now. Tawisich, what the hell were those? Another chuckle, and then Alexander whispered, "Tawisich is Gaelic for chieftain Agramocroy. It is the title given to the ones who rule a section of my territory for me. It is split up along the state lines, as you know them for the most part, although some territories include several states." He paused before continuing his explanation. Tawisich Dilsiikta means something like true chieftains or loyal chieftains. Jaden, Samuel, and Saratin each carry that rank because I trust them implicitly. They do not rule pieces of my territory. Rather, they supervise everything for me. "And there are more? Tawisach Dilsakta?" I asked, wondering how many people over the years had earned his trust so implicitly, even though he'd had to fight so incredibly hard for his survival and that of his siblings. Alexander didn't trust easily, that I knew. "There's several more. Yes, you'll get to meet Lysander shortly. He's very competent with security details and will run the operation here smoothly, even though he's the youngest of my Tawisakta, being only 300 years old." "Only 300? I mimicked Alexander with a laugh. He ignored it. "I'm afraid I'll be away all day. I have to hurry if I want to visit 7 Tawisich. Danis is going to be run ragged with all the teleporting he'll have to do for me." "Danis can teleport?" Andy suddenly exclaimed. "That's so cool." Alexander laughed. "Morning at Juman. Most witches can teleport a little. Danis is particularly good at it, though." He tightened his hold for a short moment, hugging the both of us close to him before he let go and slid out of bed. When I turned to look at him, he was already completely dressed, not a hair out of place. "Hey, Alexander, since you have witch blood in you, does that mean you can teleport as well? Is that what you did with the papers last night?" I wondered. "Yese gramukroa. Unfortunately, Alexley for Danis. I cannot teleport myself or large objects. Now come, we need to get started with the day. Lysander will train with you today, and I thought maybe Hay would like to learn too. I can be a ninja," Andy exclaimed, rushing out of bed to show off his moves to Alexander. As after goal. I was almost on Usaptors in the Pakistan backfist with Hay and Danis, after which I had to say goodbye to Alexander. He left with a kiss on my forehead and a softly muttered warning that I should still be careful around Deidre. She might be Bob's mate, but that didn't mean she wouldn't betray us to keep him alive or something. Danis made a show of grimacing when he grabbed onto Alexander's shoulder before bowing elegantly. Then, with a wink, they both disappeared from the room. Andy clapped and bounced in his chair. "Do you think I can learn to do that?" "Don't know. We're not witches. Giant, but we have an angel for a grandfather and a demon as a dad, so I'm sure we can do something special." I winked at him as I took his hand to lead him to the training room. In the hall, we met up with Deidre and Sarah, both wearing simple, loose clothing fit for training. "Did Alex order you two to train as well?" I asked them. They nodded, and Deidre flipped her red hair over her shoulder. "I can fight all right. I've had to fight all my life." "Your mate is one pushy guy." "Oh, I know. Let's go, okay? I want to know who this Lysander is," I said. Sarah groaned. "Not Lysander. That bad?" I pushed open the door to the training room and stepped inside, scanning the wide open space for this young Zeech. The room was empty, however, so I shrugged and made my way over to the mats already in place on the floor. The door swung open behind us to admit Bob. Wearing just a pair of training pants, he strode into the room on bare feet. Looking at him, I realized that he was pretty damn muscular as well, but his build was much slighter then. Alexander, and the way he always slouched when he walked, hid that. He strode over to the mats but didn't look at Deidre whatsoever, as he turned his back to us. However, I had a clear view of the mating mark that covered his left shoulder blade. Andy leaned over to tug Deidre to his level, and when she did, he pressed a kiss to her cheek and then patted her hand. After that, he ran over to Bob to hug his leg. "Bobby, are we gonna play the Wii again today? Are you gonna teach me to be a ninja?" Bob's posture immediately softened. "Of course we can play Wii, kid, and I'll teach you some ninja moves anytime. Come here." He took Andy to the mats and started demonstrating how to stand and kick and even punch. I wasn't sure how I felt about my baby brother learning to fight, but on the other hand, I knew he wasn't the kind to hurt innocents, and it was good if he could protect himself somewhat. Bob wasn't a rookie either. He didn't have the speed that Alexander or Saratin possessed when they fought, but the techniques were all there. There was a look of determination on his face when he practiced, and I could see him think through strategies. We were all watching when a voice suddenly barked, "Attention please, ladies." Behind us stood a darkly handsome man. He didn't look any younger than Jaden or Alexander. Any human would have estimated him to be about 25 to 28 years old, but looks obviously were deceiving. His hair was such a dark shade of brown that it appeared almost black, and his face was aristocratic. His skin a beautiful olive tone that implied a Mediterranean heritage, just like his eyes that were so dark beneath his sculptured eyebrows that they too appeared black. He was dressed in flowing black pants that looked both stylish and easy to move in, and a black shirt that bared his underarms and flowed over his chest. It showed clearly how he too was muscular to a fault. But hey, all these men were warriors, so it wasn't that strange. His clothes all appeared to be tailor-made to fit him like a glove, and it spoke volumes. This man considered himself well-bred. Like royalty. The way he stood with his chin slightly raised gave me the feeling he was looking down on us with a hint of contempt. I had thought the Nordic Samuel was an arrogant son of a bitch, and Jaden a close second with his teasing comments. But this guy? Phew. It was a wonder he'd managed to get through the door. "I see what you mean, Sarah," I told her with a wink. "Lord Alexander has charged me with training you in the art of self-defense, and as your instructor, I demand your completely attention. I do not tolerate unnecessary talking, and especially not complaining," the infamous Lysander said, a melodic accent filtering through his voice that sounded faintly Greek. After that, he set us to go through a series of exercises, so he could evaluate each of our skills. Deidre soon proved to be quite adequate, and before Lysander could get her started on brushing up her skills, Bob jumped in saying that he'd train her. Lysander looked at Bob with more contempt than he did to Deidre and Sarah, obviously not impressed, but he nodded and pretended he didn't know they were even there. I suppose being the brother of the man he swore allegiance to, he felt like he couldn't really object. After that, he put Sarah through her moves and gave her exercises so she could improve what little skills she had. Sarah moved like a graceful dancer, but it was clear that she had hardly any knowledge of fighting, and especially that she had no desire to learn either. It was funny to watch how every time Lysander turned his back on her, she would go through dance exercises instead. He knew, of course, but again, he didn't say anything. When he turned his dark eyes on me, I swallowed once convulsively before reminding myself that I was in fact Alexander's mate. Deidre behaved submissive to me as if I was her leader, and if Alexander was Lysander's lord, then I was his lady, wasn't I? Yet with the faint sneer on his handsome face as he looked at me, the contempt oozing out of him as he assessed my posture. It was hard not to feel as tiny as a mouse. Hours later, I felt like I had been strung up for a beating. My muscles were each screaming in agony, and my throat felt so dry that I couldn't have been thirstier had I walked through a desert all day. With shaking legs, I forced myself to go through the exercises Lysander had set for me again. I wasn't going to back down. He wouldn't have the pleasure of seeing me give up. Never. Sarah had long since disappeared, flitting out of the room like a butterfly, and Lysander hadn't said a word about it. Just looking after her with a frown on his face, he was dying to give her a piece of his mind, yet he swallowed the words. He didn't hesitate to scold me or Andy about all the things we did wrong, though. At some point, Deidre looked at me and then at Andy, who was still bravely struggling through his own exercises. There was a curious look on his face, determination, and something else. Every time he looked at the Greek slave driver, his eyes would narrow as if he was concentrating, and then he'd renew his exercises with vigor, as if he was trying to prove something to the Taoiseach. Deidre intervened when I nodded, excusing herself with Andy because he had schoolwork to do, much to my brother's disgust. Bob followed them out the room without a word, but having seen him spar with Deidre had shown me he was nearly ready to forgive her. That left me alone with the arrogant Greek man and deciding to put an end to this right away. I swiveled to look at him with a glare. I don't know what your problem is with me, but you can spit it out right now and we'll settle this. I won't have you staring down at me with contempt when I have no clue what I did to deserve it. His sneer intensified. You are human, little girl. Even though it wasn't even true, I was part demon and part angel. I didn't deny it. If he looked down on humans, then he sure as hell didn't deserve my respect. And what are you to make you think you're so much better? I spat as I placed my hands on my hips, staring at him while I imagined that HE was the mouse instead of me. His dark eyes sparkled for a moment before he sauntered over to me, an arrogant smirk on his face. What I am, little girl? I am a Dracos, and I have every right to look down on puny little humans. His eyes blazed red for a short second as if fire danced behind his pupils. Then it was gone and I wondered if I'd imagined it. The way he loomed over me, his stance intimidating and arrogant, it had my heart beating wildly in my throat. My instincts telling me that this man was the most dangerous predator of all. So you're a shapeshifter that can change into a dragon? I asked, and my voice sounded just the slightest bit hoarse, as fear made my throat constrict. Lysander nodded his head just a fraction before he spoke again. I am Dracos. Consider us the royalty among shifters. Like the lion is the king of the savannah. Cool, I said. I need a shapeshifter to practice this one skill I have. Before he could object or ask what I was talking about, I pulled a dagger from that holster, which I'd faithfully worn all day for Alexander. I slammed it down into his thigh without hesitation. Since he didn't yell out or start fluctuating between shapes, I pulled the dagger out and stabbed his other leg too. I tell you, I wasn't a violent person at all, but with his high and mighty attitude, I was pissed off enough for it. I knew he wouldn't die from it anyway. An ear-piercing roar resounded through the room, echoing against the walls, and I was forced to let go of the dagger, still embedded in his leg, and stumble backwards. Lysander's eyes were definitely engulfed with flames now. Before me, he started growing until all I could see was a black, scaly body, supple and lean with muscle, huge claws that made furrows in the hardwood floor, and a set-off incredibly large black wings shot through with silver. The dragon's head was both the scariest thing I'd ever seen and, at the same time, hauntingly beautiful. Dark-horned ridges and tall, twisted horns with silver scales and a symmetrical pattern. His eyes like furnaces. One claw he raised and swept down to grab me, but instead of terrified that he'd hurt me, I stood still. Calm enveloped me. Stop! The command crackled through the air like a whip, and both the dragon and I looked at the door to see who said it. Well, Alexander. His normally pale skin was lit up again, and his hair fluttered around him in an unseen wind. Power pouring from every pore. His eyes completely black. It told me he was very close to losing his control. Change back, Lysander, now! He commanded before he turned to look at me with a glare. I cringed then. Obviously, he was pissed that I'd stabbed his Taoiseach for no apparent reason. Especially when he wasn't around to heal the guy and make sure I was safe in the process. Clearly, Lysander had lost it when I stabbed him. The dragon was shrinking back to human size now. And then, the impossible happened. He got stuck. First he was a dragon, then he was nearly human, and then he was a human with horns before suddenly half his body broke out in scales again. It was clear Lysander had no control over it. The fluctuations kept happening and I let out a whoop in victory. I did it. See, I did it. You're right, I can catch shifters in between shapes. Alexander didn't share my elation, but strode over to Lysander with an intent look on his face. He stood still in front of the rapidly shape-shifting dragon until suddenly snatching with his hand and withdrawing my dagger from the guy's leg. As it dropped to the floor, I realized the blade had been bent and warped as if during the shifting it hadn't been able to keep, its natural form either. Lysander's shape seemed to stabilize slowly, until a few seconds later he dropped to the floor in human form, butt naked, and obviously unconscious. Well, that was interesting. It seems it works on Dracos. Maybe I just needed to be angry to make it work? Alexander bent down and grabbed first one knife wound and then the other and healed them roughly. Then he slapped Lysander in the face to wake him up. The dragon blinked his eyes dazedly for a moment until they focused on Alexander. Then he flowed to his feet. "My lord, get dressed, lie," Alexander snapped. A blink of an eye later, Lysander wore the same clothes as before again. He bowed to Alexander in submission before shooting me a hate-filled glare from the side, trying to prevent my mate from noticing it. Somehow feeling the need to antagonize the Greek even more, I stuck out my tongue to him. "Brittany, enough of this. Lysander, get to work," my mate growled angrily. Immediately, Lysander fled from the room, happy to be out of the way when Alexander was pissed off. Then my mate turned to focus his glare on me. Alexander didn't say a word to me as he signaled me to follow him, striding out of the room on his long legs. I had to run to catch up to him, and as I did, my muscles protested loudly. I was at least 3 times more tired than I was yesterday, but it was mostly physical exhaustion this time. My mind still felt clear. Alexander stalked through the house as if a thundercloud hung above him, and he glared at Danis when we met him in the hall. I shrugged apologetically at the witch before hurrying after my mate. As I stepped into our bedroom, Alexander used his powers to slam the door shut. The sound echoed around the house loudly, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. "Stop that, Alexander. You don't go around intimidating me. Can't you be happy that I finally did it?" I exclaimed, feeling some of my earlier anger resurface as well. He turned around to face me with those completely black eyes, his fists clenched at his sides. I think he let his gaze drift over my body for a short moment, taking in my disheveled state and sweaty appearance. I was pretty sure my shoulders were slumped because my arms just felt so bloody heavy. Plus, my hair around my face was in complete disarray. Opposed to that, he looked ready to go to a fancy 5-star restaurant, dressed in elegant black slacks and a crisp white shirt. His hair, for once, not hanging across his forehead as if he'd just walked through the wind. I was still standing at the door, and he approached me like a predator stalks its prey. His gait slow and easy, yet oozing danger and maleness. I swallowed when he was almost right in front of me, my heart kicking into overdrive as my instincts told me to run hard and fast. He was doing the power thing again. The currents around him so strong that they were trying to push me to my knees even as they pressed me up against the door. "Oh, I'm glad you managed it, Brittany. It makes me feel much better knowing that you can piss of a 56-ton weighing dragon," he growled, boxing me in against the door, his lower body pressing against me as he leaned his elbows against the door beside my head. "What is it with you and making men lose control of themselves?" he said next, the question rhetorical because he continued, "Do you have a death wish or something?" Another growl erupted from him before he suddenly switched off the power show and turned around. Running his hands through his hair roughly, as if he was utterly frustrated with me, he stalked away again and disappeared into the bathroom. Shocked by what had just happened, I stared after him. Did he really feel like I was a burden he had to protect all the time? Was that why he was so frustrated? Why did my body respond in fear of him now, and not when Lysander and his dragon from nearly swiped me with his huge claw? I slid down the door to pull my knees up against my chest, wrapping my arms around them. A heavy feeling on my chest and a constricting in my throat warned me that I was about to cry. What was wrong with me anyway? I just totally stabbed a stranger for no reason other than practice, and that he pissed me off. The fact that he acted all high and mighty shouldn't be enough to make me react that way? Oh no. Was this my demon blood acting out? Was it? Agramokrowi? Alexander's voice penetrated my hazy thoughts. "Come here, Britt." He was kneeling in front of me and easily gathered me in his arms, tugging me against his chest as he lifted me off the floor. "I'm not just mad at you, Brittany. It's been a rough day," Alexander whispered in my hair. He carried me to the bathroom and set me down on the counter next to the sink. Running water and then a wet cloth that he ran over my face gently. "Come on a run. What you did was very dangerous." I told you he was very young. He was making an effort to sound gentle, but his frustration still came through. "I know. I didn't plan to do that. It just happened." He was being such an asshole. "Alexander, what if it's my demon heritage? I don't want to be evil. Why did I stab him? The question spilled out of me rapidly, and I finally looked back up at him. He changed his clothes, wearing only loose ripped jeans, and his hair was wet as if he'd splashed water in his face. He wore a solemn expression, but his eyes were their usual stormy gray again. It's okay, Britt. You're not evil by a long shot. I'm sure Lysander deserved it. I know he can be a pompous prick. He thinks he's got a lot to prove. You know, bad family, bad childhood. It's made him like this, but I swear it's just an act. Oh, I replied stupidly, sniffling a little. Why don't you go take a shower and freshen up and we'll talk this over during dinner? Just the two of us? Alexander offered. He ran his hand through my hair and nodded. He sure made you work hard, didn't he? Much harder than I did. I'll have to have words with him about that. I shook my head. You'll do no such thing, you're not going to say a word, okay? I'm pretty sure he'll sing a different tune now that I stabbed him. But you might surreptitiously drop on him that Twanek stick is my grandfather. He was all high and mighty because he thinks I'm human. Alexander sighed but nodded. Fine, now go shower. I'll get Danis to send food to the small dining room for us. I'm going to make some calls in the bedroom. He was still mad. I could tell by the way his shoulders were tensed and the atmosphere around him was heavy with it. The door shut with more force than necessary behind him on his way out. I stepped into the shower and allowed the hot water to ease some of the aches in my muscles and wash away the evidence of the hard workout. I tried not to look at the stains of blood that washed from my hands. My body felt incredibly sluggish when I stepped out of the shower and dried myself off. I had no fresh clothes here, but I didn't think it mattered. If we'd be having a small dinner together, it was okay if I just wore my PJs. Not like Alexander would care, right? I was just about to step into the bedroom wrapped in my towel when I noticed the topaz fabric on the counter. Was that? Oh wow. It was beautiful. A simple yet elegant dress the exact same shade as my eyes. How did that get here? Did Alexander teleport it in here? I assumed he wanted me to wear it, so I slid into it carefully, slipping on the lacy black panties along with it. Typical of him to pick a pair like that. Dressed, I slipped on the matching pair of pumps and did some light makeup. I couldn't go without now that he'd made me dress up like this. When I was done, I stepped into the bedroom looking around me hesitantly, but the room was deserted. Downstairs, Britt, Alexander said lightly in my mind. When I descended the stairs, I found him waiting for me at the bottom, wearing slacks again and a fresh dark blue shirt that matched his eyes. He looked absolutely beautiful even though he was still frowning, his features ascetic with hard lines and angles. He held out a hand for me and I took it, his grip gentle as he led me through a corridor to another part of the house. There was a separate dining room all set for us with one plate set for me and a tall metal container on the other side. Alexander pulled my chair out and then sat down across from me, focusing his eyes on me as I hungrily dug into the food. He screwed open the container and I caught a metallic whiff for a short moment. Blood, no doubt. Samuel do Alex me some of his blood occasionally, but he doesn't feel much for the whole me sucking some part of him thing. Neither do I. He was silent for the rest of the dinner, but just as I emptied my plate, he nodded. Now tell me what happened that made you stab him a gramokoi. It wasn't a request, but an order, and for once, I didn't fight the compulsion to obey him. I told him everything about my day right until the moment I stabbed Lysander. I hoped he better understood now why I did what I did. I didn't like it when he was mad with me. He was being extremely polite, and even the tense atmosphere around him had disappeared, but I knew it was still there. When I was finished, I nodded to him. Will you tell me about your day now? I really didn't get why he was so pissed about the whole Lysander incident. He had said there was more to it, that he'd had a rough day. Alexander turned his stormy eyes on me and nodded slowly. Very well, Britt. I will tell you. I suppose now that I have you as my mate, I should share things like this with you. Do not be shocked. His last words were an order spoken while he drummed his fingers on the table, an unconscious movement that told me he was worried I would be shocked anyhow. He suddenly stiffened, and then a few short seconds later, the door slammed open, and Jaden stormed into the room. His normally pitch-black hair a mess, and partially plastered to his forehead with blood. His shirt in tatters, and part of the knee of his pants missing. Underneath the tears, more blood visible. It was obvious he'd been in a fight, a bad one. Alexander, the Panther exclaimed. There was an attack. We drove them off, but they took one of our men. He panted as if he'd run a marathon, bending over and resting his hands on his knees to catch his breath. You better come with me to check the perimeter. Alexander was already on his feet, striding over to him. Without a word, he grabbed Jaden's head and healed him. That was one nasty head wound, boy. Show me the way. Jaden scoffed. Who are you calling boy here? This way. As he spoke, he straightened up and his clothing melted away to make place for a fresh pair of jeans and a shirt. Any bloodstains completely disappearing. They started walking out of the room and I hurried after them, not about to allow them to leave without me. It was a good thing neither of them appeared to be able to teleport, or I would have been left behind. As it was, they didn't seem to notice me hurrying after them. As they left through the back door and started walking across the large garden behind the house, Alexander finally noticed me. He turned his stormy eyes to full glare mode and said with a voice that demanded obedience, "Hell no, Brittany, you are staying inside the house." My answer was immediate and without thought. Hell no, Alexander. He was on me in 2 steps, grabbing me tightly in his arms and depositing me on the other side of the door jamb. You are staying here. I will not have you run the risk of getting hurt. They might come back. You do not want to see this. I want to be by your side. I might be able to help, I told him. You'll have to lock me up to keep me from following. Then I will, was his very short answer. Jaden, take her to my room and keep her there. The panther met my eyes, and I could tell he disagreed, but he still shrugged and reached over to grab onto my arm. Your wish is my command, he muttered. Alexander, I'm not some princess you can lock inside to keep safe. How can you do this? I thought we were in this relationship together, as equals, but apparently not. Fine, go away. I don't want to see you then. I ripped my arm out of Jaden's grip and started stalking back into the house. Brittany, for fuck's sake. Alexander was at my side in a flash. Fine, you can come, but you promise me to stay close. And if I think there's danger, you will go with Jaden without a fight. I wanted to protest more because he couldn't just get away with behavior like that, but I realized it wasn't the time or the place for it. We'd definitely discuss this later. I knew he was a 1,500-year-old vampire with ALL of North America under his command. He was bound to be a little dominant, and I could deal with that, but not if he started threatening to lock me up just because there might be a little danger. With a huff, I allowed him to take my hand as we restarted our trek through the garden to a high metal fence on the edge of it. There, I saw several dark figures emerging from the shadows at our approach. There was 2 vampires, and I think the third was a shapeshifter, but I really couldn't tell what kind. On the ground with them was another shape, and in the dark, I couldn't see what that was. My lord, one of the vampires immediately exclaimed, saluting formally when he spotted Alexander. My mate didn't reply, however, but went to one knee beside the shape on the floor. He's dead, my lord, the vampire mumbled. Still, Alexander reached out his hand and touched the shape, which I could now tell was a body. Beside me, light flared to life to illumine Alex it, and the sight made my stomach roil in shock. There was blood everywhere and one limb had been torn off, but it was so badly disfigured that I couldn't tell if it was an arm or a leg. The smell alone, compared with the sight, made me turn around and stumble to my knees, my meal of before forcing its way up. As I puked my guts out in the most ungracious way on the grass, I heard a voice behind me snicker as if they found it amusing. The sound was cut off by an angry bark from Alexander. A second later, I felt cool hands on the back of my neck, holding my hair away from my face. There, I told you it was better if you stayed inside, Alexander whispered in my ear, tugging me into the safety of his arms to hold me against his hard chest. That's one of Thornton's men for sure, I recognize him. Seems like Deidre was right after all, Alexander said, meant for the rest of the group to hear. Who did they take? Mattis. There was a silence after that one spoken name, and I instinctively knew everyone thought the poor guy was dead too. Judging by the marks on the ground and the fence and the injuries each of the other bore, there had been a hefty struggle. Get 3 more units to sweep the perimeter and keep the same number active at all times. I want no one to venture out alone. Do not engage unless you're sure you can take them out. We'll take no captives. The way Alexander spoke made it clear he'd dealt with situations like this before and knew how to handle them. Feeling like I had to make up for losing my dinner after insisting I come, I straightened and pushed Alexander away from me. There had to be something I could do, right? I wasn't a detective or anything but. My eyes fell on the disfigured body again. It appeared to be male by the size of it and was lying face down. There were gashes running over it that looked like he'd been mauled by a huge animal, and it was clear that was Jaden's handiwork. I felt a slight tugging on my mind, and then before I could stop myself, I'd taken the few steps to reach the body and touched my hand to the head. The skull had been bashed in, and as such, most of the brains had been destroyed, a sure way to kill a vampire. I heard a collective gasp behind me from the others, and Alexander exclaiming my name in warning. As I touched the head, a warmth spread through me, and then I saw images flash before my eyes. They appeared to be memories, but they were definitely not mine. It was so fast that I couldn't make out what they were. After a short moment, they slowed down until I could see one image clearly. With long, elegant white blonde hair, straight as a ruler, and held together with an old-fashioned black ribbon, Thornton, as always, looked like a lord stepped out of the 17th century. That era had certainly suited the asshole. He wore a tailor-made suit that came right out of a fashion magazine and made him look like a CEO or something like that. He had the same aura anyway, cold and cunning. I really didn't know why I still worked for the old shark. He was as vicious and mean as any vampire his age. Pity he looked no older than 30. As I stepped up closer to him, I bowed my head respectfully. Oh, how it grated to have to do that. It should be me on that throne of his, ruling this territory. Thornton wasn't all that powerful. If only I could get enough support among his followers, I could overthrow him. Then I could do anything I wanted. No one could tell me what to do, and I could have all my desires fulfilled. Give me the girl. They took Deidre and hit her, but it's no matter. I want that so-called maid of Alexander. She's human. It can't be hard. Get her. I want her to be mine. Thornton's voice cut across the room like a whip. I cringed involuntarily, and then told myself again. Soon, I wouldn't have to cringe from the likes of him. Soon, they would be the ones groveling. Get the girl. You can count on me, I told Thornton, coating my voice in sugar. Don't harm her unless it's absolutely necessary. I want to take care of her personally. It'll be a lesson for Alexander to see his mate degraded. The disgusting man rubbed his hands together in anticipation at the thought alone, and then nodded. Go. I almost ran from the room. With a gasp, I stumbled backwards, only to be caught in Alexander's arms. They were coming for me. Thornton wants me alive so he can. I shivered as I remembered the depth of deprivation of the mind I just touched. Remembered the associations he'd linked with Thornton's words. Torture, rape. It was all in a day's work for this guy, even though he'd labeled Thornton as disgusting. It was only because he wasn't getting his own sick desires fulfilled. I straightened my back and stood up, shrugging out of Alexander's grasp to stand on my own. He was a child molester. I spat out, no longer feeling sick or queasy about the brutal death this man had suffered. You should have ripped off all his limbs before you smashed his head. Jaden? A gasp, and then the panther said, If I'd known that I would have, trust me. But the bastard was weak. He nearly died from the shock when I ripped off his arm. I didn't know you were such a violent person, Brittany. Stabbing Lysander, stabbing me, ripping this guy to pieces. Laughter all around, and then Alexander tugged me back into his arms. She's not a violent person at all. But as you can all see, she knows when violence unfortunately is needed. So when were you going to tell me you can read memories from practically unsalvageable brains? Jaden added. I was being guided back towards the house with sure hands and firm steps. Obviously, Alexander had decided there was nothing else we could do there. I didn't know I could, Jay. I don't often get in contact with dead brains, you know. I shivered as I realized what I'd done. I felt disgusting after having touched the memories of that mind. Plus, my legs really felt like they were about to give now. I was so tired. It's quite something, Britt. It's why I touched the corpse in the first place. Because I have some small talent in it, but not even Sarah could have gotten anything from that. Had the head just been severed, it would have been a piece of cake. But this, a proud pat on my shoulder from my mate, and then he suddenly swung me up in his arms. You do realize that with Thornton's plans confirmed, I suddenly did gain the right to lock you in my room to keep you safe? Teasing words spoken with a grim look in his eyes that told me he was only half joking. You are not locking me in anywhere. I'll develop teleportation skills and teleport myself out or something if you do, I exclaimed angrily. But after those words, I felt drained and a sliver of fear shot up my spine. Alexander, will this always stay like this? or will the threat of Thornton eventually go away? I don't want to have to fear for my life all the time. I'll kill him if he comes near you, was Alexander's simple answer to that. A second later, we stepped into the kitchen, where Jaden excused himself to look over more security details, muttering angrily about Lysander having been moved away again, so he had to manage things on his own. Something about Lysander being good at doing the stupid job. Back inside the house, I made a beeline for the shower again. I just had to cleanse myself after that horrendous experience. Alexander watched me go, but didn't comment on it. As I shrugged out of the beautiful dress, I noticed that the hem was stained with crimson droplets, like Deidre's tears. A pity, but I didn't think I'd ever want to wear it again anyway. Not now that it had been soiled with tonight's nightmares. After my shower, I still didn't feel the same, but I went to check on Andy anyhow. I felt the need to assure myself that he was fine. Surprisingly, I found Alexander in Andy's bedroom standing at the foot of the castle-like bed with his arms folded across his chest. There was a frown creasing his forehead as if he was lost deep in thought, bad thoughts. He simply lifted one arm and tugged me under it so he could hold me against his chest tightly. The gesture was absent-minded and showed me how he felt the need for physical reassurance just like I did. Andy was fast asleep in the bed, his arms thrown up across the pillow the way babies and young children often sleep. He was a little old to sleep that way, but he was so mature with his observations, usually, that I didn't care. He was softly snoring and his expression was peaceful. It was much easier to forget the disgusting memories I'd seen now. "You needed to check on him too?" Alexander whispered. I nodded as I focused on the slowly rising and falling of my brother's chest. The man killed was one of Thornton's generals. Karsten, Jules Karsten, can you confirm that? Or was it impossible to get his name from the memories you took? I closed my eyes. It was him, I'm sure. I had the image of that man clear in my mind's eye, the way he remembered himself in the mirror. He was young and handsome, charismatic with a smooth voice that he used to charm everyone. I shivered when I remembered how he charmed little kids to come with him. For once, the violent image of the man's death actually made me feel better. I will make today's nightmares go away, Alexander whispered as he spoke. His lips brushed against my earshell. I shivered again, but it was in a good way this time. I loved this man with all my heart, and I loved how he had put aside his anger for now so he could reassure me. So he could make me feel better, even though it was my own stubbornness that had caused me nightmares tonight. He'd wanted to protect me from this. Although he had not gone about it the right way, I understood his actions better. It was the words, "You do not want to see this," that I remembered now. I allowed him to lead me away from Andy's room, although he paused at the door a moment with a focused look. My skin prickled. Back in our bedroom, he undressed me with a flick of his hand, the clothes simply melting from my body. His own followed the same way, but were replaced so quickly with sweatpants that I couldn't even catch a glimpse. "You will not touch me tonight, a gramo groi." It was a command, a darkly spoken one in a husky voice that promised all kinds of heaven and hell, sweet torture. He was in a dark mood still, this mate of mine. It would be dangerous to make him lose control tonight. I obeyed as he told me to lie down. He made good on his promise and took all the nightmares away, loving my body so tenderly that I was lost in oblivion. I didn't know he could be so sweet and loving, so painfully tender. Especially with the mood he'd been in, it was amazing. There is a problem with exactly eyeing my dealing in Kate and his sensual temptations. The missing guard had been found. Or, well, parts of him at least. Alexander received the news from Jaden with a stony face, then cast me one look. It clearly said, "Do you wish to see?" Surprised by that, I asked, "You're not going to force me to stay inside?" He shook his head. "I wish to keep the brutality of my world at least away from you. Last night you forced your way in anyway. It's up to you now. Do you wish to see all of its horrible cruelty and violence? Or was last night enough to shock you into accepting the protection that I offer?" I thought about that shortly. He seemed sad about it, as if he not only wanted to shelter me, but keep the violence from tainting me, my innocence. I knew that he'd once said I was a gentle soul. He wanted to preserve that. I wasn't so sure. I had stabbed a total of 3 people the past few days. I was half demon, and I'd wished bad things on my stepmom and so-called father plenty of times. His need to protect my innocence collided with his order that I carry around a belt of knives, of course. No matter that the knives were very small and they were meant for defense when flight wasn't an option. Yes, I will come to see. I will not live in ignorance and let you carry this burden alone. Not seeing the violence will not take it away or make it better. I don't think it will change me for the worse, I spoke, my voice clear and steady. A sudden revelation came to me. My father might be a demon and my grandfather an archangel, but my heart at least is human. That will never change. Alexander's face finally showed an expression. A gentle smile played around his lips, and pride glowed in his stormy eyes. Together, a guamokwa, he told me, and I knew he meant that there would be nothing between us from now on. Walk this world together, two halves of a whole. Together, Alexander, I whispered back as he dipped his head and softly brushed his lips over mine. Something clicked into place in that moment, and I knew our bond had changed, progressed. He had accepted me as his equal now, not the girl he had to look after. When I pulled back from him, I realized Jaden was still standing right next to us, following the entire exchange avidly. More than that, Andy had walked into the room, and by the look on his face, he'd heard what I'd said too. You know Daddy is a demon amethyst? He asked, his eyes bright as if he'd received a Christmas present or something. I nodded slowly. Yes, I remembered Andy. He said it was a secret. He said I was the only one. Andy continued, hurrying over so that he could wrap his arms tightly around me. I'm glad you know. His eyes darted quickly to Alexander for a short moment, a look shared between them. I hugged him back, nodding. Of course, Giant. Now I need to go with Alexander to check on something. Will you be good and do your lessons with Sarah? Or is Deidre teaching you today? D-Day is, he nodded, already letting go and hurrying off. He was very attached to the red-headed, cool-eyed woman, and I realized that I really liked her too. Now that I knew so much more about her, it was hard not to like her. She was an entirely different person when she let her guard down. Brittany? He stopped at the kitchen door to look over his shoulder at me. Can we talk and cuddle in bed later? Just us like we always used to? I smiled at his innocent look and request, Of course, Giant. I'll look forward to it. When he disappeared from the room, I nodded and squared my shoulders. Okay, let's see what today brought us. I nodded at Jaden to lead the way. There was a speculative look in the Panther's eyes as he looked at me. But when Alexander took my hand and pulled me with him to the door, he squared his shoulders. When we passed him, he ran his knuckles over my cheek. I see you, Brittany. After that, he led the way through the mansion and out the front door. I didn't know what that meant, but it seemed Jaden had found some new kind of respect for me, impressed maybe with the way I'd dealt with Alexander last night, and then with the way I'd spoken about my revelation just now. Outside, it became quickly apparent what we'd come to see. There was a few men, either vampires, witches, or shifters, and they were walking around as if processing a crime scene. All that was missing was uniformed police officers and the yellow tape. In the middle of the front lawn, something small and lumpy was covered by a white sheet, dark red coming through it in big, ugly stains. I didn't really want to know what it was. Underneath the sheet, it was too small to be a body or even an arm, and it terrified me to think that it was just a head. Alexander looked around critically while flaring his nose, obviously using his powerful sense of smell to track for strangers. I wondered how effective that would be with the swarm of people around. He must have read my mind because he said, I smell no unfamiliar scents. You reckon Thornton had an angel do the delivery? Jaden replied. I made the same conclusion. I was second on the scene and smelled only Mattis and Gareth, who found him when he swept the lawn on his round. I wasn't sure if the Panther had a better sense of smell than Alexander or not, but Alexander seemed satisfied with the answer. Anything else found besides that? Alexander nodded towards the sheet-covered lump. No, but I think you better take a look at it. Jaden said the dreaded words, and I swallowed a few times, hoping that this time I would be able to hold down my food. I didn't think it would be any better, but one could hope, of course. Alexander nodded and pulled me into the circle of his arms protectively, his lips brushing my ear as he spoke softly. You can still turn back a Gramokroyi. No one will blame you if you turn back so soon after last night. I can tell you all you need to know when I've seen it myself. I shook my head. No, together. A warm breath filtered across my cheek. Yes. I expected him to let go of me, but instead he lifted me around the waist so that my back was pressed against his front and my feet dangled at least a foot above the ground. In a flash, he was beside the sheet-covered lump. It lifted off by unseen hands to reveal a bloody mass I couldn't even recognize. My stomach heaved instantly at the sight. Alexander was in my mind at the same moment and filled it with the scent of the rain and the storm. Surprisingly, my body felt calmer right away, and my stomach stopped roiling. Thank you, Alexander. Now that I looked closer, I realized it was in fact a head, but it was so crushed and disfigured that it was hard to make out. You couldn't even tell what it had originally looked like, except that the person had once had long dark hair, now matted and dark with blood and pulp that I didn't want to identify. Alexander was sniffing the air as if trying to ascertain that it was in fact Mattis, the missing guard. You are sure this is him, Jaden? Instantly, I knew what I had to do, and the thought made my stomach queasy even with Alexander's reassurance. Put me down, I will check, I said, my voice containing a slight quiver now that I really hated. There was 10 other people out here all watching us, and more importantly me, with curiosity. I didn't want to disappoint anyone, and especially Alexander any further by puking again. Britt, there's no need. By the scent alone, it's most likely him. This is a warning from Thornton to tell us he's not afraid, that he's able to enter the sanctity of my home without detection, he said as he stepped back away from the head. He placed me back on my own feet when we were a few feet back and spun me around to press my face against his chest, hiding me from view from his men. He spoke in my mind. I'm so sorry that you've been pulled into the Thornton conflict. For this alone, I wish I could still hate Deidre. What did she even do to warrant Thornton's fury? I knew the answer to that, so I replied, she saved a child. That's what she did, Alexander. Thornton wanted to kill the child as punishment for one of his mistresses, his very own offspring. Fran Nafola, I should have killed the bastard when I had the chance. He cursed out loud. At his words, pretty much everyone around us looked up in surprise. Yeah, I was wondering why the hell you never did that, Alex, Jaden replied sardonically. You might have missed it, but there's something embedded in the skull, and it appears to be Talanic Stick's mark. Ifrayan Nafola, Alexander spat out again, forgetting for a moment that he held me as he jumped back to take a look at the area Jaden pointed at. I had only once before heard him utter curse words in Gaelic like this, and that had been when he thought someone might have hurt Andy. I shrugged out of his arms and crouched down next to the head so I could look more closely myself. That was my grandfather's mark they were talking about. It helped if I pretended it wasn't a head I was looking at, but something entirely different that just happened to look that way. Detach myself from my emotions and cling to the storm that was Alexander inside my head and right next to my body. It wasn't clear to me what the mark looked like, but on the bloody ruin of the man's cheek, something was engraved. Flowing serpent-like lines around a small circle with an upside-down triangle in the middle. There was more around it, but that was lost with the damage done to the head when it was dropped to the lawn. Brittany, this changes things. Do you think you can handle it? I can stay in your mind to steady you. He touched me with a large hand on the small of my back as he crouched down beside me. This is my grandfather's mark? You are sure? I asked out loud to no one in particular. It was satisfying to hear some of the men gasp in surprise. There's no doubt, Britt, Alexander confirmed. He wanted me to meet his eyes, so he could better see how I was dealing with this. But I kept them focused solely on that small detail. The mark was burned into the skin with a hot poker of sorts. It was clearly done when the man was alive, judging by the swelling around it. Yet the skin was surprisingly whole right next to it. It was there that I carefully touched the head with the tip of my pointer finger. I did not want to touch him anywhere else, certainly not the bloody or pulpy parts. Instantly, I felt a burning in my head as my somewhat dormant powers roared to life inside me. I had a better grasp of what was happening now, and Alexander's presence in my mind truly did steady me. The head was completely crushed in the back, even more caved in than the one I'd touched last night. In a fraction of a second, it felt as if power streamed through me, through my finger and out across the head, reassembling the astral version of it. It was from there that I could take out the now restored memories and access them as if I was reading a live person's mind. Alexander's presence did more than steady me, I realized then. Instead of being assaulted by memories I didn't pick or searched for, I felt mentally suspended within them as I whirled around to look for the one that I needed. The man's name. It came to me as soon as I thought of it, Chamali. It was an Aztec name I knew immediately, and it was clear as day he'd been an agent for Tlanextic. But what had he been doing here? Why had he been dropped on Alexander's lawn? The answer came to me from the man's memories. He'd been my guard of sorts. keeping a watchful eye out to ensure I was safe and as well as could be for now. There was plenty of memories that resurfaced from my investigation that showed me as I grew up. He'd been watching over me for 13 years. As I pried, the memory came to me that showed the moment he was assigned to be my guard. I stepped into the office confidently and with my chin held up high. It was an honor to be here, to be assigned a job by the hand of Tlanextic himself. Of course, Tlanextic would never busy himself with simple things like running the territory. He was as close to a god as creatures in this world could get. He would not wish to taint himself with my lowly presence. But the hand himself. All my hard work and skills had finally paid off if I'd been brought to the notice of the hand for an assignment. I would do my absolute best and make them proud of me. As I stepped into the office, the hand looked up from behind the desk and fixed me with his coal black eyes. They seemed to go right through me and I stood even straighter, allowing him to see the blaze of my loyalty. With a twitch of his lips, the hand nodded, "Shimali, have a seat." The office was Spartan, with only a large desk and a high-back chair behind it where the hand sat. The windows gave a view down over the slopes of the Andes, or at least a tiny portion of it. The only other furniture in the room was a chair similar to the one the hand sat on right in front of the desk. It looked anything but comfortable. Yet I sat down on it with as much grace as possible. I would not stumble nor complain in front of the hand. The hand Domi Alexed the room with his large wings spread out behind him for display. Charcoal black like his eyes and hair, but streaked beautifully with fiery red and gold, much like a sunset against the black satin of night. There is a task our Lord wishes you and you alone to fulfill. Do you think you are ready to accept such a responsibility? I took a deep breath before speaking, feeling no nerves as I said, "I am ready." The hand nodded. "Yes, I think you are. You have done well, very well in your service these past few centuries." A pause as the hand rose from his seat to his full height. He was a tall man and impressive as he stood. There was lean muscles and tawny golden skin everywhere except when hidden by the ancient warrior's tunic he wore. "There's a young girl that the Lord wishes protected. You will go to America to do so. You will be her shadow, but she is not to know you are there, and you will only interfere if her life is in danger. Keep any creature of our world away from her." That was the most unusual request I had ever heard, but I immediately stood up and saluted. "Yes, sir, I will be her shield like my name proclaims." I felt dizzy when I pulled myself out of the memory, but I knew I had one more question I needed answered. Why had Thornton taken my guard? When, even? I didn't have to submerge myself deep in the memories this time. I could stay on the fringe and peek inside the memory that presented itself at my question. Chimali had been guarding me from a distance, keeping a watchful eye and cursing, when he realized I'd inadvertently ended up in a school that swarmed with supernatural creatures. Then he'd been shocked to realize I'd actually stumbled into Alexander's arms, and he'd been without power to prevent it. He'd reported as soon as he'd seen it, but the orders came that it would be safer to keep me in Alexander's presence. Who better to keep me safe than my soulmate? He'd been taken the day Deidre had first shown up at our doorstep. She'd not seen him, nor had she seen the vampire that had followed her. But he'd made a mistake by taking human form, and the vampire had sensed him using magic. Interested because he was one of Tlanextic's men, and because of that, Deidre had gotten away unharmed. I pulled completely out of poor Shimali's mind. After that, I did not want to see the gruesome details of his death and torture after his capture. All I knew was that he'd endured it with dignity and pride, and that he had not surrendered any information. As I stiffly climbed to my feet, tears started pouring from my eyes unbidden. This man had died for me, yet he'd never once carried me ill thoughts. He'd loved me like a brother and a father, wept for me when my mother died, and ached for me every other time I was hurt and he was unable to do anything for me. Alexander didn't say a word, having seen everything I saw in Shimali's memories. Rather, he simply gathered me tightly in his arms and held me close. "It's not Mattis. Get more men to sweep out and search for the trail. I want him found. He might still be alive." He lifted me off my feet and started walking back into the house with me. "My lord? Whose head is on your lawn then?" Jaden asked as he caught up with us after having barked out orders to the remaining men gathered on the scene. I wanted to reply, Shimali deserved the honor of being known as a hero, but Alexander beat me to it. He was a hero, Jay. Shimali was his name, and he was Tlanextic's chosen guardian for Brittany. I am sure that without him, she would not have been alive today. We will honor him with the death rites as chosen by his people." Jaden said nothing but nodded, his face grim. I spent all afternoon with Andy sprawled out across the bed in my bedroom, watching Disney movies and goofing around with him the way we sometimes did. It was nice to get a break from all the bad things of the past few days and relax. But that all ended when Andy turned his eyes on me with a very serious look on his face. He'd been a little more quiet at the end of the last movie we'd watched, and now I could see that there was something he wanted to talk about. I smiled encouragingly, wanting to show him that I was there for him and would not judge him for anything he had to say. "Brittany, our father, he came to me every night before." "Before Alexander?" he said with a small voice that sounded more mature somehow than when he usually talked. I nodded. "Yes. Why didn't you tell me, Giant? You could have stayed in my room every night had I known. Did he threaten you if you told someone?" He nodded. "Yes. It was our little secret," he said. He always wanted me to do things I didn't want, but he was stronger than just the boogeyman that you always scared away from me. I remembered the boogeyman Andy always used to worry about when we were younger, especially the one incident where I'd found that feather from Telenextic. Had our actual father been in the room at that time? Had I nearly had a brush with the demon? Why didn't our grandfather protect Andy when he did protect me? It didn't make sense to me. Our daddy, he said I was special and that I'd make him proud one day. He said I was really talented, Brittany. He said I could do something no demon had been able to for hundreds of years. And he always made me practice. I hated practice with him. He made me hurt people. I tried to stifle my gasp, but he still heard. I didn't want to hurt anyone. May, you know that, right? It hurts me to hurt people. I always feel everyone's hurt. Oh, Andy. I tugged him into an embrace tightly. Poor boy. No wonder he was always so desperate to ease people's minds and pains. If he really felt them himself as if they were his own, how could he live with it? No wonder he didn't like interacting much with other people. "You are not upset with me?" Andy asked me timidly after a while. "Course not. I know you'd never hurt someone on purpose just for fun. You're a good kid and my baby brother. I love you no matter what. I'll make sure that demon can never again come near you, all right?" "I know Britt. He won't come here with Alexander around. I think he's frightened of him," Andy said, sounding happy all of a sudden. "He showed up at school right after we moved in, and I could tell. He said he was going away because he didn't want Alexander to find him." "Well, that's great, isn't it? We're not ever leaving Alexander, so you don't have to worry about it any longer." I ran my hand through Andy's thick curls, but he sighed sadly and shook his head. "It's not that easy, Amia. I'll go now. Someone is anxious for your attention." He pulled out of my arms, jumped up from the big bed, and ran for the door. With a wave and a smile on his face, he pulled it open right in time to reveal Alexander on the other side, his hand raised as if he was about to knock. "Your timing is impeccable, Andy," he said as he ruffled my brother's hair. "Oh, I knew you were there. Bye." He darted out the door and ran down the hall yelling for Deidre. He wanted her to take him to the practice hall on the other side of the house. Alexander chuckled as he stepped inside our bedroom and closed the door behind him. "Kids, how did he know I was there?" I shrugged, not entirely sure myself. Might be that he felt your, emotional signature or something? He told me he can feel what others feel as his own. Or, well, he said he felt pain that way. Alexander sat down beside me on the bed, kicking off his boots and unbuttoning the top few buttons on his shirt. He was frowning thoughtfully as he said, "Could be. Maybe Bob can teach him some things then. Shields especially. His talents are similar, I think. Bob can sense moods overall. He usually knows what you're feeling." A laugh. Very annoying combined with a sister that pretty much always knows what you're thinking. "Well, I don't know what you were thinking most of the time, so you'll have to enlighten me. I still don't know what else made you so mad yesterday, for example." Alexander turned around to look at me, fixing me with his stormy gray eyes. "I did try to tell you before we were interrupted by Jaden, and I was going to this morning when he yet again interrupted us." He breathed out heavily as if mentally preparing himself, but instead of talking, he crawled onto the bed completely and crowded above me, so I was completely surrounded by mail. His legs on either side of me and his chest pressing me back into the pillows. His face so close to mine that I could feel his breath filter across my cheeks. "I do not wish to put even more stories of violence on you. Agoro mohua," He kissed me softly for a short moment, and I felt my senses go haywire. My body responded eagerly to his nearness and the gentle caress. "Together, Alexander. Remember?" I whispered. I meant to sound fierce, but the words came out rather huskily. "Together, Brittany," Alexander replied with a nod. "But this is violence on my part, and I do not wish for your opinion of me to change." I understood his hesitance to share immediately. He was afraid I would be scared or horrified by what he had done that day. He was not proud of himself for whatever had happened. Was it necessary? I asked him softly, wrapping my arms around his neck at the same time and curling my fingers in his thick, silky hair. He nodded slowly. "Yes, it was necessary. But that doesn't justify any kind of violence now, does it? My father always used to say that violence was never the way. If you had to resort to it, it meant you were doing something wrong. The only solution was through peaceful actions." "Then, how did you get to be on top? How did you manage to conquer a territory of your own?" "I don't imagine you did that through peaceful actions. Did you? Where did this suddenly come from?" Alexander shook his head again and leaned down further to press his face in the crook of my neck, hiding his expression from my view. "Of course not. It was blood and ashes and violence all the way. No supernatural creature abides to the human laws. We have our own. And if we don't rule with an iron fist, we'd have mass anarchy everywhere." I nodded as I stroked one hand down his back, marveling at the fact that he was for once showing weakness, sharing with me his worries and his regret. He hated having to do violence because he was at heart a gentle soul like me. "Then it's okay, Alexander. You might do violence, but it's through it that you save lives." Why the sudden conscience about it? "I don't think you've thought about your father's words for a long time. Otherwise, you'd have never chosen to carve out your own territory." Alexander pulled back so he could look at me, sudden amusement twinkling in the depths of his eyes. "Because of you, Agramochoyi, you made me remember with your speech about human hearts." But the melancholic mood seemed to have passed now because he suddenly sat up, straddling me with his long legs and brushed his hands through my hair. "You are beautiful." I felt a blush rise on my cheeks, but I shook my head. "No, you don't change the subject. You still haven't told me anything." He laughed. "There's no fooling you, is there? Very well." With his hands, he started undoing the belt of knives around my waist. I had been a good girl and carried it all day, with all the things I'd seen today. And last night, I too felt a lot safer having it nearby. "I visited several saisak yesterday. I told you that, yes?" he asked as the belt came undone, and he deposited it on the nightstand. "Yes, you did. They leave parts of your territory in your stead, right?" I asked, watching closely what he did next, unbuttoning his own shirt completely. With every button, a new patch of smooth skin and rippling muscle was revealed. "Very good. I have to keep a close watch to keep them in line. To keep them from wanting more than is their due. The 7 I visited needed checking. I had reports that I needed to verify myself. Were they true? I wondered as I licked my lips to make them moist. My mouth was a little dry now at the sight of him. I could feel his erection pressed against me, or he straddled me, and anticipation of what he was going to do next had my blood humming. Some were, and I had to punish them. "I will show you the reports later," agreed. He asked me, finish with his own shirt he started on mine. With his nimble fingers, he made short work of the buttons. I knew he could make our clothes vanish in an instant now, but he seemed to derive pleasure from undressing me. "I would like that. Alexander, why did you decide to have your own territory if you dislike violence?" Another short laugh, the sound a little more hoarse now as his own desire flared. "I just woke up one day and decided I would. I was sick of running and fighting for my life and the lives of Bob and Sarah. I thought, what better way to keep them safe? The biggest, meanest, strongest creatures out there hunted me and mine. Why not become the biggest, meanest, and strongest creature?" I could see the logic in that. Did it work? I wondered, my voice a little husky now that he was running his talented fingers over the bare skin of my abdomen. "In a way," he murmured against my stomach, brushing his lips across the skin. Goosebumps broke out all over as my body remembered only too well what he'd done with those lips of his. "In a way?" I asked. I tried hard to focus on the conversation, but it wasn't that easy. My gorgeous mate was trying his best to keep me distracted, it seemed. Or maybe he was busy distracting himself. "Hush," he told me in a whisper as he skimmed his mouth slowly up my body, pausing at the valley between my breasts to press a soft, open-mouthed kiss just above the edge of my bra there. With his tongue, he ran a line along the edge of the satin, right along the slope of my breast. First left and then back to repeat the action along the right one. I moaned at the sensation as fire sizzled through my body to awake a slow burning low in my body. I love your skin. So soft, Alexander murmured, rubbing his face in an almost feline action against my chest. The roughness of his cheeks eliciting another moan from me. The abrasive texture felt like heaven against my skin. Combing my fingers through his hair, I arched into his caress, gasping when he took advantage of that by slipping his hands behind my back. My bra fell away from me seconds later. He held it up for a moment with a mischievous look in his eyes. Red looks good on you, agramo kroi. Unspoken did he leave the words, but I like you better naked. It was obvious in the way he let his eyes roam over my bared chest, however. Deciding to take action myself, I ran my hands down his shoulders to slip the unbuttoned shirt off him. Delighting in the way goosebumps broke out all over his chest as I ran my nails up his back, feeling the muscle bunch and ripple beneath my fingertips as he moved. Alexander's hands made their way to the waistline of my pants, the button already undone before I registered what he was doing. I want you naked and moaning my name, gramo kroi, a whisper against the skin just below my belly button. He accompanied the whisper with an image of me doing just that pushed into my mind. In it, I was writhing on the bed in pleasure as he drove me to my peak with his fingers, his mouth working magic on that favorite part of my neck, right where my shoulder began, but just above my clavicle. Mark me. The words came out a breathy whisper as I pulled on his hair to get him to look at me. He groaned in response, his eyes completely black as he met mine. Britt, he said, sounding in control of himself despite his desire. Do you know what you're asking? Nodding, I sat up straight, brushing my bare breasts against his chest and laughing softly when that made him shiver. One large hand coming around to press against the small of my back, crushing me more tightly to him. The other he used to tilt my head upward so he could look me in the eye. In this position, his arousal was hot and hard, pressed low against my abdomen. You are sure? He asked as he searched my face for any signs of doubt. His eyes were bleeding black slowly into the white now. I was absolutely sure. I had never been more sure in my life. Why wait with the inevitable when I knew we would both enjoy it? There would be no regrets because he loved me with all that was him, and he always would. Bob and Deidre were proof that nothing could ever temper that love. So much had happened between them, and they weren't exactly together right now, but still, they loved each other. Still, they would protect each other with all that they had. I sent him this knowledge, the certainty I felt, through our mental connection, because I knew nothing less would suffice to convince him. The moment I did, I saw the last of his eyes go black, the sight eerie but also beautiful. I was reflected back in those dark pools so clearly that they almost appeared mirrors. The last of our clothes melted away from our bodies. I gasped at the feel of him aroused against my bare skin, the velvety softness covering that thick length of steel. I actually moaned just from the feel of him. He moved then, pressing me down into the pillows with one hand and sliding down and off me himself. You will let me lead Brittany, he said. He sounded stern, and I knew that if I didn't agree to this demand, he would still back away. Today was not for games and teasing, for making him lose his grip on himself. I had eternity with him to do just that, so tonight he would be in control. I knew without a shadow of a doubt that he would guide me, us, through this safely. I wasn't even afraid that it would hurt, despite his size. I allowed the trust to be visible on my face, let the knowledge bleed into my eyes as I locked gazes with him. He nodded and slid his hands down my body in a gentle caress, rubbing his fingers across my abdomen and then down teasingly across my hips. What happened next was unlike anything I had expected, thinking he'd take what I offered right away. Instead, he slipped down and prepared my body for the invasion that was to come. Only when he was satisfied he wouldn't hurt me, he slipped inside and took my virginity. Not moving, he lifted me until I was cradled in his lap, pressed against his chest. His hair was fluttering in unseen winds and his skin was glowing, but I realized that mine was too now. I expected his eyes to be completely black still, but instead they now shone with a light that reminded me of the storm in his eyes. We need to mark each other now, Britt, Sam Kamcher, Alexander said. He took one of my hands in his and placed it on his heart. I could feel it beat slowly and heavily against my fingers, each thud strong and powerful. He let go of my hand and placed his over my own heartbeat erratic and wild. I was sure it was off the charts as fast as it was beating now, a tattoo against my ribcage. No doubt Alexander, with his sensitive hearing, could hear it. Maybe he'd even be able to, without the sensitive hearing. Have you decided where you wish to mark me? Alexander was asking, and I really wondered how he managed to sound so controlled. There was an insane urge inside me that wanted my body to move against his. I nodded, and my hand immediately lifted his right hand, pressing the sensitive skin of his wrist against my lips. It was a good place, I had decided, because if necessary, he could hide a mark there. But if he wanted the world to see, all he'd have to do was roll up his sleeve a little bit. I was shocked when I felt his skin burning up at my kiss, fire sizzling between us. A second later, Alexander was burying his face against my skin, his lips pressing against the crook of my neck. That very spot he'd once placed a hickey on, the spot he'd singled out from day one. More fire burned between us, and it felt like power was pouring out of him like a waterfall, washing over me like an avalanche. At the same time, I felt like something was leaving me as well and pouring into him. Then, finally, Alexander started moving. After, when the pleasure that had taken over my body seemed to subside, did he roll over with me until I was lying on top him. We were both panting and hot and sweaty, my body completely relaxed as I lay there, draped across his body. He was still buried inside me somehow. After a while, Alexander moved his hands to stroke soft patterns across my back with his fingertips, occasionally dipping lower across the curve of my buttocks. His breathing had already gone back to normal. My head felt heavy and drowsy as I lifted my boneless arms so I could grab his shoulders and hold on to him. I love you, Alexander. His arms momentarily tightened around me as he hugged me close to him. I love you too, gramo kroi. I fought against the sleepiness, but as soon as he started humming his lullaby, I was a goner. Sleep claimed me for warm and pleasant dreams as Alexander held me to his heart, safe and close. Both of us completely relaxed and reveling in each other's nearness now, after our lovemaking. I wanted to move her head, sweep her hair sideways, and look at her neck and shoulder very badly, but refrained. I didn't want to wake her just yet. The marking process wasn't entirely over, even though the marks themselves should have appeared now. We had to seal it and then possibly bind our life forces together. Given Brit heritage, neither Samuel nor I were entirely sure if she had an immortal lifespan on her own or not. Not that it mattered much. I wouldn't want to live without her anyway, so merging our life forces wasn't a hardship. My skin was still glowing faintly with the power I was extending. It was important that I kept feeding her with it. Stimulating the feedback she was giving me, however faintly, it was what allowed her to sleep right now, effectively pausing the process for a few hours. It was unusual that the bonding happened when one of the two was still a virgin. Like with Brit, it's why I let her sleep now. I wanted her fully alert and awake for the next part, and I didn't want to drain her. That I was expending much more power than needed for this was but a small price to pay. After all, I'd pay nearly any price if it meant spending the rest of my life with her. I smoothed my hands down her back again gently and realized she was cooling down now that she was sleeping. A blanket appeared to cover us the next instant. I didn't even have to think about it. Satisfied with that at least, I thought of one thing I could do to ease my aching curiosity. I didn't want to move her to see the mark, but I could lift my own arm to see mine. I liked the spot she'd picked out, and I doubted if I'd ever want to roll down my sleeve to cover it. Really, I could care less if the world saw, if my enemies saw or not. I was better known across the supernatural world than most, even for a member of the council. Fascialist. I stared at the marking on my wrist, surprised by the size of the mark. It was larger than usual, but that wasn't unheard of when one or both partners were powerful in their own right. At the center of my wrist, a typically Aztec marking stood out. It was a depiction of the sun, but the heart of it contained Tlanextic's typical upturned triangle. Instead of the typical lines and dots that usually decorated Aztec art, this sun was filled with the lines and stripes that made up the Ogham writing of my very own people. I hadn't seen or read Ogham in so long that I had to focus to read the words, smiling when I could decipher trust, loyalty, love, and respect. There were more, and they all had to do with our personalities and our relationship. Like ribbons. The words flared out around the sun, interspersed with flames and feathers. One flame licked up sideways across my thumb and the top of my hand, while feathers and ogam writing ran across the palm of my hand. The feathers looked as if scattered on the wind and flowed with my skin, while the writing seemed to lie just underneath it. More flames, feathers, and ogam writing wrapped around my wrist and up my arm, reaching till my elbow. The colors were both vivid and calming. The fire almost seemed to move and burn as if real, and the lines of the sun were silvery white like the feathers and seemed to glow. Only the writing was black. Happy and content, I returned my arm underneath the duvet to wrap it around Britt's sleeping form. Remembering our previous exercise, I smiled as I felt my body ready itself for round 2. Time to wake her and finish the marking. Just as I thought that she stirred against me and I had to stifle a groan when she unconsciously clenched her muscles around me. At least, I think it was unconsciously, but with her, I was never sure. "How are you feeling, Agaramokroe?" I asked as I shifted my hips to make her aware of me inside her still. Although I doubted she would miss it, I just hoped she wasn't sore or hurting. I healed her as soon as I could when I took her virginity, of course, but this was a first for her. I didn't want her to be uncomfortable in any way. She lifted her head and sent me a lazy smile, those sinfully long lashes of hers coming down a second, framing her topaz eyes. I swear my heart stuttered for a moment, and that was a feat because it didn't really function like a normal heart in the first place. "I feel great, you?" she replied, her voice a little husky and a lot sexy. I smirked, knowing it was because of all the moaning she'd done. "Amazing," I replied. "I can tell, you're glowing." She was smirking herself as she stretched out across me like a cat, a very content cat. Rolling my eyes at her, I nodded. "Of course, we're not done yet, Arun. Besides, you're glowing too. Not tired anymore?" "No, what do you mean not done?" she asked. I couldn't help but tease her. "I'm never going to be done with you, Britt." Okay, so that was probably the truth. It was her that was teasing me with her little sounds, how I'd ever managed to control myself with her for so long. It was beyond me now. She'd closed her beautiful eyes and lifted her head as she straddled me, her hair thrown back across her shoulders. It was the first time I could look at her mark, and the sight made me hot and cold and very proud. It was, of course, identical to mine, but on her golden skin, it looked breathtaking. The Aztec sun symbol was situated right at the crook of her neck above her clavicle, my favorite spot, with the flames and feathers and writing spiraling outwards around it. Writing curved around her throat and elegantly around her ear, while the flames came alive in between it, feathers fluttering out in silver and golden streaks. One feather lay teasingly on top of the curve of her breast, a curl of black writing spelling the word love around it. The last part was the vow, the ritual words to bind us as mates together. They could of course be anything, as long as the intention was the right one. But the vow that came to the forefront of my mind was an ancient Celtic blood vow that my mother had taught me. A vow that she had presided over many a time during weddings in her long years as the village Cailleach. There had been blood when I took her virginity, so it was fitting in a way. "Is tu filo mo quizlean, is tu kanema de mo kneam," I said softly, my voice still carrying across the room as the power running between us took hold of the words, making them binding like no marriage vow could ever be. Britt knew what was happening the moment I spoke and echoed me, her pronunciation of the Gaelic flawless and beautiful. "Is litsa mo bodaig, chum gum bisin in our en." The second line of the vow slipped from my throat a little more huskily. All I could see was her golden eyes glowing as she met mine, confidence and love clearly written on her features. I lost track of what I was doing, but it was all right. She spoke the last line of the vow as if she really did know. "Is litsa manam gus and kriochnaik ar sauchal." Maybe more than power had been exchanged while she slept. I repeated the last words back to her, unable to keep the smile from my face. I just had to add, "Tagra agam, do it." For the first time in years, I felt young again. I was happier than I was on my wedding day 15 centuries ago. In the moments after that, we were lost to each other as we made love for the second time that day. Mated in full now, it was even better than before. The heat and pleasure from our joined bodies, enhanced by the magic that bound us together. Only after we lay side by side, spent, did I whisper to her the optional last part of the mating ritual. I didn't think she would decline, But for some reason, my stomach still clenched as if expecting rejection. Britt, there's one last thing we can do. We're already mated in full, but it's possible to entwine our life forces together. That way you'll live and age as I do. And if either of us would die, we both would. I don't want to live without you, I added. I clenched my arm around her shoulder more tightly as I felt the force of that statement slam into me. I really did not want to go on without her by my side. She was strong and courageous, and I knew I'd made mistakes the way I'd tried to keep her from my world. Yet still she forgave me and loved me. I wasn't sure if I deserved her, but I was selfish enough to know I would never let her go. Does that mean I get to live forever without having to do the whole vampire thing? She asked, smiling up at me. Really, those lashes should be illegal. They were so long. I chuckled and smiled in satisfaction when that made her shiver. For some reason, she really loved it when I did that. Yes, gramo kroi. We'd be entwining our souls. That is what soulmate means. We are so compatible that our very essences can be entwined. Magic of the purest kind. She was nodding already and sitting up. Tell me what to do. There was no hesitation, no doubt in her. I took a moment to ascertain myself of that fact, but really could find none. She wanted this. She was happy even. That she wouldn't have to drink blood. I'd never had a problem with it, but she seemed queasy about the thought. Very well. I sat up as well and turned to face her. Since we need to bind not just our souls, but our more mortal bodies together as well, there needs to be another exchange. Sliding closer, I pulled her in between my legs, the duvet pooling around us. I couldn't get enough of the feeling of my skin against hers. She was so soft and warm. This once, Britt? This once we need to exchange a little blood? I tried to keep my voice gentle. I didn't want to scare her. As I spoke, I held up my left hand and manifested a bowl in it, the exact one my mother used in her ceremonies. It was red earthen ceramic with Celtic decorations on the side, artfully made by my father himself. In my other hand, I manifested the ceremonial knife and easily slid it across my palm to drip some blood into the bowl. I heard her gasp, but I hardly even noticed the slight bite of the blade. The cut almost instantly healed, leaving no trace. Do I need to drink that? She asked, her voice for once timid, but the way she was jutting out her chin told me she had made up her mind and wouldn't back down. No, we mix it in the bowl, a ge armo koi. I was powerful enough to do the binding with blood outside our bodies. I wouldn't subject her to something she obviously felt uncomfortable about. I couldn't protect her from all cruelty, but this I knew she didn't have to do. Oh, bravely, she held up her own hand above the ceramic bowl for me to cut with the knife. I smiled gently as I used my powers to lift the bowl. With my now freed hand, I took hold of hers. I'll heal you right away or run, but it will still hurt a little. With my right hand, the arm that bore her mark now, I brought the knife to hover right above her opened palm. Before she could back away or get nervous in anticipation of the pain, I brought the knife down in a quick but shallow stroke. Red welled up along the slash, and I gently squeezed her hand to allow some of the blood to drip into the floating bowl and mix with mine. Then I sent a flash of power across her palm to seal the cut closed without a scar. She didn't even flinch, and my heart swelled in pride as she focused her golden eyes on the floating bowl. I could tell that already her own rather undeveloped powers started pouring out of her, mixing in with the blood. I allowed the knife to disappear and focused on the bowl myself, using my own powers to finish the bond that she'd already started to form herself. Instinctively, she seemed to know how everything worked. As I finished this final binding, I realized how fitting our ritual vows had been. They would fit this almost as well, if not better. When that was done, I set fire to the contents of the bowl with a lazy touch of my mind, allowing the bowl to disappear a second later. There. Now you are mine forever. I tugged her into my arms so I could hold her close. She was so small compared to me, her bones fragile underneath her skin. But I loved how she had a spine of steel, how she'd never back down when she had decided on something. And you are mine too, she said, a little defiance in her tone that warned me she didn't like it when I claimed ownership like that. She wanted everyone to know I was hers too. I rather wanted that myself, so I chuckled. Yes, completely and utterly yours. A gramo kroi. I reeling with everything away about the anti-cout. Remember wavingly, and I sat up immediately. Around me the bed was a mess. The duvet rumpled and part of it had fallen to the floor. For some reason, my pillow was there as well, but that was okay. I'd been using Alexander's chest as a pillow instead. He was already getting out of the bed and manifested clothes on himself the second he stepped onto carpet. Black slacks and a dark gray shirt that matched his eyes. The right sleeve rolled up to display the mark for everyone to see. His hair was still a complete mess from our earlier activities. The thought alone made me blush a scarlet red. But he didn't seem to notice as he started across the room towards the door. He stopped in front of it to turn and look at me, a smirk on his face. Then clothes appeared on my own body, snug black jeans and a dark red top with a wide and low neckline so that none of the mark there was covered. When I was dressed, he nodded once and opened the door. Jaden stood in front of it, dressed once more in an immaculate suit with a tie that matched his glowing eyes. Sunglasses covered them though as he peered around Alexander into the room, his gaze taking in first the mark on my neck and then the rumpled sheets. A smirk appeared and I felt my face heat up as he puzzled together what had just taken place this afternoon. I expected a comment about it, but all he said was, "You picked a mighty good time to do that. Samuel is back." Immediately, Alexander stiffened and I felt a wave of unease roll off him before he straightened and nodded. "Very well, where is he?" he asked, looking back over his shoulder to meet my eyes. "Your grandfather. His here, Brittany." Shocked by that news, I stumbled out of the bed. This was not happening. I just had mind-blowing sex with my soulmate, marking each other for the whole world to see. And now my grandfather shows up? Everyone was going to know what we'd just done if they saw the mark. I found myself frantically going through the closet, tossing clothes over my shoulders as I discarded them. Something that would cover the mark but made me look elegant too. I couldn't go around looking like I normally did when I was about to meet an archangel. Warm hands grabbed me by my shoulders and pulled me back against a solid chest. "Calm down, Agramokroy, it's gonna be fine." "You look fine," Alexander said. He was drawing me with him towards the door. Obviously, he thought my clothes looked just fine. "Alexander," I exclaimed. "I'm not wearing a bra yet." Mortified, I turned when I heard Jaden burst out in laughter. Damn it! I forgot he was still there. Alexander was laughing too. "Why didn't you say so?" He snapped his fingers and immediately I felt the familiar feeling of the stupid clothing article. It was a strapless bra, however, so that there was still nothing covering the mark. I started to open my mouth to say I wanted to cover it, but then realized that he probably wouldn't like it. He might even feel hurt. We just marked each other and now I was acting as if I wanted to hide that fact. As if I didn't want him. Coming to the conclusion that I found it more important to show Alexander I loved him and didn't regret this than hiding the mark from my grandfather, I turned and allowed him to lead me out the door. Jaden led the way down the stairs to a private sitting room. Jaden knocked and then respectfully stepped aside, not entering as Alexander swung open the door and strode into the room. He had a tight grip on my hand and pulled me with me before I could protest and succumb to my nerves. Samuel stood in front of a large fireplace. His tall frame leaned against it in a show of relaxation, as if he wasn't in the least intimidated by the imposing angel who stood on the other side of the room, taking up enough space to look towering. The Viking-like man wore that same leather jacket covered with golden scrollwork that looked so typically Scandinavian. His stance was relaxed, but his blue eyes were tightly fixed on that angel, as if he was watching his nemesis. But the other man in the room drew my eyes almost immediately. Standing in front of the windows, his back turned towards the room. All I could see was a set of large wings. They appeared to be made of light in the flickering fire. If he spread out those wings, they would span the entire side of the room, easily 20 feet. Other than that, all I could see of him was the long black hair flowing down his back in a tight braid that nearly came to his calves. Red and gold threads woven in between and crisscrossing around it. As we stepped into the room, Samuel straightened and nodded at Alexander. He had a grimace on his face that told me he wasn't very pleased, but then his eyes skimmed down over me and widened when he noticed the mark. He smirked, a devilish glint appearing in his eyes. "Hello, my lord." He spoke the words carefully, and they were bordering on too respectful, but it was clear he was mocking my mate, teasing him. I expected Alexander to say something about it, to put the Titan in his place, but instead, he smiled widely. "Always good to see you, Sammy." Samuel laughed and resumed his easy pose, leaning against the hearth. Alexander smiled down at me encouragingly and then let go of my hand. He stepped across the room in a slow, confident stride and paused right next to the angel, his shoulder almost brushing that folded back wing of light. "Thank you for coming on such short notice, Tlenextic," he said. "I trust my people showed you your rooms and nothing but the utmost respect." I couldn't tell if Tlenextic nodded or not, but Alexander continued. "How was the journey here?" This time I definitely saw a reaction. The white light wings snapped even closer in against the body so that his long braid was hidden from view. His shoulders shook as if he stiffened, and then I heard a deeply accented but warm and powerful voice. "Let's cut the crap. All these nonsense formalities mean nothing. Just take me to my granddaughter." Well, at least he was direct. Alexander was nodding. "She's already here." He was glancing at me from the corner of his eyes, as if checking that I really was still there. Had I looked that ready to bolt? At Alexander's words, Tlenextic turned around so quickly that I felt a wind stir against the bare skin of my throat and arms. His wings were big enough to create so much displacement in the air that I could feel it. I gasped when I finally saw his face. He looked no older than 30 at the most, a man in his prime, powerful, intimidating, and frighteningly beautiful. I'd never seen a man this beautiful, yet still masculine. His black hair was pulled back from his face in that braid, gathered at the nape of his neck. But beads were woven into 2 smaller braids on either side of his face that fell down all the way to his knees. I wondered if they didn't get in the way with daily things. It didn't seem very practical to me, but it did look impressive. His expression was stern and austere, with straight black eyebrows and a mouth drawn in a tight line. His cheekbones high and his skin a red golden tint that hinted at warmer climates. But his eyes were the same exact shade as mine. A topaz that sparked and hinted at sunshine and warmth and rainforests or beaches. "Brittany?" He spoke as he looked at me, his eyes focusing on the mark on my neck, clearly on display. I froze, completely unsure of what to do next, of how to even react. How was I supposed to react in a situation like this? What did I say to my long-lost grandfather? After I just made it Alexander? Luckily, he moved first, lifting one elegant hand to place against my cheek, his thumb rubbing gently over my skin. "You've grown so fast," he said, sounding genuinely surprised about that, as if he expected me to be a little girl still. He stepped closer till there was only a foot between us, heat radiating off of him as if he was a furnace. The air around him felt alive, moving with warm currents. An intent look on his face told me he was studying me closely, trying to figure something out. A complicated puzzle, judged by his frown. I felt like I should say something, but the words died in my throat. Really, what could I say? "Why?" Tlenextic spoke, suddenly swirling around to face Alexander again, the impressive wings of light spreading out to enfold me somewhat and shield me from the rest of the room. Suddenly, I was regretting staying near the wall. I was completely cornered. "Why did you take my little girl? Mayolotli?" Somehow the archangel made those words, although accusing, sound rather flat, as if there was no real emotion behind them. But I also immediately knew it was an act. This man hadn't gone cold. He was fire and sunlight. His very essence was warmth. I moved instinctively even as Alexander spoke. "She's not just your Yolotli, she's mine too." Alexander's voice was cold too, obviously angry about the fact that Tlenextic was placing himself between us. Alexander sounded possessive, and along the bond between us, I could clearly feel that he was only staying where he was because he was clinging to his control by his fingernails. Sliding further in between the archangel's wings, I wrapped my arms tightly around his lean waist. He was much slimmer and slighter in build than Alexander, and my arms easily met in the front. As I did it, the man moved forward as if to go for Alexander's throat, only to freeze in his tracks again and stare down at my arms incredulously. He was obviously not used to anyone touching him just like that. His entire body became tense and coiled like a spring, the air around me becoming hotter, as if the temperatures rose along with Tlenextic's temper. I closed my eyes and pressed my face into his back, right between his shoulder blades where his wings grew out of his back. The muscles underneath my cheek were strong and very well developed. It wasn't magic that made them fly, but real power. Pure strength was what propelled these wings when in flight. I couldn't see Alexander, but I felt him move closer in a flash. "Don't you dare!" The snarl that ripped out of his throat was downright feral and terrifying. I felt Tlenextic's body shake, And then there was a metallic sound as something fell to the floor with a clang. Casting my eyes downward, I spotted a mean-looking curved dagger, the hilt decorated with an Aztec sun, the heart of it an upturned triangle. Tilanextic's sign. I could feel my heartbeat hammering in my throat in shock. Had the angel been about to stab me with that thing? Or was he going for Alexander? I didn't think Alexander would respond that fiercely if had been meant for him, though. The next second, Alexander flew across the room and glass broke and shattered as he hit the large French doors. A loud curse was yelled out in a language I really didn't know, and then suddenly everything became eerily quiet. I could feel that Alexander wasn't hurt, but that he was beyond furious. Somehow a force was pinning him to the ground into the broken remains of the door. But strangely enough, I also knew that Tilanextic was shocked and only now coming to his senses. Surprisingly, he seemed to feel contrite, as if he regretted his actions of before. I could feel his body softening in my embrace, and then he was nodding, to who I didn't know. Yet a subtle movement in his body made me realize that he too had been pinned back by an unseen force, a force that had been removed after his nod. Was that Samuel's doing? And what the hell was a Titan capable of if he could immobilize Alexander and Tilanextic at the same time? Slowly, I let go off the archangel, stumbling back as far as the little space between me and the wall allowed. Forgive me my actions. Calm down your mate, little Yolotli, Tilanextic said, stepping a little to the side so I could see what had happened in the room. His voice was missing the carefully practiced coldness of before, sounding truly remorseful and slightly worried. He snapped his wings tightly into his back, folding them until I could step past him easily without even brushing against him. As I stepped forward, I realized he was holding one of his hands, forcing his wrist straight as if the bones had been snapped and he was realigning them. Samuel stood in the middle of the room, holding out one hand towards Alexander as if he was holding him down with it. The other hand he had raised towards Tilanextic but was relaxed, as if he wasn't doing anything but staying alert in case he had to respond quickly. In the door opening stood Jaden, in panther form and ready to pounce at any second. The cat's eyes were trained solely on the archangel, but I hardly noticed any of that as I hurried across the room towards Alexander. He was flat on his back, surrounded by debris, just outside the house on the lawn. As I neared him, Samuel apparently lowered the force field or whatever it was he was doing. Immediately, Alexander's growl of frustration ripped through the air. He was on his feet in a flash and then strode into the room. Behind him, the French doors repaired themselves miraculously, but his shirt remained in tatters, red staining it. A fine line of blood across one of his cheeks, the high cheekbone thrown into relief because of it. He was about to stride right past me as if he was going back just so he could hurt Tilanextic again. But I stepped in his way immediately. Alexander. His eyes were completely black as they snapped to mine, but as soon as I diverted his attention, I felt him calm down. He scanned my form once and then swept into my mind easily as he searched for any hurts or pains. I'm fine, I told him out loud as I reached out my arms for him. He didn't hesitate to sweep me up and hold me close to his chest, his chin resting on my shoulder as he kept a close watch on everyone else in the room. I ran my own hands up his back, checking for injuries, but I met only smooth skin. All his injuries already healed, still my hands came away red. I'm truly all right, Alexander. He's regretting his actions now. He never meant to hurt me. He's just not used to anyone touching him. It was my mistake. I didn't want him to attack you. I tried to send him the clear sensations I'd felt from Tilanextic's feelings when I was touching him. He was going to stab you, Brittany. I cannot forgive him for that. Alexander's voice was a growl in my head as he moved sideways around Samuel to get nearer to the door where Jaden was still waiting readily. I think you had better leave. Granddaughter or not, you will not hurt her, Alexander spoke out loud, but he sounded like a man again. His voice holding that horrible cold tone, tightly controlled anger. I don't want him to leave, and I can forgive him, so I'm sure you can too, I replied, pushing against his shoulders to get him to put me down again. He did so only when he'd moved behind Jaden, the huge panther forming a shield between me and Tilanextic. As soon as my feet touched the floor, I spun so I could look at my grandfather. He was still in exactly the same spot, his face impassible as he looked at Alexander calmly. I see I have nothing to worry about when it comes to Brittany's care. She's in very capable hands. How did you ever manage to trick the Jotun into serving you? This particular Jotun even. He spoke with his empty voice. Still, I could hear the real curiosity underneath it. He was feeling things, but for some reason he desperately tried to hide this fact. I could only wonder why. "It's none of your business, Archangel," Samuel snapped angrily. He seemed to have finally decided that he rather wanted Tlanextic to leave as well. Moving to stand beside Alexander with one hand raised by his shoulder, as if he was ready to draw that huge sword of his. Tlanextic tiesked as if looking at a naughty schoolboy and then said, "Tier, still no manners I see. Why ever do you go by such a mundane name nowadays? Don't tell me you're ashamed, are you?" What was he doing? Pissing off Samuel on purpose now? Driving Alexander insane? He didn't even need to taunt Jaden. The panther was already bristling in defense of his friends. Did he consider the Titan part of his pack too? "That's enough, Tlanextic. I invited you so Brittany could meet you, but you've broken the rules of hospitality more than once. Leave." Alexander's voice thundered across the room and I flinched in surprise. Tlanextic straightened and turned his topaz eyes on my mate, one finely arched eyebrow raised. "I think you broke a more ancient rule first. Clitton, I'm not demanding restitution for that. All I want now is a short moment to talk with my own granddaughter. I will leave immediately after that." "No, you nearly hurt her. I don't care about rules or restitution. I want you out of my house and out of my territory." As Alexander spoke, the black of his eyes started bleeding out into the white again. Alexander was absolutely furious and horrified by tonight's events. It felt like it was sort of my own fault, though. I had been the one to hug Tlanextic. Though I was only able to sense his feelings clearly when I touched him, I should have known he wouldn't respond well to it. Of course you'd expect such an ancient creature to have a better control of himself and his reflexes. Although, when I thought I realized that in Shamali's memory, Tlanextic had been nearly a god. He was someone no one just approached, and it was saying a lot that he'd even showed up here to meet me all alone. I stepped forward, trusting now that the man that had been responsible for sending away the demon from my mother once, the man responsible for my protection these past 13 years, if not longer, would not hurt me. Alexander's hand clamped on my shoulder, and Jaden moved so his hind leg pressed against my legs, keeping me away from Tlanextic. Fighting not to roll my eyes at their overprotectiveness, I curled a hand into Jaden's fur and drew a dagger from the holster at my waist. "Hey Jay, remember when you said to remind you not to get on my bad side? I'm reminding you now." The panther's large head swiveled around to look at me, his eyes clearly saying, "You wouldn't." Tlanextic's eyes were focused on me too, intrigued by what I was going to do. It was obvious that he hadn't expected me to wear weapons on my person or that I appeared willing to use them. Alexander's hand tightened on my shoulder. "Brittany, what are you doing? It's for the best, trust me." Clearly he couldn't see reason right now. The fact that Tlanextic hadn't been able to restrain a reflex and nearly hurt me, added to the fact that the angel had moved as if to take me away from him. I wondered what had caused Tlanextic to respond so irrationally to touch. I ran the tip of the dagger over Jaden's hip, letting him know that I was holding it but not actually hurting him. "Let me pass, Jay." I stepped forward again, shrugging out from Alexander's grasp. Jaden's feline body flowed with me, carefully staying in between me and the Archangel but allowing me to get closer. At about 3 feet away, I stopped, keeping my eyes trained on Tlanextic and one hand tightly clenched in Jaden's fur. It felt like there was a nearly tangible line of tension running between me and Alexander. 5 minutes, I said. It's all you're going to get to talk. Because I don't think anyone's nerves here will last much longer. So, talk. Tlanextic's eyes widened a fraction as if he was shocked by my words, but then his stern features softened. I only knew that happened though because I felt the tenderness he was feeling wash over me. "I had hoped to bring you home with me, Brittany," the Ash Angel spoke slowly, his voice carrying the sounds of rainforests and nature. I could feel Alexander's body tense even more. He seemed ready to pounce and snatch me out of Tlanextic's reach. Tlanextic raised his hand as if to silence us and ease our minds. "But I see that I cannot take you away from your mate." At those words, Alexander angrily spoke. "You're damn right you can't. At least I know that you are as safe as you can be. Alexander Clitton is a man of honor and loyalty. He would never forsake you. I am happy." There was again no emotion in his voice, even as he spoke about feeling happy. But I knew that he really was feeling this underneath the icy armor. I sensed that Tlanextic wanted to say more, explain more, but he was a private person, and already he feared he'd shown too much of himself. One did not become a Regis, and sit on the council for as long as he had by being open and sharing. Searching my mind quickly, I found exactly what I'd expected to be there. A link, much like between me and Alexander, running to Tlanextic as well. It was much fainter and weaker, but definitely there, and I suppose that it was what allowed me to feel his emotions. "Why didn't you come sooner?" "Ora?" I asked him. It was a question that had been burning in my mind for a long time now. If he'd come sooner, maybe my mother wouldn't have died, and maybe Andy and I wouldn't have had to live with the Bakers. Or if he'd at least protected my mother, she wouldn't have been attacked and raped by a demon. Tlanextic didn't move a muscle, but I felt shock rezo Alex within him at the easiness with which I'd initiated mental contact with him. I forgot. It is unforgivable, but time has no meaning when you've lived as long as I did. I simply forgot for a while. Your mother? It pains me to have never known her. Forgot for a while. As in, he forgot about us, my mother's entire lifetime. Was that why he'd left my grandmother too? Tending to a child all by herself? I loved Daya, but I had to leave. She had her tribe to help her. She wasn't alone, and she knew my reasons. I would have come for her had she called. The emotions sparked hotly between our minds, and I knew how much he'd loved my grandmother instantly. He was still mourning for her. In fact, it was shown in the red ribbons in his hair. They symbolized the blood his heart bled for her. The black that he wore from head to toe, relieved only by the white of his shirt. My grandmother left her tribe shortly after my mother was born. She never went back, I told him. He had to know the truth. I couldn't believe that he'd never looked back until that one day that he'd ordered Shamali to protect me, and why me, but not Andy? Sadness that showed even in his topaz eyes now as he gazed at me. I know. I send her money and guards. Anything she needed to survive. She was so proud, my little Yolatli. Daya would not take anything from me. When she died, I wished to forget, and I did. Until you called out to me, Brittany. After that, I send one of my most competent people to shadow you, night and day. I even came to see you a few times. I nodded and then smiled sadly. Shamali died. Thornton had him killed. The uneasy shuffling in the room made me realize that I'd spoken out loud, and that only a short time had passed. I know, the people that took him have been taken care of already. Shamali was chosen for his ability to change form and blend in, as well as his fighting skills and long-range telepathy. He managed to give my hand as many details as possible just before he died. I would like to take his body with me when I return home. Surprisingly, Alexander spoke. To do what? Tlanextic sounded colder than before when he spoke, and I sensed that he was offended by Alexander's mistrust. To give him the burial he deserves? Why else? He protected my granddaughter with his life. It's the least I can do. Alexander nodded. I'll have it prepared for travel. He seemed on edge still, but slightly placated by the way Tlanextic had acted and spoken since. As soon as it's here, you leave. My grandfather nodded. Very well. Yolatli? Amusement shone through as he spoke in my mind again. Your mate will take a long time to warm up to me. Will you tell him I am truly sorry? And will you forgive me for my earlier behavior? I never intended to hurt you. He was struggling to put into words what he really felt. As a Regis and Archangel, he wasn't used to apologizing, and he wasn't used to someone knowing what he felt either. I know. You're forgiven, grandfather. I hurried to say to him, trying to reassure him that I bore him no hard feelings for the whole situation. I did feel a bit awkward about calling him grandfather because he looked to be in his early 30s. He just didn't have the whole grandpa aura. Tlanextic was clearly fighting to keep a smile from his face, and I felt his laughter inside him. You can call me Eahu or Ea, my little Yolatli. It is my first name. Ura Ea. I have just one more question if that's okay. I said, smiling myself now and letting go of Jaden's soft fur. The panther was still tense, but he was allowing me to inch a little closer now. Had he decided that himself, or had Alexander told him to give me more space? Of course. The angel inclined his head to me. Anything. Why did you protect me but not Andy? A silence stretched across the room as everyone strained to listen to his answer. It seemed like it was something they all had been wondering. Tlanextic's face showed a clear emotion for the first time since his arrival. desolation. I think it shocked everyone but me that he had emotion to show so clearly. My little Yulatli, I wished, Tlenextic faltered as his voice reflected bone-wrenching sadness. The demon, the one that hurt my poor baby, he was smarter, more careful the second time. When you called for me that first time, I put magic spells on both you and your mother to protect you, but it turned out that Andy, in your mother's womb at that time, didn't get the protection from it. The demon was there before I could return, and used his own magic on him to keep me away. I cannot approach Andy or touch him. His desire to reach out to Andy and help him, be a father to him, was tangible in the air. Jaden responded to it by stepping a bit to the side so that I could move past him, leaning forward as if to rub his big head against the archangel's leg in comfort. He stopped himself short before actually doing so. I've noticed it and have a team of witches working on it to remove the demon's spells, but I fear that the only way is to kill the demon, Alexander said, his voice finally normal again, and his emotions through our bond showed me he wasn't angry any longer, but still cautious. I felt angry myself now that horrible demon had done this to Andy, to us. I knew I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him, but I'd rather not exist if that meant my mother was happy and healthy. Just then there was a knock on the door, and Samuel quickly hurried over and opened it. A man stood on the other side of the door that I faintly recognized, clearly one of Alexander's more trusted men if he was allowed inside the house. The man was holding a box of dark, polished wood. On it, a Celtic design in dark gold had been embossed. Samuel took the box without a word and closed the door again. He strode over to Alexander and handed him the box. For a moment, I saw Alexander frown as if he was wondering something, but then he nodded slowly and turned to Tlenextic. These are Chimali's remains. It is time for you to leave now. Tlenextic nodded, his face again carefully schooled and devoid of emotions. Very well, I hope to see you again soon, my little Yulatli. Alexander Clitton, take good care of her. Let us both work tirelessly to free Andy from the magic of his father. Alexander nodded, but I felt sad that he had to leave so soon, moving slowly so that he could warn me off any time I stepped forward to hug Tlenextic again. Thank you for coming to see me, Ia. I expected him to stop me anytime, or that Alexander would interfere, but instead I could step closer and carefully wrap my arms around the ancient creature's waist. He was warm and real, and although he stiffened for a short moment, he leaned into me and actually returned the hug, wrapping his long, slender arms around me gently. I will think of you, Yulatli. All you have to do is call and I will come, he whispered in my ear, tugging once on my mother's pendant. I know, I replied, closing my eyes and breathing in the scent of nature that clung to him. It was then that my mind was suddenly assaulted with images that were definitely not mine. Tlenextic stripped bare and bound between heavy black poles, his magnificent wings of light gone, torn off his back so that a disarray of bloody feathers lay around him. A figure wearing nothing but black, face covered by a mask, was using a long, wicked knife to cut thin lines into his flesh. The lines painted the angel's skin red and covered nearly every inch of his flesh, all but his face and hands. Tlenextic didn't utter a single cry as he hung between the poles, but his face was a mask of agony. I gasped and staggered back, staring up at my grandfather's face in shock. Shock whispered across his face too for a short moment before he shook his head. He had not meant to share that with me, but at least now I understood why he'd responded so reflexively to touch. Farewell, he spoke, accepting the box from Alexander, and then striding over to the newly repaired French doors. They opened for him before he'd reached them, and he stepped out into the night air, his wings already spreading as he prepared to take flight. He cast me a look over his shoulder, a nod, and then he started beating those wings of light. The sight of him taking off vertically from the terrace was magnificent. As he pierced the night sky, his wings reflected every bit of light. They shone, pure beacons of light and beauty. Within seconds, he disappeared as he pierced the layer of clouds and placed more and more distance between us. Won't humans see him? Couldn't Danis teleport him? I asked. Alexander wrapped his arms around me from behind, tugging me into the warmth of his body. No, they won't. Humans cannot remember seeing angels. Usually, only the rare one does, and they typically think they really saw an angel and think it is a sign or something sacred. Oink. A miracle. Convenient for them, don't you think? Samuel, with his musical accent, said, Danis couldn't teleport an angel even if he tried. They're the only creatures I know of that cannot be teleported by any force. He sounded somewhat rueful, as if he himself had experienced teleporting against his will more than once. Alexander and I didn't talk again till after dinner, which we spent in the large kitchen. Surprisingly, Samuel and Jaden joined us as well, so for once there were more people actually eating than just sitting around. I had thought Jaden ate a lot, but damn, Samuel easily ate twice as much, if not more. It seemed, however, that Danis had been warned about it because he'd made loads more food than usual, so there was enough for everyone. Andy didn't know, of course, that our grandfather had been here, and I decided not to tell him. It would only make him sad to know he'd missed him, and that he might never be able to see him. The boy was unusually quiet as he looked around and focused his golden eyes that looked so much like Tlenextics on everyone. First, he stared at Alexander as if trying to figure out what my mate was thinking. Alexander was leaning back in his chair, his long legs stretched out underneath the table as he carefully surveyed the room. One arm he'd spread out along the back of my chair so he could occasionally stroke his long fingers along the nape of my neck or run them through my hair. But despite the easygoing posture, he was still incredibly tense and worried. He wasn't sure if he'd done the right thing by inviting Tlenextic here, that much was sure. It was clear that Andy could sense Alexander's tension, and by the focused look on his face, he was trying to ease it somehow. I wasn't sure what he was doing or if I was just imagining it, but he wasn't just very emphatic. He seemed to be able to actually influence people for the better. After a while, I could almost feel the tension drain away from my mate, and that's the moment Andy's attention switched from Alexander to Samuel. The big man had taken off his blade and carefully balanced it against the table right next to him, his chair a little pulled sideways so that he could face the entire room as he ate. He seemed intent on eating his food, which he did with the table manners of a Viking. Not surprising because he probably lived at that time. Samuel didn't speak or make rude jokes and jibes like I had come to expect from him, his eyes occasionally drifting towards Alexander or Jaden. But when Andy focused his attention on him, he visibly stiffened, as if he noticed something unpleasant or surprising. Shortly after, however, dinner was finished, and the Viking excused himself with a brusque nod and a few growled words. Alexander let him go without saying anything, at least not vocally. But I had the feeling he could speak with the Viking mentally, just like he could with me. Well, maybe not exactly the same, but still. I took Andy upstairs for bed and tucked him in. As usual, I read him a few pages from one of his books, and soon he was ready to sleep. For once, he insisted I sing him a lullaby again, which I did with a strange feeling of déjà vu. Alexander's lullaby came so easily to me as I sang that I really wondered how I'd picked it up so fast. This was only the second time I sang it myself, but I knew it word for word by heart, and I had from the start. As I closed the door to his room behind me, Alexander was right there, leaning against the opposite wall as if he'd been waiting for me. His stormy eyes piercing as he gazed at me, but his words were gentle. "You have a beautiful voice. Britt, I wish you'd sing for me as well." A smile made his face look less stern. I started to blush as he flowed to his feet and reached his hand out to me, pulling me into his side and then quickly guiding me to our bedroom. "We are going back to school tomorrow, just a few more days, and then we're moving back to my stronghold," he informed me as he used his powers to close the door behind us. With one hand, he softly stroked across my now marked skin. "You are connected to him by his spell." He trailed off, sounding unhappy about it. He was talking about my grandfather now, forcing my mind to jump to that conclusion after the bomb he'd just dropped on me. With an impatient snap of his fingers, my clothing changed to sleeping attire, something I'd never put on myself. A slinky black and red negligee that hid very little and emphasized a lot. "Really? Is that all you can think about?" I asked, one eyebrow raised sardonically. He shrugged as he let his eyes rove across my body. "What can I say? You look good in it. Really good." Before I could reach the closet to find something more appropriate to wear for bed, he wrapped me in his arms from behind, then tilted my head so he could attack my mouth with a mind-blowing kiss. "This should be a day of celebration. We made it. Let's think about our responsibilities tomorrow," he told me. Suddenly, I realized what he was doing, distracting me from being upset about Tlenextic, nearly stabbing me in his own response to all that. "You are going to give him a chance, okay? No forbidding me to see him," I ordered. "You can see him if I think he's no threat to you or to Hay. you promised me that you wouldn't fight me on your protection." Alexander was deadly serious as he spoke. No room for argument there. Boy, did it suck that he used that promise against me like that. But scowling, I nodded. "But you'll be fair about it. He's not gone cold like you said. He's filled with emotions. I could feel them." Alexander appeared not to believe me, but he was done talking now, attaching his mouth to the center of my mark and sending pleasure through my body so intense that my legs gave way. Not that it mattered. Alexander held me upright against him without effort, with my back pressed against his front, one arm like a vice around my waist to hold me up, my head pressed to the side to allow him access to my mark, so he could lick and kiss and nibble to his heart's content. Waves of warmth washed over me, and my body felt hot and heavy under his administrations. I tried to remember what he had been saying before, but he left me no chance for that. If Alexander Clitton wanted me distracted, he had no problem achieving it. He took me to the bed and made love to me long and hard until I was so exhausted, I fell asleep in total ecstasy. I woke up to Alexander softly stroking his fingers through my hair, balanced on his elbow above me with his long body leaning over me, one leg draped over mine. "Morning, agramo kroy. Are you ready for school for one last week?" he asked me softly. "One last week of school, and then I didn't have to finish it and get my diploma, go on to college. Did I want that?" It was obvious that Alexander much preferred it if I just stay by his side as much as possible. "I suppose. Do you think Fort and his gang will give us problems again?" I asked as I scrunched up my face, my wrist sending me a painful pang in remembrance of our last encounter. "There is nothing to be worried about. I'll keep mental tabs on you, and Danis will be ready to flash you out at any moment on my order. Jaden and Saraton both will be close by at all times," Alexander told me reassuringly as he got up out of bed. He disappeared into the bathroom but reappeared a short moment later. "It's unfortunate, Alex, that Thomas was killed and that the Pax rule has fallen to that mutt Fort. But you'll be perfectly safe a run," he said as he took his own sweet time getting dressed, not caring one bit about being naked or cold. "If he's smart, he stays away from you and saves his own hide," he added, returning to my side wearing a crisp white shirt with his sleeves rolled up, the mark clearly on display. Black slacks flowed over his legs, obviously expensive, and the shoes he wore appeared Italian and custom-made. "Now get up, a gramoshkoi. I'm sure you don't want me to dress you for school." He sure was right about that. But I really didn't want to go anyway. People would be talking about me. Plus, despite what Alexander said and believed, I knew Fort would never leave us in peace. I'd glimpsed insanity in his eyes. He wouldn't stop until he had me or couldn't reach me any longer. Going to Alexander's stronghold, whatever that was, seemed like a pretty good idea, even if that might mean waiting a year or so before finishing school and going to college. Sliding out of the warm bed, I wobbled for a moment. My legs felt like jelly, and my body felt heavy from last night's activities. Alexander's definition of celebrating our mating seemed to mean only one thing: sex. But damn, it was the most amazing thing ever. I flushed scarlet and felt my body heat up just from remembering. Alexander's chuckle made me realize that he was aware of my thoughts as he watched me get dressed and do my morning routine in a hurry. I decided on jeans and, with a look at Alexander, a long-sleeved snug shirt with a very wide neckline, so that the mark wasn't covered either. "I assume you will cover yours so that nobody will wonder why we have matching tattoos. Mine would have to be visible to scare off Fort and his pack, although Weir should be able to smell it too." "No," Alexander answered as he led me downstairs to the kitchen for breakfast. "I will cover yours for human eyes only." "What about my wrist? Last they saw me at school, it was broken. I didn't want people to wonder about that and ask questions I couldn't answer." "The nurse was mistaken. It was only bruised," Alexander replied. He seemed to have thought about everything. The hours of the SAST, and in the Whirlpacks, braiding of Westtown High came into view way too soon for my taste. Sprawled out, the building looked as if it had been expanded several times over to accommodate for the growing amount of students. Bob got out of the car first and held out his hand for me with a smile, a real one that showed not a single hint of fame. "Don't worry, sweetie, it'll be fine. Alex is a master at planning." Jaden behind the steering wheel hemped before saying, "He had help, you know." But then he laughed warmly and winked at me. "We got your back, kid. Thornton won't bother you at the school. Even he won't sink that low." And me and Sir and my men can wipe the floor with those mutts here anytime. Hell, even you can wipe the floor with him if you can knock out a dragon. At the reference to Lysander the arrogant Greek Taoiseach. I smiled and nodded, feeling just a little proud myself. I suppose he was right about that. Maybe I could fight a fort on my own, if I could focus my powers and do that trick again. I just really hated it, that I couldn't come to school with Alexander himself. It would have been really nice to be reassured by him before I had to enter the building and see either Fort or Jennifer or both. As I got out of the car and walked into the school, I couldn't seem to shake the feeling that something big was going to happen. Something that would change my life, and that of many around me forever. But just as I was about to say something to Sarah, I spotted Alexander on the other side of the parking lot, getting out of his own car. He appeared completely relaxed as he stopped occasionally to chat with a student or another teacher as he made his way into the building. I was caught with the impression that he was saying goodbye to the place and people already, and I realized how much he loved teaching and going to school, seeing the students and enriching their lives. It saddened me when I realized that he could never fully do that, because he was the leader of an entire continent even if his Taoiseach did most of the work for him usually. Still, he could never stay in one place for more than a few years, because the humans would start to wonder why he didn't age. Sarah gave me a soft push towards the school. Come on, class won't wait for you. I allowed her to lead me into the school and to my first class of the day, with the grizzled old teacher, Mr. Cooks, who was actually a werewolf himself. I knew it was to be expected, but still, I shivered every time I realized either the teacher or a student was looking at my mark. It was unsettling to realize how many in each of my classes were not really human. It seemed at least 2 or 3 in each of my classes was a wolf, and as Sarah pointed out, at least one witch attended each class too. There were no other vampires though. But Sarah claimed that was because they in general were loners, and it didn't really work well to hunt the same area for food with many. It made me wonder how all of the men stationed at the Clitton residence got fed. I knew there was at least a dozen vampires, and certainly at least a dozen weirs too, that were responsible for the protection of us and the building. It wasn't until I made my way over to my 3rd class that day, English with Alexander, that I finally bumped into Jennifer. The beautiful blonde swept her eyes over me and then focused them on my bare neck, straight on the mark. A moment of surprise made her appear younger, and then she lifted her baby blue eyes back to mine and smiled. Yes, she actually smiled, and it was a true one too. Not one of those fake smiles that she usually shared with her besties. It was only then that I noted her appearance, her clothing just a little more drab and less flamboyant than usual. Her dress actually reaching to her knees, although still hugging her curves and her neckline high enough to be called demure. Wow, what had happened to her? Morning, Brittany, she muttered. But somehow she seemed unable now to meet my eyes, and in a hurry she turned away and sat down in her usual seat at the front of the class. She didn't even look at Alexander as he stood in front of the chalkboard, his sleeves still rolled up so that everyone, even the human population of the class, could see the mark. He didn't look at me as I passed him, but I felt him brush my mind in a gentle caress. Smiling and feeling better about this day and myself even despite my bad feeling when I arrived that day, I sat down beside Sarah, laughing with her when we heard the rumors and speculations fly around the room about Alexander's tattoo. The 2 words in the back said nothing, both of them girls, as they occasionally glanced at me. Frowns marred their foreheads, and it made me wonder if Fort, as the new alpha of the pack, had told them about his plans for me. It felt weird to be in school again after the past week, but Alexander didn't really seem to bother teaching Sarah or me. Instead, he allowed us to talk quietly so that Sarah could teach me how to mentally talk with her too. It wasn't hard, but still, I had to focus a lot more compared to talking with Alexander or Andy or even Tlan Exdick. The topic Sarah wanted to discuss, however, shocked me to my core: children. And she didn't mean that in the, "aw, they're cute" kind of way. No. She was actually telling me how much she'd like to have kids herself, and that she hoped she'd be able to conceive soon with Dennis. Gaping, I asked her out loud, "Come again? I thought you couldn't? I mean, aren't you? Aren't we what? And why wouldn't we?" Sarah asked in return, and I hurriedly tried to switch back to the mental conversation. "I thought being a vampire you couldn't have kids." "You died," I exclaimed. If she was saying that she could get pregnant if they tried, didn't that mean Alexander could actually get me pregnant too? I was very sure we hadn't been using protection, but I'd assumed it hadn't been necessary. I suddenly felt a little sick. Sick enough, in fact, for Alexander to turn his eyes on me and frown in concern. Yeah. Well, you only die for like a few minutes, and seeing as we're still warm and got a heartbeat, we aren't dead. Not even undead. We're very much alive. Didn't Alex explain this to you? Sarah was saying to me. Since we have a heartbeat, albeit a very slow one, say about 20 beats per minute, and we all have regenerative powers, it wouldn't make sense, right, to be infertile? It's just a very small chance for it to happen, since we're more or less immortal and the reproduction rate sort of has to balance with that. I heard what she was saying, but I was still staring and trying to come to terms with all the information, my stomach heaving in shock at the possibility that I might actually be pregnant because Alexander had seemed to have forgotten about that tiny little detail. Are you okay, love? Sarah said out loud, stretching out a hand to pat my forehead. You're suddenly a little distracted. I was incredibly grateful that class was finally over at just that moment. Students streamed out of the room in a hurry, eager to get to their lunches, and I jumped out of my chair and stalked over to Alexander, seated behind his desk, to glare at him. I couldn't say anything as long as there were still students in the room, at least not out loud, but I allowed him to feel the full force of my glare. How could he go around hiding key information like that? Behind me, I heard Jennifer suddenly say loudly, "Come on, let's get out of here." Hoary. Barely 20 seconds later, the room was empty except for Sarah, Alexander, and me. What the hell, Alexander? Why didn't you tell me? I spat out, clenching my fists to keep them from going to my stomach. I could be pregnant. I didn't want that. Not right now. A little surprised, Alexander looked at me, one eyebrow raised in question before looking at Sarah over my shoulder. She must have either mouthed the answer to him or telepathically said something, because suddenly his expression cleared. I'm sorry, Agramo Troyi. It didn't seem important, he said, shrugging his wide shoulders. Not important? Not important? How can it not be important? I thought it wasn't possible, I spluttered indignantly. It slipped my mind, to be honest, he replied, stepping around the desk so he could grab hold of my shoulders. Behind me, I heard the door close as Sarah left. It slipped your mind that you should have used protection and that I could possibly be pregnant now? What kind of 1,100-year-old adult are you? Protection? Why would we use that? He asked, confused now. Oh my, did Sarah not fill him in properly? Didn't Sarah tell you it takes ages for couples to conceive? Vampire couples, at least. We aren't all that fertile, even though everything works just fine. Wasn't it in that book you read a while back? Would. But the chance was still, there wasn't it. This wasn't reassuring in the least. He pulled on my shoulders until he could hold me against his chest. I swear you are not pregnant, Brittany, and even without protection, you probably won't be for a very, very long time. Maybe even a century or longer. You'd know if I was, I asked him, feeling a little more reassured now. Yes, instantly, he replied. You should have told me about this. It's still my choice if we should be using protection or not. I don't want to be pregnant right now. You are right, Aghamal Kli. Forgive me, but it really did not occur to me that you might feel that way. I will arrange protection as soon as possible. He sounded genuinely remorseful about it, but I also realized something else. Once, long ago, he'd already been a father and he'd lost both his children to famine and disease. Despite the long time that had passed, that must still hurt him deeply somewhere. The chance, that very small chance that one day he might be a father again, gave him peace of mind. You are sure the chance is very slim? Hoda, I asked him. He nodded. It takes couples on average 100 years to conceive their first child, and often the second child takes even longer. The older the vampire, the harder it becomes too. You mean that even if we had unsafe sex every day for the next 100 years, I might still not get pregnant? Those were pretty bad odds indeed. No wonder Sarah was ranting about how badly she wanted it and how scared she was that it was going to take forever. I do plan on the sex every day, Alexander replied with a smirk, tilting my head upwards so he could look me in the eye. Really, Britt, there is no need to be worried at all. I can even use my powers to make the chance next to nothing. I shrugged. Maybe? I have to think about this, okay? Only now did I realize how I'd already accepted the fact that I'd never have children myself, thinking that I knew everything. But with this avenue reopened, What did I really want? I did want children one day, but not while Fort and Thornton were out to get me. You can think about it for as long as you want, but you have to leave now or you'll miss lunch. A soft kiss was dropped on my forehead as he pushed me to the door. You're not mad at me? Not sure, I replied, but I smiled at him. But I do love you. Tagura agam duit, he replied. Alexander didn't come to bed with me that night. Instead, he said he had to work to get some things arranged for our departure. That, however, didn't mean he didn't come with me to tuck me into bed and sing me his lullaby till I fell asleep. Nor did it mean that he didn't take the time to make love to me even before that. He really did mean it when he'd said he planned on sex every day. I wasn't really complaining about that either, of course. He held me cradled in his arms while he sang until I fell asleep, but the knowledge that he had to leave as soon as I dozed off didn't help. I just knew I wouldn't be dreaming nice things that night. When I woke up the next morning, Alexander still wasn't there. But as I started to get up, to get dressed, he just came into the room. Already up, agroar mokroy? He asked as he tugged me into the circle of his arms. Forgive me for leaving you alone all night. There's more to arrange than expected. Did you sleep all right? He brushed his hands over my back and then pressed his lips against my temple while I just enjoyed the closeness for a moment. I was right about expecting dreams, I told him honestly as I remembered the night's images. I kept remembering good days with my mom, and then every time the image of her upset and broken after that demon visited spoiled the memory. Alexander didn't say anything as he rubbed circles with his fingers on my scalp with one hand and on my back with the other, enclosing me with warmth and something intrinsically male that I loved very much. It chased away the dreams with an ease I didn't expect. After a quick shower and a hurried breakfast, I made my way to the SUV parked in front of the house, kissing Alexander goodbye just a little worried. That feeling from yesterday, the one spelling out doom, had only increased, and I think everyone was feeling it. Pretty soon, things would come to a conclusion, an ending, and I wasn't sure any of us was going to like the result. Was it going to be an all-out fight against Thornton's forces? Was he going to risk it? So far, all we'd received from him was that warning through Deirdre and the abduction of Mattis, the missing guard, and the death of Chamali. Alexander had let slip that this was all rather mild considering the stakes so far. The fact that Mattis's body hadn't turned up yet in some gruesome way meant he was most likely still alive and possibly being tortured just because they could. I knew that made Alexander sad, even though he tried to hide it. All his time as a Regis hadn't hardened his heart and shielded him from the cruelty of his world. I knew that and admired his strength as he survived and ruled his life and this country. There was a witch driving us to school today, and I wondered where Jaden was for a moment. I didn't mind if he wasn't there, but it surprised me that Alexander would trust a witch who clearly wasn't a Zowie siege with my life. The witch was called Gareth, and he'd been the one to find Shamali's head. I remembered seeing him. He was kind, but very lean and sinewy, his frame a little too skinny to be called attractive, but it radiated power nonetheless. I had the feeling that the magic that ran through his blood and gave him his skills and talents, spells, was causing him to look so skinny. It didn't sit right with me. Sarah wasn't there yet, and neither was Bob, but the car pulled away from the house and drove me to school anyway. Aren't Bob and Sarah coming? I asked as soon as Gareth set the car in motion. He shook his head. Sarah will let Danis teleport her to school. They had something to do. A wry smile sent my way through the rearview mirror. Bob was withheld too by a certain redhead, I believe. His expression told me what he thought of that, contempt and a little disgust. He clearly disliked Deirdre, and I felt instantly sorry for the girl. Nobody around here seemed to like her, all of them judging her by the little they knew. Still, if she'd managed to make Bob decide to stay home today, did that mean they'd made progress? That they were actually starting to try and breach the gap between them? I was already so very used to living with the Clittons and speaking with people telepathically that my cell phone ringing startled me. The caller ID was unfamiliar, so I picked it up with a little caution. Hello? I kept my voice down and leaned back so that Gareth, my driver and guard, couldn't hear what I said automatically. Brittany, I'm glad I finally reached you. Stephanie's voice greeted me. For once, she sounded surprisingly nice, a genuine kind of nice that didn't sweet her one bit. It immediately set off the alarm bells in my head. What do you want? I snapped. Anger towards her for all that she'd done to me resurfaced and made me sound acidic. I didn't bother to hide it. She deserved what she got, every bit of it. Tut-tut. Not so snappy, dear. I called to do you a favor here, the woman said, her tone of voice condescending now. The belittling words did nothing to ease my anger. Instead, it only flared hotter and came closer to the surface, breaking whatever tranquility I had. What do you want? I repeated my question, my voice if possible containing more venom than before. I found some old things in a few boxes. I believe they might be from your mother, I thought. Maybe you'd be interested to have them? Stephanie said, her voice sounding kind and nice again. It gave me shivers even as my heart stuttered for a moment at the possibility that there might be more things of my mother left. Especially so close on the heels of the dreams I'd had last night. It was like salt on already festering wounds. Why would you want to do that? You've never given me the time of day. You hate me, I told the woman. I knew without a doubt that she was somehow trying to lure me to her, to get me to see her, and when I did, she'd probably try to sell me to some vampire again, like she'd done with the Millers, with that Luke. I wasn't sure what she knew about all of this. If she actually knew about Alexander being a vampire, or about vampires in general, but her looks and her behavior that night I left seemed to indicate that she had some knowledge, at least. Can I do something nice for you once in a while? Stephanie said, her voice completely innocent. She was a damn good actress when she wanted to be. Would you cut the crap? What do you really want? I told her. A silence on the line for a moment, and I contemplated just hanging up and forgetting about the whole thing. Something stopped me though. All right, I'll tell you what I want, girl, and I'll tell you how it's going to happen. All the nice, sugar-coated tones had disappeared as she spoke now. Brusque and businesslike, she sounded nothing like her usual self, at least nothing like how she sounded when talking to a man. If you want to see that guard alive and well, you come with me after school without a peep. I'll be there with my car to pick you up. As soon as you get in, I'll make sure that guy gets his freedom back. Got it? And not a single word to Alexander or any of his cronies. I swallowed. My life for that of a guard I didn't know? My life and that of Alexander. That's what she was asking. It was utterly bewildering to hear her talk about Alexander and the good men that served him that way. She really did know about the entire supernatural world. I'd have never guessed. What will you do with me if I come with you? I ventured to ask, hoping that she'd give me a straight answer. Ooh, nothing too bad, dear. You'll only be a bargaining chip for a short while. As soon as Alexander surrenders some of his territory, or as soon as he offers me a better deal than Thornton does, you're free to go. My word on it. I found that hard to believe. But on the other hand, if she was looking for either a good deal with Alexander or to fulfill the one she had with Thornton, there was no reason to harm me otherwise, was there? And despite everything she'd done, Stephanie wasn't the type to get her own hands dirty and slap me about just for fun. Unless you pissed her off. You have all day to decide what to do, but if you speak a word to anyone about this, you can be sure that your guard will be dead. I'll make sure it won't be a pleasant death either. A silence as she let her words sink in before she added, You better be there at the end of the day, Brittany. Immediately after the call disconnected, right on time for me to look up and see that we'd just rolled into the school's parking lot. Gareth the witch that drove me to school waved once but didn't ask who had called me and didn't even look like he'd noticed a thing. As I climbed out of the car and hurried into school, I shivered again. See? That feeling of impending doom had been right. That call boded nothing but bad things. A little shocked and dazed, I wandered through the rest of my school day as I contemplated on what to do. It caused Alexander to frown when he saw me in class and check up on me and my mental state several times during the day. Thanks to Sarah's lessons, however, he was unable to glean from my mind what had happened in the car. The disturbing phone call went completely unnoticed, it seemed. Instead, I reassured him that it was only because it was sinking in how rapidly my life was changing. Even Sarah seemed to buy that when she popped into her seat that morning just before the bell rang to signal the start of first period. As we talked throughout the day, she appeared not the suspect, a single thing. We talked unhindered by teachers and students with our mental contact. It was quite cool if I hadn't been too occupied to appreciate it. I wanted to ask her or Alexander if it was possible to track my thoughts. If it was true that Stephanie would know as soon as I told either one of them about the call. But I was scared to ask even that for fear of her finding that out. I did not want to kill poor man by making a stupid move. Fort wasn't in school and neither were a lot of the other wolves. But Alexander was convinced it was because of the extra security around the school he brought in. plus the fact that the alpha position had changed from Thomas to his son Fort. It wasn't unheard of that after such a thing, the wolves spend some time together to reinforce bonds. Even the grizzled Mr. Cooks was missing, according to Sarah. He was a low-ranking wolf though, and he now had to listen to anything Fort said. I felt sorry for the man because he seemed really nice and kind despite his rugged appearance. Jennifer was still acting out of the ordinary too, wearing a surprisingly small amount of makeup, slightly more demure dress, and hardly paying attention to the male populace in school. In fact, she appeared lost in thought, a frown of confusion almost a permanent fixture on her face. I wondered if she knew about what her mother was trying to do. Was Jennifer also part of this plan? Did she too work for Thornton? Was she even now spying on me to make sure I didn't tell anyone about the call? It was tearing me up inside not to know. But she was rude as usual to the girls she hung out with. At least that hadn't changed. When school was over, Alexander telepathically told me it was safe to make my way outside on my own. There, a vamp I didn't know would pick me and Sarah up and drive us home. Outside, I spotted the SUV turning into the parking lot just as I stepped out the door. But as I started across the tarmac, I noticed the dark green Porsche Stephanie drove. Remembering her phone call, I stared for a moment. Saving the guard taken and getting back more of my mother's things. At least if that part of her story had been true, it was without a doubt a trap. It had to be. Else she wouldn't insist that I come alone and not tell anyone, would she? Of course, she'd openly admitted that I'd be a bargaining chip as soon as she had me. But would she be using me against Alexander? Or would she really try to scam Thornton too and try and make a deal with my mate? I'd be crazy if I went with her. I didn't doubt that Stephanie didn't have the resources on her own to hold of the Regis of North America. But Thornton might, and if she was working for him, Chamali's memory flashed through my head. Could I allow another to die for my safety? I bit my lip and started towards the SUV, knowing that it was what I was supposed to do. What everyone would want me to do, and certainly what Alexander would order me to do if he knew. He'd of course try to save Maddie's, but if he had to choose between me or the guard there, really wouldn't be a choice to him. He'd save me, no question about it, and he probably wouldn't even lose sleep over it either. He was right too. If Alexander died, and he would if I did, the entire world as we knew it now. At least America would change. People I loved and cared for would die trying to fight to make things right. Like Jaden and Samuel and even grumpy, horribly arrogant Lysander. A ways behind me, the door opened and Sarah stepped outside, confidently walking over to the same car I was headed for. She didn't appear to have seen me though. In a split second, my body jerked to a halt and I ducked behind another car. Shocked by my actions, I tried to get up again and make my way to the SUV and Sarah. Yet my muscles wouldn't obey, locked into a crouch to hide myself from safety. What was happening? In panic, I tried to open my mouth to scream, simultaneously opening up my mind to scream for help. Sarah would surely hear me, and so would Alexander. Yet instead, I felt intense pressure on my head, hard enough to make my vision swim. Just hold, I thought. If I don't show up in the next minute at the SUV, they'll look for me. Yet, whoever it was that was controlling my body and crushing my head seemed to know this too. I was still clawing at my muscles and the constricting pressure on my mind when my body jerked into action again. I was running, ducked low behind the other cars towards that green Porsche waiting for me. One door was already open and I was thrown into it, roughly. The moment I was inside, I felt control return to my body. I could move my own shaking hands again. Lifting my head, I came face to face with Stephanie. "Hello, Brittany. I'm glad you decided to join us," Stephanie said gleefully from behind the steering wheel as she pulled away from the curb. "Very glad," added Fort with a smirk from the back seat, resting his elbows on the chairs in front of him so he could lean his face in close to me, sniffing at my hair. The car was already speeding away, and the doors locked, but still, I grabbed the door handle and tried to open it. "Let me out. Where's that guard? Where's Mattis? Let us go." "Not so fast, dear. First you have to meet someone else. After that, you're free to go." Stephanie patted my leg as if to comfort me, driving down the familiar road to the big house. "Remember our deal, Siren?" Fort barked at her and I shivered. Oh no, Stephanie never intended to deal with Alexander, and she never intended to let me go. She'd already promised me to Fort. This was bad. Very bad. I tried again, with as much force as I could muster to shout out mentally towards Alexander or Sarah, anyone. Yet sharp pain made my head hurt like nothing I'd ever felt before, that pressure constricting around my head. Not even a beep made it out. Of course I do. She's free to go with you and birth happy little cubs in a dozen as soon as this is over. I won't forget if you do your job right. Stephanie hissed back at him, her scarlet red nails now tapping impatiently on the steering wheel. There wouldn't be much time to get me to the house and hide me, I assumed. By now already they knew I'd gone missing, and they'd start looking. But Stephanie abducting me wasn't on the list of things expected. Of that I was sure. Until her call this morning, I hadn't known she'd been involved in any of this. Why did I stupidly hide that knowledge from my friends and mate? Idiot. Fort smirked as he ran a hand over the exposed skin of my throat and shoulder, right across my mark. It's all in vain, my sweet, soon you'll be free of him, and we'll spend eternity together. I shivered and tried to suppress the disgust I felt, but he noticed and his eyes darkened in anger. He'd so lost it. If he thought I wanted to be with him, if he thought Alexander was doing this against my will, because that sure as hell was what his words insinuated, yet I could only assume now that it was Fort that was blocking my mind from contacting anything. Since when could he do this? Had he been hiding the skill? And was it him or Stephanie that had controlled my body like a puppet and got me into this car? The house appeared all too soon, and I prepared to make a run for it as soon as the doors would open. My hands strained towards the belt of thin knives around my waist. I had to summon up some anger, which wouldn't be hard, and maybe then I could stab Fort and trap him between forms. I was pretty sure that was my only chance, because despite everything, I knew I couldn't stab Stephanie. I didn't know if she had fast healing abilities or not. Sirens were unfamiliar territory for me, and it appeared that's what she was. At least Fort had called her one. But Stephanie drove the car straight into the garage, and when they at last opened the door to let me out, it wasn't just Fort and Stephanie. There was 2 wolves, already shifted, and 2 more burly guys that must be wolves too, each in their mid-20s. That wasn't all. With them stood a slightly stooped, red scaly creature. It appeared humanoid except that it wore no clothing and had no distinct external marks that declared it male or female. It also had a row of black horns on its head and bony ridges along its back. It was hissing menacingly, and it confirmed a cliché. It stank of sulfur. Clearly it was some sort demon, one that couldn't mingle very well among humankind. Now, don't even think about trying anything, Stephanie said with a smirk as she dragged me with her out of the garage and through the kitchen. I never thought I'd think this, but I'd almost hoped Mr. Baker was home or would come home, the man I'd thought to be my father. I was sure that he knew nothing of all of this and that he'd be shocked and call the police or something. Maybe even call Alexander. No such luck though. We encountered no one, and soon I was pulled down a small stairs on the other side of the house and into a basement. The place completely bare except for a mattress that looked very disgusting and smelled horrible. The walls concrete. No windows anywhere. Stay, Stephanie said as she let me go in the middle of the room, as if I had anywhere to run to. The wolves and the demon-like creatures surrounded me as Fort stepped forward and ran his hands down my shoulders and over my back. What are you doing? Don't touch me. I snapped immediately and I tried to push him away. Now don't be like that. I'm doing this for your own good, he said, slapping me across the cheek hard enough for the sound to bounce and echo against the walls. He resumed running his hands over my body and TS keyed when he found the belt with knives. I knew at that point that fighting to keep the knives or do him harm with them was pointless. I couldn't take them all on, so all I could do was try to minimize the damage to myself and hope for Alexander to get here soon. Fort didn't stop when he'd removed the daggers, taking perverse pleasure and checking for more weapons on my person. When he seemed satisfied I had none left. He nodded. Good girl, now I know it's no star place, but I promise you, soon you'll be getting only the best. But only if you stay put and behave. Got it? He met my eyes, and his reflected that crazed look I'd seen before. There wasn't even the feeling of a wolf trapped inside a man any longer. Animals weren't crazy and delusional like this. This was his human side that had completely lost it. I remembered that Jaden said Weirs would never tolerate an insane leader. They only followed an alpha they knew was stronger and smarter than they were. An alpha that would keep them safe and fed, protected. Clearly though, these wolves followed Fort even though he was completely nuts. Why and how did that come to be? I was sure Jaden was right. Crazy to animals meant a kind of sick, and no animal would tolerate a sick leader now, would they? It seemed that with my silence, they thought I'd given them my consent, because they all started backing out of the small, cramped basement room. "Behave, Brittany. It will be over soon." Those were Stephanie's last words before the door slammed shut with a loud bang. I heard several bars slide into place, and when a few minutes later, I tentatively tried how well locked the door was, I knew it was hopeless. My only chance to get out myself was if they opened that door and I somehow could make a run for it. It helped, at least, that I knew the layout of the house, even though I'd never actually been down here. I closed my eyes and summoned up my strongest shields. They weren't much yet, but I tried to remember everything Sarah had told me about it. I really hated how I'd only had time to practice with her twice. I wasn't sure if I could bypass the block of sorts Fort had put on me to keep me from contacting Alexander. Maybe it was gone now that he'd left the room, but I seriously doubted that. He was crazy, but he wasn't entirely stupid now, was he? Besides, he appeared to be under orders from Stephanie, and she was in league with Thornton. One slight push outside my mind and the pressure on my head returned again. No, still there all right? When I was satisfied I'd done the best I could in summoning up those shields, I slammed them up around my mind as tightly as possible. Then, as Sarah had explained to me vaguely once I did a patrols around the outside of those walls to see if there were any places where someone or something was touching my mind. I couldn't see or find anything on the first sweep, nor on the second or third, but I knew there had to be something there. If not Fort, then at least the line that connected me to Alexander, or maybe even the line that connected me to my grandfather. On the fifth round, I stumbled on a kind of vibration. It halted me, and as I examined it, I realized something had been cleverly covering a string of energy that ran from me and away to someone else. Reaching out a mental hand towards it, I imagined a brush to wipe the covers away. It was a line of fire, and I instantly knew that it led to Alexander. Immediately, I heaved a sigh in relief. Thank goodness! At least Fort hadn't somehow found a way to cut my bond with him completely, but my relief soon turned into dismay, because no matter how hard I pulled or tugged or reached and scratched, I just couldn't seem to touch the fire that I knew could never harm me. Something or someone was encasing it in pure, transparent glass as strong as the strongest metal barrier. Was that what was keeping me from contacting Alexander? At least this way, I didn't feel the pain or pressure when I tried to reach out mentally. It made me realize how crude my attempts at telepathy had been before. Now that I knew what to look for, I found 3 more places that gave off a vibration. The first I uncovered was a line of silver, very faint and barely connected to me. It sung and danced with a vibrancy that I knew belonged to Sarah. It was even more impossible to get a grip on that line, and I gave up soon. Then I found a thin line completely on the other side of my mind, as far as one could talk about sides, really. It was familiar, and although there were no distinct colors or other characteristics, I knew immediately that it was Andy. This thread that connected to me was much smaller, but also much more strongly connected to me than Sarah's line had been. I wondered if Alexander was connected to Bob and Sarah in the same way. Clearly, blood ties made the telepathy much easier. I felt a slight reluctance to try and reach Andy, not wanting to involve him, but I knew that reaching anyone was important. I had to get a message to Alexander to tell him where I was, if he didn't know yet at least. Maybe he could use that line that connected us to trace me? Or was Fort covering it completely? And was Alexander unable to sense anything from me? Andy's line seemed more touchable when I first reached for it, but it slid through my mental fingers like water. The shield around it more flexible, that left me only one option. I had to find the line that connected me to Telenextic. Fort might not know of it, because, although we hadn't been secretive about it, it wasn't exactly common knowledge. He could only know if Thornton had told him about it, but I had the feeling that hadn't happened. Thornton didn't seem to be the sharing type. Taking hold of my angel wing pendant, I focused on Telenextic, thinking hard on how he felt like, what and who he was as I walked the perimeter of my mind yet again. A line of white light came alive in front of me almost immediately, and in relief I started following it, happy that finally I'd found something that wasn't untouchable or slipped away from me. "Aya?" I called out tentatively when it seemed like the line of light went on forever. "Aya? I need help. I'm trapped and I can't reach Alexander. Someone is blocking me. Please tell him where I am. I'm at the old house." Aya?" There was no reply, and it gave me such a desolate feeling that tears suddenly started spilling from my eyes and the sob burned its way up my throat. "Aya, please," I mumbled out loud and mentally. Only a soft dripping noise and a snicker from a guard outside the door met my ears. "Where is she?" I growled out at the vampire in front of me. He was one of Saratin's men and a damn good spy, and because of that, I'd allowed him to drive Brittany home from school. I'd have felt much better if it had been Jaden or Saratin himself, but they were both busy trying to locate Mattis. The man bent his head and brushed his knuckles against his forehead. "Forgive me, my lord. I arrived just as you sent her out. They must have taken her right from the parking lot in school." None of the guards had seen her leave the building or leave with anyone. But then they'd all been watching for threats from outside of the school. No one had been paying attention to my mate. I cursed out loud in my native language. It was my own fault for thinking it was safe enough to let her walk out alone. With all the threats directed at her and Bob, I should have been watching her like a hawk. In fact, I shouldn't have allowed her to come back to school for this last week. I'd been selfish in wanting to keep her close when I did feel obligated to go and say goodbye to the students, so it was all my fault that she'd been taken now. Saratin stood behind the vampire and nodded. "We're doing the best we can, my lord. All my men located in this area are making sweeps and trying to track her by scent. I've even got the crone working on it with a detection spell. It was good of you to work with her to reinforce the witch community in this town. You are absolutely sure you cannot contact her mentally?" Jaden asked carefully. He absently patted the vampire on his back as he sent him out of the room, his way of reassuring the man that he wasn't going to be punished. "Of course I am," I gritted out. Yet I still scrambled around in my mind trying to find hers and the connection between us. There was absolutely nothing though, and that was very frightening. Our bond had gotten exponentially stronger since the marking, but now there was nothing. Sarah behind me piped up, "Of course he can't. They are blocking us from tracing her in any way. That's why I'm sure not even Danis's grandma can find her. I've tried several times as well, but I keep coming up blank." I knew she was right, and I'd known that was the case from the start, but it was still a relief that the absence of the bond didn't mean she was dead, or that they'd somehow completely severed it. Samuel strode into the room with a grim look on his face. "Everyone close by has arrived, and Danis is working on teleporting the most skilled fighters we can relocate here. We can strike at full force in less than half an hour." The Viking pulled his blade from his scabbard and nodded at us as he swung it around a few times, as if flexing, preparing himself for battle. "If you wish to pull out even more men, we can do so and be ready in an hour. I have a feeling Thornton has found an unlikely ally." "Stephanie," I nodded. "Brittany must be back at the Baker house where that siren pulls the strings. I knew I should have left her for dead with those vampires before." It was the only logical explanation. Stephanie knew about me, and Brittany and sirens were notorious for their ambition and manipulation. They needed to sleep with a different partner regularly or they'd die. It was their form of food, if you will. A different kind of vampire because they sucked out a man's energy during coitus. This Stephanie was a very ambitious one indeed, and she had a daughter that she could use to do all her dirty work. Jennifer must have somehow tricked Brittany into coming with her, or maybe she'd managed to drag her out of school. I'd assumed the girl was harmless, since she'd toned down her powers in school and dressed properly now. She'd even stuttered out a vague apology to me after class today, declaring that she had seen the light and didn't want to come between Brittany and me. It must have been some sort of a diversion, and it had worked too. But bloody hell, she'd appeared so sincere. And since the mating with Brittany, I'd been so much more sensitive to the moods and feelings of other people. "Saratin, have your men scope out the place. We need to move as soon as possible." I hadn't even finished my sentence before the dark man fluidly started moving. He was out the door the second I finished with a determined look on his face. Another realization dawned on me. I want to bet that Bloody Wolf is involved too. Jaden sent someone to account for all the wares in the area. Jaden nodded and all but ran out the door, only to return a minute later with a nod, signaling me that he'd done as I said. I couldn't stand still as I anxiously paced across the room, my fingers brushing over my own set of swords on the desk. I'd teleported them to me as soon as I heard the news that Brittany had gone missing. My hands itched to face the enemy, to carve a path through everyone responsible for this. My unnatural heart was beating furiously now, pumping borrowed blood through my system at a much faster pace than usual. It made it even harder for me to control my anger, to keep my mind focused on the best way to find Brittany and get her back in one piece, unharmed. It's not unlikely that Stephanie or Thornton will try to contact you soon. Alex? Lysander spoke up for the first time from his place beside the door. The dragon had been completely still as a statue, with smoldering black eyes and clenched fists. It was why I knew I could trust him, why I knew he was a good person underneath all the swagger and bluster, the arrogant words and the disdain towards humans in general. It was all an act. Even he didn't see through himself. Right now the boy was so furious that he had trouble containing his own anger. Only the thick layers of self-control imposed on him by himself and his family were keeping him in check now. They just did, Sarah said as she nodded towards the door. At that moment, it opened to admit another of my Tawisachdil Sakta, a woman by the name of Anaya. Message came through. They got her Alex and Thornton demands. You resign your position as Regis and hand the territory over to his son. I growled in frustration. He's never gonna let me live. This is bullshit. Any confirmation on where he is right now and how many fighters he's got with him? It was useless to do, but still. I reached out again mentally for Brittany, hoping in vain that I'd manage to get through to her somehow. I was rewarded by a dull aching at the back of my head. That definitely meant someone was blocking our bond. Whoever it was damn powerful too. Seriton will report back to you any minute now, Alex, Jaden spoke, reaching out to clasp my shoulder tightly and squeeze hard enough for a human to bruise. But my gut tells you're right and she's there. From what we know, Thornton can't have that many with him. I knew that, but you never know who else he's managed to get on his side. You know what people are like. Always looking for a way to improve their own position. There's more, my lord, Anaya said in her brusque, no-nonsense voice. They delivered the message in the form of Mattis. For a moment there, her breath faltered. It was barely noticeable, but my senses easily honed in on the little sign of weakness, emotion. He's alive? I asked, and I felt a pang of surprise at the sound of my own voice. I sounded incredibly cold and uncaring. In fact, I really felt a bit that way. It all didn't matter as long as Brittany was alive and unharmed. She nodded slowly. Barely, my lord. He needs healing, but Ran is already on it. There's a lot of glass in his wounds that needs to be removed first. It was good to hear that one of the more capable healers amongst my employees and subjects was taking care of the injured guard. Good to know that he was here to take care of the injured after the battle that was soon to ensue. Spit it out, Anaya. You still haven't told me everything, I told the woman, unable at the moment to sugarcoat my voice, to make myself sound nice and decent. But she took it in stride and nodded. They demand you hand them Andy, my lord. Andy's life in exchange for Brittany's. A hushed silence fell across the room the instant her words left her mouth. Then all at once, various male voices around me cursed in various languages. Even Sam let loose a stream of colorful words. It didn't surprise me though. That means their father is involved too, I told my trusted generals. The demon has been unable to reach Andy since he's been under my roof and is getting desperate. I suspect he has the ability to steal powers from others if he's allowed the chance, and he's been trying to create a demon offspring that holds a certain power that could be incredibly destructive should he obtain it. And Andy has it, nodded Samuel in a guttural growl. The dirty bastard thinks to kill the boy and take it for himself. Get in more fighters, I don't care where you get them from as long as they're loyal. The order left my mouth in a growl as I whirled to face Lysander. He was young, but a mastermind at arranging any kind of logistics. Samuel could do it, but he'd be more effective here with me. The Jotun was good at calming my anger, a little. He straightened immediately and touched his fist to his heart, and then his forehead in a salute all of my Tawi Shakta had started to use. You can count on me, he spoke, and I sensed he was grateful to be given a job. The man couldn't stand waiting here for news any more than I could. I saw Anaya cast a look over her shoulder at the door, and I knew she too needed to be in action. I sensed she wanted to check up on the injured guard Mattis. Were they friends, possibly? Go, Anne. As long as you're ready for battle in a moment's notice. I think it's all right if you check up on Mattis now. If he needs it, I'll come to heal him, I said. And finally, the rough edges had almost disappeared from my voice, and I sounded more like my usual self. Anaya didn't say a word as she darted out the door, her long hair whirling behind her and her leather clothes rippling as she moved. There were blades and knives strapped to her in practically every place possible, but instead of looking ridiculous and heavy, she made it look deadly and dangerous. Anaya was the best knife thrower I knew of, and she was bloody scary when pissed off, and despite her clear disability, she was more dangerous than most angels I knew. Having been born without wings, she had learned to be tougher than nails. Because I, too, needed to be doing something, I manifested my armor on the desk besides my weapons and started manually strapping the leather on. Around me, I noted that Samuel manifested his own set of armor straight on his body, and that Sarah and Bob were both getting their own armor and weapons ready. Surprisingly so was Deidre, with a very determined look on her face that only softened every time Bob looked at her. It was, I suppose, a relief to see that they had made up and forgiven each other for whatever had happened in the past. Brittany had told me some of it, but I knew she didn't want to share too much because it was private and painful. Mostly for Deidre, as she'd said. I didn't hold back another angry growl as I saw images of Brittany hurt or dead dance before my eyes. We would save her, get her back in one piece unharmed, no matter the cost, I vowed to myself. All too soon, I'd tied closed the last lace on my arm braces. Heavy boiled leather decorated with ancient Celtic symbols no human understood the meaning of nowadays. Shin guards in similar fashion protected my legs over the silky, supple leather pants. I wore no shirt or chest guard as was common among the Celtic warriors of old, instead preferring the unfettered freedom of movement. My vampire skin, infused with my own power, could hold off any human weapon anyway. It was only demon and dragon fire that I needed worry about, or possibly the claws of a weir. Not that Fort or his pups would get within touching distance. The only thing that covered my chest now were the leather straps that held my swords, belted to my back. Easy to draw and sheath whenever I wanted, just like the dagger strapped to my hip and the set of knives I carried in a holster around my left thigh. Sarah appeared with a bowl of blue dye and a bowl of ochre dye beside me and smiled gently. "For luck, Alex." I nodded and allowed her to draw patterns of protection spells across my chest and back and arms in true Celtic warrior fashion. It was just like old times, when I would go out to fight another battle to keep my family safe. Only this time, I had a horde of friends at my back. Even Samuel had allowed Sarah to draw patterns across his breastplate and arms, although he looked a little uncomfortable about it. I didn't see Deidre anywhere now, but as we all made our way down to the lawn, I spotted her right away. Dressed in leathers herself and painted in Celtic spells, she was putting the dye on each of the warriors standing on the lawn with a focused look on her face. Sarah hurried to join her in the work, and if I hadn't been so furious and anxious to get going, I would have laughed. All the men and women out there were seasoned warriors, but they all allowed the two women to paint them blue and yellow, several giving me frowns as if to say they didn't really appreciate the sentiment. But since I had donned the paints, they each felt unable to decline. Lysander's face in particular was priceless, as Sarah started her work of finger paint on his bare chest and back. While Jaden, now in panther form, was purring in contentment while Deidre ran paint across his black fur, creating beautiful blue and ochre swirls. Saratin materialized from the dark beside me all of a sudden and nodded. "She's there. Place is swarming with wolves, but they're mostly pups. There's an evil inside the house though, and Thornton's men are patrolling the premises." The black man swept his eyes across the lawn to look at all the warriors gathered and nodded. "We will manage. I see that there's more arriving every minute. Good. Let's move out," I ordered. Gistas, H's, Oftry, Fime, Antelial, and Thinkter and Jectors. Well, Levery just landed, is it too? We have duddered to something down the hen and find Evertamia. We have duddered the stairs to the hole they'd locked me up in. I knew it couldn't have actually been hours, because my stomach hadn't warned me for dinner yet, but it felt like eternity. It was cold and damp, and even though it seemed like I'd found the connection between my mind and that of Tlanextic, he had not responded. Nor had I noticed anything from Alexander. Were they really unable to find me? What was going on? The sliding of bars against the door indicated that someone was opening the door, and I backed away from it and turned my back to the wall, making sure I could face whoever was coming in and that they couldn't surprise me. The door swung open with a squeaking noise because the hinges were a little rusted, and then Stephanie strutted into the room wearing high heels and a swishing silky dress that made her look drop-dead gorgeous. And drop-dead you would if you let her sink her claws into you. "Here she is, Brium," she said huskily, clearly putting up her best seductive act towards the man that followed her into the room. He was of average height, but that was all that was average about him, I noted as I took in his appearance. No older than 30 at the most. I knew that looks could be deceiving, and instead relied on the feeling of age that rolled off him. He was old, at least twice as old as Alexander, of that I was sure. His skin was pale and unblemished and flowed over a powerful physique, built for war and combat. As indicated by the dark clothes he wore, only relieved by the flash of steel, a long, thin blade at his side, and heavy buckles on his boots. Hair as white as snow fell sleekly across his forehead and over his ears, but it was his eyes that got me the moment they turned to me and focused on my face. A red so intense that it seemed his eyes were consumed in flames, stared at me with such disdain and disgust that I stumbled back until I could feel the wall at my back. Thin lips quirked up just a little at my obvious shock and fear. "Yes, leave us, Siren," he spoke, and my skin prickled as goosebumps broke out all over my body. I knew that voice. Stephanie hid her disappointment well and started out of the basement, daring to run a manicured hand over the demon's chest in passing. He didn't hide the fact that he stared appreciatively at her backside as she made her way up the stairs. Turning to me, he smirked and stepped closer till I felt him crowd in on my personal space, my heart thumping erratically in my throat. She'll be dead before all this is over. But it would be a shame not to have a little taste before that happens, don't you think? He said to me as he lifted one pale hand to my face. I turned my head sideways to avoid him, but he reacted with a growl. Then suddenly his hand was around my throat and he lifted me off my feet. Gasping for breath, I clutched at the fingers digging into my skin and crushing my windpipe. "You've been out of my grasp for far too long, little one," he growled, squeezing his fingers a little before suddenly releasing me and stepping back. Wheezing and gasping, I fell to the floor, my throat a burning agony as I labored to get enough oxygen into my lungs. I glared up at him. "What do you want of me? Of you? Nothing. You're absolutely useless, but you'll serve to get me the boy. I'm sure your mate will hand him over in a heartbeat to save you," he said gleefully. "Never," I exclaimed, knowing in my heart and soul that Alexander would never even consider it. He considered Andy as much part of his family now as I was. Alexander wouldn't even sacrifice Deidre now because she was Bob's mate. "Oh, but he already did, little angel," the demon in front of me spoke. "He already agreed to our terms. Hurts, doesn't it? To see how even your mate can be corrupted." I was shaking my head in disbelief even though it hurt my bruised throat. "No, you are wrong. It's not true. It's a pity you've been promised to the pup, or I'd have had some more fun with you, my daughter," he spoke. Bending down, he ran the nails of his hand across the bare skin of my throat, across the mark, and I shivered in disgust. I knew better now than to pull away. "Now I'm not supposed to damage you beyond repair." He rolled his eyes as if he thought that was utterly ridiculous. "At least you've done me proud by resisting coming here on your own accord." Another semi-effectio Alex stroke of his hands across my skin. I tensed completely and pulled my legs close to my chest, shame and guilt washing over me for my own stupidity. I had resisted, but not hard enough. They'd still managed to get me into the car without making a single sound of alarm. He laughed a mirthless kind of sound, and those flaming red eyes flared up brighter. I had a distinct feeling of heat on my face as he leaned in, like a raging inferno heating up the room and my skin. The demon shifted so he was kneeling beside me and leaned his face in closer, my heart nearly bursting out of my chest in fear, my body completely immobilized by some unseen force, the heat intensifying as if I'd stepped even closer to the inferno. I felt a nail in the hollow of my throat again. "Loyalty, that's what it says here, doesn't it, daughter mine?" Caressing a dark curl of ogham writing on my skin, part of my mark. He scoffed loudly. Such a silly sentiment. A prickle and then a stinging pain. His nail broke the skin and it sent a hot wave of pain rolling across my entire body. If I hadn't been restrained by unseen bonds, I'd have been trashing wildly on the concrete floor. As it was, all I could do was bite my tongue till it bled to keep in the screams of pain. As soon as it came, however, it left and the demon stood back and looked down on me. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a boy to drain and kill and a Regis to murder. I'll see you again once you've finished the pup, or not if you do succumb to him." He sounded like he didn't care either way what happened to me. A second later, he was out the door. I still couldn't move and I'd clenched my eyes shut to keep in the tears. I clearly heard the bars slide in front of the door to lock me in, but I couldn't move from my rolled up position on the ground yet. The invisible bonds had gone, but my muscles were all cramped up from the assault of pain. How was I going to get out of here? Was Alexander going to hand him Andy? And was Thornton involved in all of this as well? How many creatures were even in the house right now? Besides that other demon and the wolves I'd seen when they brought me in? Oh, if only I could reach them somehow, or even till an X-stick. When the first bang resounded through the house, I scrambled to my feet and hurried to the door. There was a small crack to one side, and I tried to peer through it to see what was going on. The guard was cursing, but he still remained in front of the door. What was that noise? It almost sounded like something very heavy slamming into a wall. As I focused on the noises coming from above me, I realized it sounded like fighting, real fighting going on up there. Was that Alexander and his people up there fighting the wolves? My heartbeat sped up at the thought that they were trying to get me out of here, worry making my stomach clench painfully. What if someone got hurt? Or worse, got killed? It didn't matter that I knew that it wasn't my fault for ending up here. Well, not entirely at least. I should have fought harder. I felt horribly violated that Fort had managed to do so, that he'd gotten into my head somehow and made me get in that bloody car against my own will. Plaster rained down from the ceiling as another quake shook the building. Grinding noises were heard from upstairs. It made my guard on the other side of the door curse loudly and then hurry up the stairs to investigate. As far as I knew, there were no fault lines nearby, so a natural earthquake seemed very unlikely. What could have caused the quakes then? The thought of that gave me chills, and I sincerely hoped it was Lysander in his dragon form. More plaster fell from the ceiling, and cracks appeared along the walls, hairline fractures near the door. The single light bulb above me flickered, and then fell down with a crash, bathing the room in semi-darkness. If I didn't find a way to get out of here soon, the ceiling might collapse on top of me, burying me alive. To emphasize that, a really heavy bang rumbled through the building. The shocks were coming harder and faster now, and still shaking from the pain the demon, my birth father, had inflicted on me. I had to struggle to remain standing. My breathing still came in short, painful gasps, because every movement inflicted another short burst of pain at the center of my throat, right at the word loyalty that the demon had pierced with his sharp, claw-like nail. Just as I'd reached the door and started pushing and pulling in the hope the door had been weakened, I heard footsteps. It sounded like the muffled clicking of heels. That could only mean one person, and I climbed to my feet quickly, swaying in the process when it seemed like the entire building was shaking. If Stephanie was coming back to either get me and hurt me, or simply hurt me, I wouldn't go without a fight. Spotting a jagged piece of concrete on the floor, I picked it up and held it like a dagger, if need be. I'd either stab her or knock her out. Either way, I was going to try to get away from her if she was alone. The bars in front of the door slid away noisily. At the same time, a tearing noise echoed through the room. A crack appeared like a thin line right along the middle of the tiny basement chamber, and I hurriedly stepped over it towards the door. If that crack widened, I'd be better off near Stephanie instead of trapped on the other side. When the door swung open, it was slowly, and I could hear heavy breathing as if it was a struggle to get that heavy thing open. It was obvious that it didn't entirely fit into the frame any longer, as it grated along the floor. I couldn't see who it was in the limited light, but when the door was fully opened, a female form was silhouetted against the light. She was clearly alone. My fingers tensed around the rock in my hand. "Brittany, are you okay?" A tentative voice drifted into the room softly, barely heard over the loud noises of fighting and settling stone. "I'm not here to hurt you. I'm going to help you escape," the voice added, and she sounded unsure and even a little scared. It took a moment for me to realize who it was, but when I did, my eyes widened in shock. Jennifer? I couldn't believe it. Was the stuck-up girl really going to help me, or was this some kind of ploy? It couldn't be, could it? I had no reason to trust her whatsoever, but I also knew that staying down here would probably get me killed. Oh, thank God. "You're alive." "I wasn't." "Oh, I really thought the demon had gotten to you," Jennifer exclaimed as she stepped into the room, shining light in my direction with a black flashlight. The thing almost as thick as her wrist, and clearly made of metal, one of those heavy emergency ones. I could see that she had dust covering nearly every inch of her. Obviously, the plaster elsewhere in the house had followed the same fate as that of the plaster in the small basement room. She was wearing snug-fitting jeans and a long-sleeved shirt, but there were still heels on her feet. How could she walk in them when the building shook so much? Stumbling, I made my way towards her and the door, to freedom. "No, I'm okay. Just a little dizzy. I added the last as my head spun and my vision swam in and out of focus for a moment. A loud rumble shook through the building, and then I heard the noise of falling stone. "Watch out!" Jennifer was screaming, my body automatically jumping forward and my arms coming up to cover my head. Not fast enough. The thought crossed my mind the moment a sharp pain shot through my left leg, the appendage crumbling and sending me sprawling to the hard floor. I managed to catch myself on my hands, but I didn't even have to look to know that a rock from the ceiling had hit me. The pain, eerily similar to how my wrist had felt when it had been broken, told me that my leg had followed the same fate. I had to focus on my breathing to get my vision to clear and the ringing in my ears to subside. Jennifer was cursing a blue streak I didn't expect from her as she scrambled towards me, hands running over my back, and then a sharp jolt of pain through my leg again. I nearly blacked out from it, but then it eased, and I realized she'd lifted the debris off of me. "Can you walk?" A soft voice, soothing tones, and it told me my leg was a mess. She just didn't want to scare me with the reality of it. "I doubt it," I gritted out as I pushed myself up on my hands and twisted so my weight was on my other leg. "I'll have to help you then." The hands from before returned, one slipping around my waist, the other slinging my arm across her shoulders. Surprisingly, Jennifer pulled me up with little effort. She was clearly stronger than she looked. Gasping because breathing was still painful and because my left leg was a searing agony. "We can't stay here. Need to get out of this building before it falls down." "I don't know what's going on outside, Brittany, but there's a dragon there and a whole horde of demons and wolves. I really hoped that dragon was Lysander because that would mean Alexander was here too." Jennifer seemed to sense what I wanted to hear and ask. Or maybe she simply knew because she added, "I didn't see Alexander, but I know he's out there with loads of his own people." "Thank you," I told her as we made our way slowly to the door. I couldn't put any weight on my broken leg. Jennifer was practically carrying me. With Alexander nearby and Fort probably out there fighting too, I might have a chance to reach someone, anyone, telepathically. Closing my eyes for a moment to focus, I reached out towards my mate only to be bounced back by the same wall as before. My head was already spinning and pounding painfully in time with my leg and throat, so I hardly even noticed the pain from that backslash. Sarah and Andy were out of reach too. Only that golden line towards my grandfather was in reach, taunting me. Sending thoughts along it, I knew, even before trying, that he wouldn't respond. He'd lied when he said all I had to do was think of him and he'd come to help. "Aya, please? We need help." We were nearly at the door when a voice cut through the air with a snap, reminding me of a whiplash. "What are you doing?" It was of course Stephanie, and her question was directed at Jennifer. The girl struggled to step closer to the door and maintain balance for the both of us, while everything around us was shaking and crumbling. Yet she stiffened at hearing her mother's voice. Now she'd tell her mother she was just getting me out because I wasn't worth anything dead, or something similar that would sound plausible to her mother. That, or it turned out she was here on orders after all. "I'm helping her," Jennifer said, her voice clear and loud as she spoke in a short lull in the shocks and quakes that drowned out most of the sounds of fighting. "Helping her? Why would you do that? You should be helping me." Stephanie sounded utterly surprised, in shock almost. "Helping you?" Jennifer scoffed as she stepped forward with me, closing in on her mother. "You're working with not one but two filthy rapists, using an innocent as a bargaining chip and willing to kill a little boy. I'm not helping you with that. So that's how it is?" Seemed like Jennifer had standards and morals after all, and her limit had been reached. Right in time to help me. Was this why she'd been dressing more demurely off late and had cut down the flirting with all the boys in school? Rage was filtering across Stephanie's face along with confusion. Clearly she didn't understand what was going on. Why Jennifer was doing this? My thought process was rudely interrupted when the building shook, so heavily this time that we were all tossed around like we were nothing. The sounds in the small room all overruled by the grating and grinding, as if the whole house was coming apart. When things steadied, I felt something hot slowly drip into my eye, but the pain that should accompany it was strangely absent. The room was still spinning, however, even though the actual shaking had stopped. Stephanie was no longer in the doorway, but Jennifer and I were close by, and the girl was already pulling me up on my good leg, trying to get me out that door and up the stairs. A look over my shoulder showed me a gaping hole in the floor, a black abyss below. just a few feet from where we were standing. The floor had simply cracked open along the line I'd already spotted earlier. Somehow, Stephanie was on the other side, balanced on a slab of concrete that was only connected to the wall by the steel wires laced through it. It really was a good thing. Reinforced concrete had been used. Otherwise, Stephanie definitely would have fallen down that gaping hole. The woman, a siren I knew now, didn't seem overly concerned as she crouched there. Instead, she seemed mostly angry as she yelled, "You are picking her over me. She's nothing but a demon's spawn. How can you pick that thing over your very own mother?" Jennifer didn't reply as she pulled me slowly up the first step of the stairs, the building shaking again, and more rocks and ceiling fell down, tumbling into the gaping hole. They echoed loudly as they bounced. My head was starting to feel so heavy that I knew I was losing a lot of blood. Whatever had gashed my face had hit me hard enough to make me dizzy. Even the pain in my leg was gone, and I barely noticed the burning of my throat any longer. It was in fact a struggle to remain awake and conscious. "I'm your mother!" I heard Stephanie scream, but it was vague and barely came over the ringing in my ears. "You can't leave me here." I was sure the woman said more, but it didn't register as words any longer. Instead, I focused on helping Jennifer, putting my legs forward and leaning on the wall instead of her as we slowly ascended the stone steps. The last thing I heard clearly was Jennifer's voice, loud and almost crystalline. She spoke, "I can and I will leave you. I'm doing the right thing for once in my life instead of listening to your lies." Was there hope for Jennifer after all? Anything else that might have been said I missed? A roaring in my ears that heralded that moment just before passing out. My vision field becoming smaller and smaller until all I saw was gray, and then an all-consuming black. The soft PBations of the soft PBations. The soft PBations of fleece of cunning my skin felt oddly strange, and that combined with the tilting motion that reminded me of waves. I felt dizzy, and my eyelids wouldn't open no matter how hard I tried. Something wet and sticky clung to the side of my face, pulling on the skin. Ourselves. I will have wet it, thank you, and it was a comforting color with a related by background. White was good, white was safe. I liked white, especially this warm, cottony kind of white that enveloped me and comforted me. It seemed like I could hear a voice, but I felt too comfortable and safe to really respond to it. I'd rather stay in the nice white couldn't hurt me. When black started seeping in along the edges, I frowned. No, don't do that. But it was beyond my ability to stop it, and all too soon black enveloped me whole again. I was a quickly list axe, was a quickly sitting. I was a quickly list protectors, was a quickly setting. I was a quickly listing wrestles a quickly, and they're having butters of a quickly lists. I was a quickly list of was a quickly list. I was a quickly list, I was a quickly whisk. I couldn't even lift my palms to prevent it from happening again. My throat was burning. It felt parched as if I'd run a marathon in a desert, and breathing in air alone was painful. My head was spinning, and still I was unable to open my eyes. There were arms wrapped tightly around my torso, and I had the feeling of motion, heavy breathing in my ear as someone struggled to lift me. What was happening? I tried to help, kicking out my legs to push, anything to move and get away from danger. Danger? What danger? A searing pain shot through my left leg as I hit something with it. Even when I moved, pain blossomed in my body. Why was the world tilted? What was going on? Who was with me? Who is? And all true over the worlds in my name of our time. Come down here now. My mommy's voice carried across the large open space, and I waved at her enthusiastically. Look at how high up I am, Mom, I told her as I spread out my arms for better balance. I was perched on top of a wooden beam about 7 inches wide, and on the second floor of a derelict building. Well, it wasn't that derelict, just abandoned and old. Very old, and a little in disrepair. But it had all these really cool hidey holes and exciting little nooks and crannies that no adult could crawl into. They were too big for them. But tiny as I was, I could still hide there from the boogeyman and the demons. But most importantly, you could climb all the way to the top and see the most amazing view ever, which was what I was currently doing now. But Mommy didn't like it, and she couldn't follow me with the baby. "Brittany," she yelled, and I ignored the fear seeping through her voice. I was safe. She didn't have to worry. It wasn't like before, where I knew she was right to be scared. Nothing could happen to me even if I did fall. I waved again and grinned down at her. Look, I can stand on one leg. Leaning forward like a ballerina, I lifted my left leg up in the air, my arms still spread out. For a moment, I stood like that on the slim beam that stuck out like a crooked tooth from a gaping hole on the side of the building. Woohoo! I yelled as the wind shook the beam and made it sway from left to right. A second later, I was tumbling through the open space between me and the ground, the earth rushing up to meet me at breakneck speed. I spread my arms even wider and yelled, not in fear, but in excitement. I was flying. Mom was screaming, but she couldn't see me now, shrubbery and trees concealing me from her. A short moment was all it took, and then I was back on the earth, no longer soaring. My feet gently touching the ground as a man plucked me right out of the air. No words were spoken as I took in his golden red skin and black hair. He looked like an Indian, like Grandma's tribe, but different too. And I smiled hesitantly. Hey, I'm Brittany, who are you? The man frowned and then smiled back. Chamali, little one. Now, don't ever do that again. Forget. A touch on my forehead with a slightly calloused finger, and then the world turned black again. There was lead railing was Darius. There was nothing, and then my skin tingled everywhere. It was exposed, dust hitting it like a fine rain. I heard someone cough, and I was glad I didn't have to do that. My throat hurt too much for that to be very pleasant. I heard something like wind, movement, the sliding of feathers against each other, almost like wings rustling, and I struggled to open my heavy eyes. One wouldn't work at all, something sticky gluing the lashes together. The other, I managed to open a crack. The light was sharp and painful for a moment, but then things jumped into focus. The jagged teeth of a broken building around me. Was that the second floor of the house? What had happened? Around it, the garden had turned into a war zone. No plant or tree left upright and gaping holes in the ground here and there. I could see wolves, but most of them appeared to be retreating now, and there were demons as well, in all kinds of shapes and appearances. They were all fighting with human-looking people, presumably witches and vampires under Alexander's command. What filled my vision mostly was a set of huge wings, radiant and so white that they were almost blinding. The man they belonged to, tall and beautiful and toweringly intimidating. Black hair unbraided this time, but decorated still with red ribbons and golden beads and rings. I tried to open my mouth to speak to him. My grandfather had come for me after all, but my throat was burning so much that I couldn't form words. Jennifer, holding me, stepped back, pushing me behind her as if she meant to protect me. It jarred my leg and reminded me painfully that it was broken. Finally, my vocal cords seemed to work, and I croaked out, "That's my grandfather, Jennifer." "Oh," she replied, and then allowed Tlanextic to take me from her arms. He was warm and safe, and instantly the pain washed away, blackness threatening to take me away again. I was sure that Tlanextic wouldn't worry about Jennifer and leave her stranded here if I didn't intervene. I grasped his black shirt tightly and struggled to speak again. "Don't leave her." A moment later, I felt Jennifer's warm breath filter over my face as she squeaked, obviously startled. Then darkness again. Japarice's clothes. Sibarice's clothes to provide. Shibrice's clothes to proficiently was part of the prominence and down. The feeling rejuvenating and restoring. It made me feel whole and complete, and finally, it seemed like I could properly breathe again. I still couldn't open one eye, but it didn't hurt to open the other. It did feel like swimming through very murky water to reach the surface, but what I saw showed me the steel-gray eyes of my mate. Arriving at the house Brittany used to live in, I took careful notice of my surroundings, my senses fully extended so I wouldn't be caught unaware. Already I noticed the sense and mental signatures of 3 different wolves. I recognized them all from school and knew I could dismiss them as a threat. Boys, just little boys, that's what they were. Dragged into a conflict that wasn't theirs because their alpha had lost it. I understood their loyalty nonetheless and could even respect it in some way. That didn't mean they would escape punishment after this was all over, just that I'd be milder on them. Maybe I'd show some mercy, but that all depended on the outcome of today. They smelled uneasy, one even downright terrified, and I knew they'd all bolt as soon as the real fight started. If not, I knew my men would take care of them without any trouble. These kids were no match for my seasoned warriors. Harder to pick up were the scents and signatures of the more experienced fighters. But when I caught a whiff of the first, a man I'd known myself, I soon found more. The wide lawn gave plenty of cover for troops to hide, and Thornton was making good use of the area. Without a doubt, he really thought he had the upper hand. It made me uneasy. It could only mean he had some sort of ace up his sleeve. If he thought to install his own son as Regis here, it had to mean Edward was around somewhere too. A battle-hardened fighter with a mean streak even bigger than his father's, it was Edward who usually led in the punishments his father doled out to his people. More than 500 years ago, when I'd lived with my siblings in London under Raziel's rule, I'd once caught the bastard trying to force himself on Sarah. That had been the start of the animosity between me and Thornton. The vampire hadn't taken well to me roughing up his son. Never mind that Edward was at least 300 years older and a lot more vicious, and very much guilty of the crime I'd charged him with. He hadn't died from the punishment I'd meted out, nor had he learned from it. It was why rape in any form or kind was something I punished heavily. I would not ever tolerate it if I could help it. One simply did not take advantage of the weaker in a sick power play. Moving so I could take a look at the other side of the house, I caught the distinct tangy smell of sulfur. Yes, the demon was here all right, and he'd brought his own little army. I was going to enjoy killing that bastard. I wasn't even shocked by the violent thought. That demon deserved 10 times over what was coming for him. That was one thing I was absolutely sure about. Jaden rubbed his huge head against my hand, and automatically my fingers curled tightly in his fur. What is it? I sent him the thought as I kept on scanning the grounds. I hoped to catch a glimpse of either Thornton or the demon. Everyone is in position. Are you going to show yourself to negotiate? The cat asked me, his long tail swishing in excitement. Jaden was itching to start the fight and bloody his claws. With my mind, I sought out Seriton to confer shortly. I knew it was useless to negotiate. They'd only settle for my death and Andy's, and if I died, everyone I cared for might die too. I'd be giving the demon the most powerful weapon in history, Andy's destructive talent. And although I knew Samuel and Jaden, Anaya and Lysander and the others would all fight to keep Brittany and my siblings safe, they'd be on the losing side, I could not let that happen. Not to mention that my death would instantly mean Brittany's death too, now that we bonded in blood. My heart clenched painfully at that thought, and for a moment I wished I'd told her to wait just a few more days. I agree, my spy master said, but they might give you a hint as to where Brittany is. I nodded, and although Seriton was somewhere on the other side of the building, I knew he could sense my agreement. With a few quickly issued commands, I checked to see if Andy was secure. Another of my Taui CH Dealsakta, a cousin of Lysander and a dragon also, and Danis were taking him to my stronghold together with a detachment of heavy warriors. Its location unknown to even most of my normal Tsishich. They were on their way out of the house now. Danis needed to open space to teleport such a large group all at once. But I trusted the warriors there, all incredibly skilled in their own way to protect them. Satisfied with that, at least, I nodded to the witch behind me and the rest of the fighters gathered around me. When I give the signal, attack. Remember, priority is to keep the human civilians safe. If they see you, wipe their memories, I said. Danis's grandmother reached out her hand to me. The crone was old and wrinkled, her figure stooped and her hand as gnarled as an ancient oak. Do not worry, we planned evacuation procedures. Everyone knows what to do. You can go into combat unconcerned about the welfare of the humans. Fogging and scatter spells have been cast over the area. No human will enter and anyone here won't remember a thing. I forced myself to politely nod, smiling gratefully even though it felt more like a grimace. The muscles in my face just wouldn't cooperate, and I didn't feel like trying really hard anyway. Without saying anything else, I stepped out of the protective spell that had hidden our presence and strode across the lawn to the big house. The wolves I'd smelled earlier came out of hiding and circled me, confused because they recognized me from school. They'd known I was a vampire, and they'd known I was mated to Brittany, but stupidly, they'd been unaware I was their Regis too. Now they shrunk back, as I allowed the heavy weight of my power to roll over them. If I wanted to, I could crush them in a heartbeat. They sensed this and knew to avoid me. None of Thornton's men came out of hiding, but the door to the house opened. 3 vampires, a shifter, and a witch came out. All except the last more brawn than brain. They flanked Thornton as he stood on the steps, looking down on me past his nose with contempt. I wasn't impressed. The symbol of him standing higher than me wasn't lost. However, I was so much taller than the British vampire that I could easily look him in the eye anyway. Which didn't mean that he was frail or small by any means. A vampire of his power and age hadn't survived this long being weak. Thornton's blonde hair was tied back as always with a black ribbon, giving him that old-fashioned look. I knew his beliefs still dated from that time too. I knew that I couldn't let him know how much he had me driven into a corner, so I smirked arrogantly. "Jonas, fancy seeing you here," I said mockingly, my voice carrying across the area easily. I could tell that the already skittish wolves were even more nervous now. At least my bravado worked on them. If Brittany had been harmed anyway, my fists clenched, aching to hold the smooth leather grip of my swords. My muscles almost twitching to swing the steel weight, cleave flesh. The fury and anger burned and seethed. The air around me crackled with it. "Alex, have you come to surrender?" Thornton asked me. The smirk around his lips told me he'd seen through my act. He knew he held my heart. "Have you?" I shot back, forcing a calming breath through my teeth. I knew this wasn't going anywhere. "Cocky as ever. I never did like that about you, boy," the European Regis said. "I'm going to enjoy breaking that pretty little spirit of hers. She screams so wonderfully." I heard Samuel's scream of warning, but didn't heed it as I darted across the lawn, my swords already in my hands, although I had no conscious memory of drawing them. I swung one black blade in a downward slash, cutting through the air with a whistling sound, right where Thornton's throat had been a mere fraction of a second before. Continuing my momentum, I swung my second blade upward, cleaving open one of the vamp's belly, spilling entrails across the steps. My first blade sweeping out horizontally to decapitate the poor guy before he could even remotely start to regenerate. Growling told me Jaden had charged and was now fighting with more of Thornton's shifters behind me. Ignoring that, I turned to attack the others that had been guarding my fellow Regis. The witch was gone, and so was Thornton. So it was obvious that had been some sort of teleporter that he'd ordered to get him out as soon as I charged. Not all that strange. I knew the vampire was a coward at heart. He'd stab me in the back as soon as I left it unguarded. As I turned on the second vampire, he dodged a few of my swings, and we spun around each other even as the third tried to stab me when he had an opening. It was clear the two were used to fighting together as they flowed smoothly from combat stance to combat stance without hindering each other. As I ducked and rolled away from a blow from a huge pole axe, I swung one sword up in the air, sending it in a spinning arc. My empty hand. I turned to the axe-wielding guy, and with my powers, he soon burst into flames, the red tongues licking across his skin like a lover's caress. I caught my sword by its handle again as it fell back from the sky, just in time to spin around and carve a slash across the last vampire's chest, using my second blade to finish him off with a decapitating swipe. Too easy. Way too easy. My blood was roaring for more violence. I needed to get to Britt, and I needed to punish those that had hurt her. This was nowhere near enough to satisfy my hunger for vengeance. Having disabled the enemies in front of me, I made for the door and tried to blast it open with my powers, using my mind only to push the heavy oak apart. When it didn't budge, I used more power, and that created a humming in the air around me, the air whipping my hair against my skin as it spun in wild currents. "Stop. I heard Samuel yell just as the door did burst apart, from the inside out though. The Viking appeared beside me, his huge black blade drawn just as the vile stench of sulfur poured out of the door, along with a mass of writhing black and red scaly bodies, some even burning or breathing fire. I laughed, a grin splitting my face apart. More opponents? Jog Gobel. And easier is that each braze a find actions time. Also, cobbing Nasada, next hasn't teas, and my throat ached from it, while my nostrils burned from the stench. This wasn't the sweet, beautiful human blood, but the vile blood of demons and the sharper blood of shifters. There were vampires who loved this kind of blood, called it more potent, but not me. Sure, I drank from the incredibly strong, powerful blood of Samuel, a Jotun, but he was one of the few I could stand the taste of. There was a lull in the fight. Thornton's men exhausted, the demons nearly all gone, and most of the wolves had scattered. The remaining hostile forces had gathered in and around the house, forming a tight circle, and witches had cast spells to keep us out. It was frustrating, and now that I momentarily had no opponents, I threw back my head to roar in anger. I could care less if that told Thornton how much Brittany meant to me. Anger and rage were a writhing, burning, seething mass inside of me. I couldn't contain it. I had to keep moving. Any progress? Are you getting through their shields? I demanded as I swiveled around to face the crone of the village here. She was a powerful witch, and although I hadn't searched her out before in this life, I knew we'd met on occasion. Her in earlier incarnations of herself, though. She smiled, and her teeth were a little crooked and yellowed. Yes, we're nearly there. Send in the Dracos, my lord. I turned to yell an order at Lysander, but the man was already running forward towards the house, completely forgoing cover. As soon as he had gained enough distance on his allies, he shifted, his body mass exploding outward as he changed from a heavily muscled, tall human to a huge, even heavier muscled, black dragon. His scales glittering like obsidian in the flickering light of a sunset, 3 horns proudly on his forehead to announce to the world that he was not just any dragon, he was royalty. He hit the side of the building with all of his body mass, throwing in over 50 tons of weight. It shook the area with a thundering sound, and I felt a spike of worry. If the building collapsed, Brittany would get caught in it, like a ripple on a pond. Ripples rolled outward from where he'd hit the shield and building. They sparked blue and red and yellow and green. A crackling resounded, and then I knew he'd already done it. The shield was gone. With yells of victory, my Gaishiok, my warriors, and my Dawishok present surged forward to renew the attack. We had to beat back Thornton and his son Edward thoroughly, or they'd try this all over again soon. I would not rest until I knew Brittany was safe. To one side, the ground split apart, and I knew the Demon Lord had opened a gateway. More of his minions started pouring into our world, screeching and screaming cries of war and hatred. Most of them small, imps. A lot of them as tall or taller than a human, but only one was as big as Lysander in his dragon form. It was a burning mass of what appeared to be boulders held together by sinewy muscles, no skin whatsoever. The thing barreled into the dragon without pause, and together they tumbled into the building. I screamed in warning, both out loud and mentally, and Lysander scrambled to get up into the air, spreading his large wings shot with silver. However, the damage had been done. Part of the second floor had been torn clean off. Knowing that Lysander would do his best to keep the house intact now that he'd been made aware of the danger, I turned, facing the Demon Lord that I'd now spotted on the other side of the chasm, running. I was there in a flash, dodging past the lesser demons and imps easily, and hamstringing the occasional creature when it crossed my path. The chasm was about as wide as 6 cars together, and sulfuric smoke was billowing out of it. Hell, as humans often called the demon realm, wasn't actually located below the Earth's surface, but their portals always manifested themselves this way. The demon, Brittany's father, saw me coming and started to spin away, smoke swirling around him as he started to dematerialize. I don't think so. I smirked as I propelled myself across the tear and the earth, landing both my feet solidly in his back. We rolled across the ground together, the demon hissing, I was growling. I didn't care that I sounded much like a rabid dog. I was going to tear his throat out. We both got to our feet and I swung my blades, testing the demon's reflexes. He sprung back to avoid the cold bite of my steel blade and raised both his claw-like hands. Fire streamed out of them and engulfed me whole. Burning and seething and scorching, the demon's eyes gleamed in victory. I laughed, the air crackling as the demon's power collided with mine, splitting as if cut with a knife and billowing around me without touching me, passing me without even harming me or my clothing. Fool, I scoffed. I was born in fire. But I knew that sending him my own flames would be useless. He was as immune to fire as I was, although before demon fire and dragon fire had both been able to harm me. It seemed my powers had evolved yet again. Instead, I attacked him with my swords, slowing my strikes just a tad, enough to make him think I was tired, that I'd slowed after the 2 full hours of combat we'd had. If he believed it, he'd underestimate me, and that would definitely be his ending. The demon had an unusual fighting technique, using his claws and dancing into close range as if not the least bit worried that he'd be injured. With one hand, he grabbed my right sword, yanking hard to wrestle it out of my grip. With the other, he slashed for my throat. I dodged the slash just in time and felt adrenaline shoot through my body. Close call. I knew those nails were highly poisonous. With a growl, I blasted him backwards with pure power, slamming him into a nearby tree. The thing broke with a mighty crack, but the demon flowed to his feet with a grace that told me nothing had been broken. Too bad. We circled each other again, and this time, before he could get in closer, I spun one blade in a high upwards arc again, manifesting a serrated throwing blade a fraction of a second later, and tossing it in a fast, blurring arc at the demon. The next moment, I caught my sword again and launched myself at him before he could react. As I knew he would, he dodged the flying throwing blade, and that spun him sideways, one claw out of range to block both my blades now. I let out a growl in victory as my blade hit home. The first one caught by his right-hand claw, and the other caught with his belly. It sunk into the soft tissue greedily, and then caught against the hard spikes of the demon's spine. The demon hissed and then shuddered, red blazing eyes glazing over slowly as he slid off my blade and fell to the ground. The blackest blood stained the earth dark and was corroding my sword, eating away at the metal. I smiled down at his dying form, a momentary sense of satisfaction rushing through my system, only to disappear when I realized I still hadn't found Brittany, that she could be hurt somewhere. With a frown, I focused on our completed bond and tried again to reach her mentally, hoping that, with the death of her father, I'd be able to reach her. A blank wall forced me back, and I threw back my head to growl loudly. Damn it! Where was she? Why couldn't I reach her? Then, before I could move off to the house and tear it apart piece by piece until I had her in my arms again, more demons and imps and wolves and witches appeared and attacked me. I knew my Taoiseach Sakta and other Gaesiak were out there fighting more of them, but where I was the only one. Fighting alone, grinning even though I felt nothing but a horrible need to get to Brit and a terrible vengeance to kill all those that had harmed her. I fell on the new opponents and started tearing them apart, with my blades, my raw power, and even my fangs and bare hands. My gut tightened in anger as I spun around and dispatched of another opponent. Where was that bloody wolf? Where was Thornton or even his son Edward? I needed Brittany, or an opponent that wouldn't die so quickly. Around me, I saw that the battlefield, formerly a perfectly maintained and groomed garden, was littered with bodies. Demons and shifters and vampires all piled over each other and scattered about. Jaden was still prowling about, and I could see Seritin flashing around in the shadows, deadly and silent like a viper. I didn't see Samuel anywhere, but I could feel his powers in the air, so I knew he was around somewhere. Throwing back my head, I roared, a challenge to all my opponents. Come out and face me, you cowards. You want my territory? You want my mate? Kill me then. But as I turned and surveyed the area around me, I realized that everyone had fled. At least all the leaders of this bloody attack had. No Thornton or Edward, and even that wolf fort seemed to have disappeared. Well, at least I'd managed to kill the demon. That was a relief for sure. I turned to face the big house and frowned at the complete ruin it had become. Part of the second floor gone, and cracks and tears splitting the building apart. It looked like it had been shaken by a huge earthquake of sorts, and only bits and pieces of it had remained standing. Muted but alive, I could feel the bond between Brittany and me now. Although it seemed like it was still impossible to reach her mentally or to locate her, I knew she was breathing, but in pain, and that knowledge made me see red around the edges of my vision. I wanted to kill the demon all over again because I knew he was responsible for her pain, and I wanted to tear Fort to pieces with my bare hands because I knew he'd wanted to put his grimy hands on her again. A flash of light caught my eye, and I let out another growl as I realized it was the beautiful wings of light from Telenextic. How did he get into my territory? Like again. I was about to launch myself up into the air with a leap so I could grab the archangel out of the sky. To hell with the consequences, when I noticed the dark shape in his arms. He was carrying something, no someone, two people even. He was flying away to land out on the road, away from what remained of the battlefield. Near the crone, where she stood with a thoughtful, reverent look on her face, even as she cast spell after spell to contain the raging demon the size of a huge dragon. Lysander had it in a chokehold with both his front claws, and he was biting down on a part that appeared to be the demon's throat. Still, the creature struggled. My legs were already moving, breaking out into a run towards them before I'd even given a conscious command to do so. I urged my body to move faster. Talanic Stick had dropped his burden to the hard ground gently. One of the people he'd carried, Jennifer. The partly siren girl was covered in grime and dust and even blood, and she staggered when the archangel let go of her, dropping to her knees and shaking with tremors that seemed to be part shock and fear and part exhaustion. Still, her eyes went to the other form on the ground, concern creasing a dust-covered forehead. "Is she all right?" Jennifer asked hoarsely. My attention was on Brittany, her leg at an odd angle, and her clothes much in the same disheveled and grime-covered state as those of Jennifer. She was deathly pale, and blood from a gash above her eye had painted the left side of her face completely red. Her chest was heaving as if she was struggling desperately to breathe properly, the sound painful and labored. I was already on my knees beside her, skimming first one hand up her broken leg, barely touching her but blasting her with power to heal and knit the broken bone. As my hand reached her hip, I felt more bruises that I instantly healed. It also seemed as if many of her muscles had suffered from overexertion, as if her entire body had been put under massive strain. I soothed away those aches wherever I found them without pause. Reaching her chest, I felt a sharp pang of worry shot through me. I couldn't find the reason for her labored and painful breathing. There were bruises on her back and she'd clearly bit her tongue. But other than that, I healed the gash on her face and the concussion her brain had suffered. And only then did I notice the black stain on her throat, spiraling outward and covering a tiny fraction of the mark. I knew it was the word loyalty that had been damaged, stained with that black. What was that? I tried to remove it with my healing power and found that I couldn't. There was something there, something foreign, magic of some sort. The demons. This was the demons doing for sure. Was this the poisonous effect of the demon's nails? I cursed myself for my lack of knowledge. Fear a tight band around my heart, a different kind of fear. But that was momentarily washed away when my beautiful Brit opened her eyes and smiled. I loaded. Alright, now host in Creedinga. I load up Alexander. I loved up at Axander, my mate and the love of my life. He was glorious in ancient Celtic armor, even with the black and red blood that covered him. His eyes were dark and stormy, worried, but they flashed warmly when he noticed my smile. "Hey," I croaked to him, trying to reassure him that I was all right. He'd healed me because there was no longer any pain except the burning in my throat. That was the demon's doing, and I wasn't sure what it was, but I knew it wasn't fatal. Sitting up, I swayed a little, and with shock, I realized I still couldn't feel Alexander through our bond. Was that fort blocking it still? Alexander bent down further so he could hold me tightly to his chest, breathing out heavily and then breathing in my scent. "I'm so glad you're safe again." So was I, of course. But I still felt restless. It wasn't over yet. Someone was still masking my bond with my mate, and it had to be Fort. Where was that bloody wolf? I pressed myself into Alexander's chest, ignoring the hilt of a dagger digging into my stomach. Over his shoulder, I looked around, scanning my surroundings even though one eye was still closed, the dried blood gluing my eyelid to my cheek. One side of my view was partly obscured by Talanic Stick's imposing wings of light. It was a relief to know that he'd come to my aid. The archangel was trying to hide his own look of relief, but through our faint connection, I could feel it loud and clear. Next to Ia stood Jennifer, and she looked determined and a whole lot scared, but an ancient-looking, wrinkled woman had clasped a withered hand over her shoulder. I was sure it was the only thing that kept her from bolting. That had to be a witch, and maybe even the crone. She looked wise and omniscient. I think she would have scared me too, if not for that warm look on her face. I could see more of Alexander's people as they made a defensive line around where we stood. Yet it appeared the battle was a moot thing now. Lysander, as a huge dragon, was rounding up the last of Thornton's men and an occasional stray wolf from Fort's pack. It appeared these were offered the chance to surrender. Jaden was also there, but he was hardly visible all the way across the field of destruction. In a flash, I thought I saw Seritin, and a beautiful, imposing woman dressed in leather. Samuel was nowhere to be seen though, but there was enough familiar faces. The Zawi-Seek were taking care of the last remaining demons with ease. All was well now. See that? I told my brain, yet the uneasy feeling in my gut didn't ease, and neither did the pain in my throat. "I killed him," Alexander said, his voice betraying nothing of how he felt about that. It made me realize how much I relied on the bond to read him. how much information usually instinctively seeped through to let me know what went on behind his cool and controlled demeanor. Who? I asked, and my voice was incredibly husky and soft. Everyone heard me though, and I knew they were all wondering the same. That demon lo ragramogroi, he replied. And this time I could hear his loathing for the creature clearly. My father was dead? I reached up and touched my throat gingerly. Then why did my throat still hurt? Ram, that's what Stephanie called him, I heard myself say. Surprised, I twisted so I could look my mate in the eye. There was a collective silence behind and around me, interrupted only by a fierce roar from Lysander in the distance. Then there was an orange glow as the remains of the mansion burst into flames. Are you certain you heard that right? That was Twenextic moving in closer. Tension and worry rolling off him in waves, and this time, I think everyone could feel it. Not just me. Alexander's grip around my waist tightened when I nodded slowly. Yes, that's what she said, and he didn't correct her. From somewhere, a handkerchief had been produced, and my mate deftly used it to clean the blood from my face. That means we can't be certain he's dead. Saratin, find me his body. Yes, my lord, the dark man replied softly. I hadn't seen him, but he'd obviously been close by. Alexander pulled me to my feet then and tilted my chin up so he could look at my sore throat. The hissing that escaped him couldn't mean a whole lot of good. Has Samuel been found? I want the cleanup to start now, and as many soldiers as needed return to their posts. The rest remains to guard us here. Scuffling around us, and with my sight restored to both eyes, I could see people around me dart away. The old witchy-looking woman pulled up her sleeves and turned to face the burning house. She was preparing to cast some sort of spell, it seemed, mumbling softly and frowning as if concentrating intently. Tlenextic and Alexander were the only ones that didn't move, except for a scattering of warriors painted with blue and ochre around us. Obviously, these were the men remaining as our guard. I wondered who'd been responsible for their colorful appearance. Beside me, Deidre moved into my field of vision, clad in black leather and painted just like the warriors around her. Short swords similar to the ones Alexander carried hung in sheaths at her hips, both blades blackened with blood. Her fiery red hair hung in ringlets about her face. It made her look both soft and fierce at the same time. However, her liquid silver eyes were huge, and her face was as pale as snow. She'd come to fight, but something had shook her to her core. Raim, you said? The woman's voice warping the name strangely, as if she was much more aware of the origin of the name and the linguistic cadence that belonged with it. I nodded, my throat burning. Yes, what's wrong? Are you okay? Reaching out a trembling hand, she touched my shoulder. A low, rumbling growl made Alexander's chest vibrate against me, but he cut off the aggressive sound abruptly. Careful, Deidre. I won't be able to control all of my baser instincts right now. She withdrew her hand again and then leaned heavily on Bob, who'd appeared beside her with an intent look on his face. Raim was the demon that murdered Deidre's family and held her captive before she was made. Shocked, I clutched to Alexander's warmth as I remembered the tragic, horrifying story of the red-headed girl's life. She'd never mentioned the name of the demon when she talked about her past. The demon had come and demanded her hand in marriage. Then, when she and her family had refused, a slaughter had ensued and Deidre had been the only survivor. She'd told me that she'd often wished she'd died then, along with her family. It was hard to reconcile the thought of the man that had fathered me with this monster. Despite the fact that I knew he'd raped my mother and done countless other horrible things. Even despite the fact that he'd hurt me, tortured me almost when I'd been locked up in that basement before. Not to mention what he'd done to Andy. Andy, where's my brother? I asked urgently. That demon wasn't after me. He wanted Andy. Alexander picked up on my fear and spun to bark out orders to the remaining guards, no doubt also communicating mentally with his Dawisash. I had Danis bring him to my stronghold. There he is, completely safe. But I knew before he'd said, if they arrived. Fort, I said. He went for Andy. That's why he's not here. Of all the opponents today, he was the one least missed. I heard Stephanie tell him the demon had another job for him. I recalled the momentary distrust and then the slow-forming glee on his face as he realized what Raim wanted him to do. We were all already on our feet and moving, Alexander slinging me up onto his back, Tlenextic spreading his wings and launching himself into the sky. Bob and Deidre spun around and became blurs as they ran as fast as they could towards the Clitton residence. Alexander, burdened with me, was only a fraction of a second later as he followed them. We arrived at the house in record time, and it was immediately evident that something had happened. The front door was splintered completely, and there were scorch marks on the lawn as if huge fireballs had struck the ground. Alexander cursed loudly in Gaelic. "Where is Sarah?" Just then, Tlanextic landed. "The boy isn't here. I can't feel him." He sounded more worried than I'd ever heard him before, and he wasn't trying to hide that fact at all. As if he'd given in to the more primal urge to protect his offspring. "Over here," Deidre yelled, waving her arm as she pointed to a pile of rubble, something that appeared to be the remnants of a garage. The remains of a car were visible just outside of it, smoking, and the prone body of Sarah lay beside the driver's door. She was unconscious, and a wooden stake had been driven through her belly, silver wires glittering across her throat and wrists, bands with runes of magic that forced her immobile. It was clear she'd tried to struggle free, had tried to remove the stake from her body. Just a few feet away from her lay Danis, also unconscious and bleeding heavily. Blood, a dark, already congealing pool around him. Drag marks made it obvious he'd tried to get to Sarah, despite the bloody lacerations and scorch marks that covered him almost from head to toe. Only when we reached him did I see the true horror of what had been done to him, however. His right arm was completely missing. A shimmering shield in front of the stump told us he'd cast a spell to stop the bleeding, only to succumb to the pain and other injuries just before he could reach Sarah and remove the containment bands. Alexander knelt beside Danis after one look at his sister, but he knew he couldn't undo the magic that held her. So he sent his healing powers through the young witch's ravaged body. Danis actually jolted violently with the force of it. "He had no heartbeat," Deidre whispered, her face ashen. "Were there no guards left here?" "There were, but a Galamut was with the raiders." "Look at the scorch marks." "They were overpowered," Bob exclaimed softly. He was pale too, and his voice sounded strained as his eyes darted from Danis to Sarah and back again. Deidre hissed in shock. "Galamut?" I didn't know what it was, but the red-headed girl seemed to tremble in absolute terror and fear. If that was the reaction to just a name, this creature had to be just as bad as Ryum was, evil. I swallowed back bile in my throat as my heart convulsed painfully. They obviously hadn't had a chance. Color had returned to Danis's face, if only slightly. Yet in response to that, Sarah started to regain consciousness, her arms weakly struggling against the silver bands and blood bubbling up again around the entry wound of the stake. Tonextic was standing beside her, and with sure hands he pulled out the stake in one quick, fluid motion. She screamed, and her legs twitched wildly for a moment. It was clear that the stake had shattered her spine. Alexander was beside her in a flash, blue fire leaping from his hands even before he reached her. It filled the gaping hole in her middle, knitting flesh back together so rapidly that we could see it move. The fire also licked across the silver bands, and soon they sprung apart like locks that popped open. When that happened, it made the sound of breaking twigs. Immediately, Sarah moaned, "Danis?" Despair and intense fear covered her face and drenched her voice. "He'll live," Alexander barked out as he shifted her to stretch out more comfortably on the ground, his movements jerky and ungraceful for once, yet tender all the same as he stroked his sister's face. "I can't feel my legs," she moaned again, in surprise this time. It was clear she'd never experienced anything like this before. At least there was no pain then, and that was a relief. I didn't want to imagine the agony of a stake through your belly. "They are healing Deifer Oak. It's all right." My mate was smoothing his hands over her face gently now, reassuring her, while Bob, knelled on her other side, started doing the same, murmuring softly in ancient Gaelic. It looked like something both men had done 1,000 times before when Sarah had been a little child, scared of a nightmare or a shadow beneath her bed. "I'm so sorry." Sarah's eyes found me a little away from her, and they were wide and big and full of sorrow, calmer under the gentling touches. "They took Andy." "E took him." "I know, we'll find him." I tried to sound brave, even though I was shaking on the inside, but I knew it would only upset Sarah now if I showed her my own fear. My friend had been through enough for now, so I'd locked the panic up inside me until I could be alone. "No, they're going to kill him." "I'm so sorry, please forgive me." She then started wailing, as if in intense mental pain, tears rolling down her ash-stained cheeks as if she was already mourning for my brother. "You fought to protect him the best you could. You nearly died. Danis nearly died. What more could you have done? I said, yet the despair I was feeling myself made my voice sound shrill and my words were laced with fear. Sarah didn't reply but kept wailing in agony even though the stake wound in her middle had nearly closed by now. Alexander wiped his hand over her face in a quick but practiced gesture, and she fell quiet immediately, fast asleep. With a grim look on his face, my mate turned around and gathered me in his arms. We will find him, Britt. I won't let the demon hurt Andy. I allowed myself a moment to rest in his arms. Then I turned to survey the damage to the house and the area, hoping there would be traces, clues as to where they'd taken my baby brother. All I saw, however, was Danis's still limp body with his arm missing, and I could no longer keep my feelings inside. Tears burning their way up my throat and forcing their way out from beneath my no-clenched shut eyelids. Please, somebody help him? I heard myself whisper, and in reply to that, I heard only the whispering of a set of wings as Alexander tightened his grip around me. Blackness engulfed me, and the last I heard was the lullaby that had rocked me to sleep so many times now. He'd used his power to make me sleep. I felt a momentary surge of both anger and gratefulness. How could he do this when Andy was missing, when my friends needed help? Yet the blackness that engulfed me made me forget, if just for a little while. I woke to the sound of pacing footsteps, but they were distant, and when I slowly opened my eyes, I knew immediately that I was alone. I was lying in a very big, soft bed, surrounded by a very familiar smell. It made me feel safe. Then I frowned, unable to sense Alexander. Someone was still shielding me, blocking me from sensing the people I'd by now become so familiar with, finding comfort in the tenuous connections between our minds. Even my bond with Talan Extic was now shielded. I could tell the bonds were there though, unlike before. Whoever was doing this had stopped hiding it from me, using the energy instead to make the shield stronger. I tried in vain to find my way around it, anxious to see if I could reach Andy. Was it Fort? And was he really that powerful? In moments, the rest of my memories came rushing back, and I was overwhelmed by a sense of despair. Andy gone, 2 of my best friends gravely injured, and more of Alexander's people dead. How had this been allowed to happen? How was this even possible? Did Alexander really leave Andy so unprotected? With only a handful of warriors, and Sarah, who wasn't the strongest fighter, and Danis, a witch more capable of teleportation than combat. Anger surged through me at that thought. Could he really have been so stupid? Sitting up, I became aware of the pain in my throat. A moment long, the room spun around me. Then I managed to focus, and I realized I didn't know where I was. This was not our bedroom, yet it was clearly Alexander's. It was visible in the choice of furniture and the energy of the room. The colors chosen for the walls could only remind me of him, and his scent clung to the sheets around me. Whoever was pacing outside the room, however, hadn't stopped doing so, but hadn't come in either. Did that mean they were unaware that I woke up? Or was it Alexander? I stiffly climbed out of the bed and threw open the old, heavy wardrobe situated in the corner. It was filled with my own clothes. Someone had taken the care to fold and hang them in neat order. Clearly, we would be staying here now on a more permanent basis. I didn't have to guess to know that these were Alexander's rooms in his so-called stronghold. I quickly selected a pair of practical jeans and a long-sleeve shirt in a dark, warm brown color that matched my eyes. Getting dressed and washed in the ensuite bathroom, I was in a hurry, anxious to get started on the search for Andy. It was the only thing on my mind now. There wasn't even place to worry about poor Danis's arm. I was sure that Alexander was also focused with single-minded determination on finding him. In fact, he'd probably blame himself for it in the first place. I wanted to go to him and at least reassure him that I knew it wasn't his fault yet. Somewhere I wasn't sure. If he really hadn't left enough people to guard Andy, we'd both known that it was something in Andy, a talent that the demon desired. I was just making my way to the door, ready to barge down whoever was pacing in front of it and force my way into the search. A sharp pain shot through my body, radiating out from my heart. For a moment, I thought I was having a heart attack. Then the pain subsided and I became aware of another sensation. How did this happen? Only one thing came to mind. Fort. It was him that had taken Andy, and it was him that shielded me from the others. I could suddenly feel the simmering anger that had followed the pain, beating and pulsing through my head. I wasn't sure if that was supposed to happen, but it had drawn my attention to the thin but tenuous line between my mind and his. He'd somehow been injured. It had been his heart hurting, as if being squeezed by an unseen force. It was his anger filling me now, and I trembled with the intensity of it. Of course, we had to be connected somehow, if he were to shield me. A faint hope bloomed inside of me, but I was careful to keep it hidden in a corner of my own mind, drawing up those thick metal walls around it and my thoughts, the same ones I'd once tried on Alexander, but that had given me a headache at the time. Now I felt no pain, and the walls slid into place easily. It wasn't hard even to put up some token distraction thoughts and feelings on the outside, in case Fort was in fact able to see inside my head through that connection. I didn't want to tip him off. He'd been injured, or at least hurt, or I wouldn't have felt that, so something had happened. For a moment, I hoped it had been Alexander freeing Andy, but then I realized that was foolish. Alexander wouldn't leave Fort alive. I sat down on the bed again, certain I could find out where they were somehow. Closing my eyes, I searched carefully from behind the safety of the freshly made walls, and soon I'd found what I was looking for. There, the connection. Faint and small, concealed and camouflaged, but definitely there. Once I'd found it, it wasn't difficult to follow. I felt like a bloodhound on a trail as I raced along the thin line of energy, jumping from mind to mind almost, as if he'd tried very hard to hide his trail. It was red hot to me though, glowing and alive and so clear now that the image of it seemed burned into my memory. It was seething in red, anger and pain. Whoever had hurt Fort had made finding him easy. Then I hit a wall, shielded like my own mind had carefully been, Fort's mind. I couldn't see into his head, didn't even know how to exactly. I'd never done anything like this before, and I'd certainly never heard anyone talk in detail about it either. I circled the shields. It wasn't really circling because there was no clear mental picture of the shape and size of it yet. It felt like I was walking around the edges of his mind, making several loops to make certain I didn't miss a thing. There were no cracks and fissures. I didn't give up though, but tried again and again to find a weakness, a glimpse, anything. Suddenly the walls flashed red, then that same pain from before seemed to crush my heart again. I felt my body crumble onto the bed, but at the same time the walls of Fort's mind flickered. I had no time to hesitate, and, through the red haze of pain, I hurriedly slipped through. Immediately, vision, not my own, assaulted me, and the pain seemed to intensify tenfold. It was painful to move, to breath, and even to think. I was looking at a hardwood floor covered with dirt, and I was leaning on my hands, panting out breaths between clenched teeth. They were big hands, male hands, and I knew instantly that they were Fort's. My vision swam and my ears were ringing. The pain was only getting worse, and it was so very hard to focus. I heard myself curse in Fort's voice. "You little son of a bitch. Cut that out." My head tilted upwards to show me the image of a rusty cage, big enough to hold a decent-sized dog or a small child. Andy, dirt-streaked and scared, his chubby face tear-stained, looked out at me. It was clear he was in intense pain, yet he also looked extremely focused. I wanted to scan him for injuries, but my vision moved again. I was getting to my feet now, and the pain was, although still intense, slowly subsiding. Standing up was still a task, and I stumbled multiple times as I made my way towards the door, swerving as if I was drunk. "It's that Rain wants you alive," I grated out, "or I'd have long since killed you, spoiled brat." With those parting words, I swung open the door and stepped outside. As it banged shut behind me, I breathed in deeply. Immediately the pain abated, slowly fading away, and this time, it seemed without leaving that red-hot trace behind. No burning in my veins that made moving an agony, or breathing a task. For a fraction of a second, I was still Fort, staring out across a forest, within the distance the village of Riverwood, home to Westtown High and the Clitton residence. Then my mind was disconnected, and I was myself again, rapidly being pulled away and shut out by the shields that were slamming into place around Fort's mind. Where were they? I hadn't been able to see enough landmarks to know in which direction around the village the cabin had been located. The knowledge surfaced, like before when I searched the minds of the dead bodies of that crony, of Thornton, and the mind of Chimali. A cottage, built on a rocky outcrop with a single access road. Fort knew the forest so well that he needed no roads to escape if necessary. In the forest, he'd be anything but trapped. I slammed into my own body with such force that for a moment every single nerve ending seemed to scream with awareness. Then my throat burned so violently that my stomach rebelled. I tumbled out of the bed, but hadn't staggered more than 2 steps towards the bathroom when I gagged. My knees gave way and I crashed to the floor, puking and gagging until my body heaved over and over again, yet nothing came. My midriff was so cramped up that the pain, although located differently, almost came close to the heart attack feeling of before. The room was spinning around me so rapidly that I feared I'd get dizzy from it and start throwing up all over again. My forehead was touched with something cool, a wet washcloth, and I felt a big male hand running up and down my back in a soothing manner. For a moment I thought it was Alexander, but as I blinked and looked up through eyes, blurry with tears, I came face to face with Lysander. I nearly screamed in surprise, but only a shocked gasp escaped my laboring throat. His ever so aristocratic face had been softened by compassion now, and it made for a weird combination. This man was anything but Compassio Alex as far as I'd been aware. But it seemed I had been wrong. He held the washcloth in slender fingers and without hesitation wiped my mouth with it, dabbing until he was certain I was clean. Then the cloth simply disappeared, and so did the evidence of my upset stomach, not even leaving a stain on the pristine cream-colored carpet. The next second, he held a crystal-clear glass filled to the brim with sparkling water, offering it to me so I could wash the foul taste from my mouth. I swallowed greedily and was just about to offer him my thanks when it hit me. The name of the rocky outcrop the cottage had been built on, Shadow Peak. I did croquet. I was hired into the 6% of crop, which I did this up and was make it out of 6. Thankfully, Lysander seemed to understand what I wanted and grabbed my elbow to steer me in the right direction. He walked so fast that I nearly had to run to keep up with him. But not once did I ask him to slow down for me. Although I'd never been here before, I hardly paid any attention to the new surroundings. They were a vague blur. I was sure the decorations were as exquisite as the ones in the house in Riverwood, yet they were completely lost on me right now. Then 2 big wooden doors appeared in front of me and they slammed open by an unseen force, banging loudly against the walls. Inside, I found Alexander pacing a groove into the floor and Seratin talking to him in an unfamiliar language. The words a long stream that seemed to have no spaces or ends. My mate seemed to understand and barked back orders in Gaelic, his voice harsher than I'd ever heard him before. Not even when that vampire had once nearly bitten me, the incident now seemed like ages ago. As Alexander turned on the spot furthest away from me and started pacing back the way he'd come, he spotted me. In a flash, he was next to me, gathering me in his arms and crushing me to his strong chest with arms like bands of iron. "Oh, Britt," he groaned, and I didn't even need our bond to sense the pain, guilt, and despair. He was desperate and scared, and it made fear a live thing skittering around inside my gut. "Shadow Peak," I said into his chest, my voice slightly muffled but still clear to everyone present. "That's where Andy is right now." For a moment, there was silence. Then Alexander asked, "You are certain? How do you know?" He sounded incredibly hopeful now, but over his shoulder I got, "See Seratin," a disbelieving look on his features. "Fort is still shielding me, suppressing our bond." I followed him back to his mind and gleaned the information from him, I explained. He was in extreme pain at the time. It left him vulnerable. Surprisingly, Lysander added, "It's true, I could feel the mind surge through the door." He passed me a look that told me he knew I'd been in great pain too, but he didn't mention it. For a moment there, I thought there was even a flicker of respect in those black eyes of his. Alexander let go of me and stepped back, then hurriedly slipped his weapons back into their sheaths. He was still wearing the exact same armor from before. In fact, he was still covered in the blood and grime and blue paint. Clearly, he hadn't taken a single moment since to freshen up. "Seratin, gather a force and meet me there." He swung around to Lysander. "You stay here and guard Brittany." He was out the door before anyone could utter a word. Yet in passing me, he brushed his fingers softly across my cheek. Then it sunk in that he wasn't taking me, that he'd left me here while he risked his life all alone to save Andy. "Damn it," I exclaimed angrily, whirling around. I punched the desk with my fist, surprised when a dent actually formed in the hard wood and drinking in the sharp pain that shot up my arm. Seratin just bowed to me once, and then also left the room, moving off to gather a backup force for Alexander. I had to go with them. I had to. It was my only chance to help free Andy. He'd be terrified all alone and wasn't going to sit still and do nothing. I stopped Seritin by calling out his name, and he froze in his tracks. Take me with you when you leave to join Alexander. The dark man seemed to consider this for a moment, but then slowly shook his head. No, he wants you to stay here. He only said Lysander had to protect me. I argued, but the scarred warrior shook his head again and left without another word. Another curse escaped me as I turned to look at my guard, the dragon that I knew had come to my rescue when I'd been captured, yet that seemed to have despised me from the start, simply because I was human. The Greek man raised his hands defensively and said, "Oh no, Brittany. He told me to stay, hurry, and protect you. I'm not taking you anywhere. Alex would have my skin if you got hurt. Andy will need me." I tried to reason with him, but I knew it was useless. So, I changed tack. How are Sarah and Dennis doing? Lysander looked relieved by my question and answered in a rush. Sarah is fine. She's working hard on repairs and healing in the Inframanda. She's unable to sit still and watch Tonextic work on Dennis's arm. He paused and then added, Lenextic says he can't give him back his old arm, but with time he'll be able to make a proper prosthesis. Feeling a momentary stab of guilt about the injuries and the pain many had to endure, including my friends for my sake and that of Andy, I knew it was inevitable that this was the way things went when others jockey for power, like Thornton and his son and the demon Rame. I gently asked him how many had been injured or killed in the past fights. The question made Lysander frown. All the warriors that remained with Andy have been killed, and 2 at the house at which you were held. There was a pause before he added ever so softly. One that died for Andy was a cousin of mine. Also a dragon, although not Dracos. Alexander did not leave your brother without proper protection. Dennis was supposed to teleport the boy here, the stronghold, but a spell prevented them from doing so and cut them off from the outside world. That was one of the longest things I'd ever heard him say, and a sudden spike of warmth suffused me for the regal Dracos. He'd been an ass before, but he was trying hard to be nice now, and he even seemed somewhat on my side, showing a sense of empathy and insight. It had been clear from the moment he'd showed up at my side after I woke up that he'd been trying to help, bringing me towards Alexander without my asking and backing me up when it seemed for a moment they didn't believe me when I explained how I'd gotten the information. Reaching up, I softly stroked his slightly stubbled cheek, remembering that shifters were very tactile creatures. For a moment, his eyelids closed, creating black crescents on his cheeks with their long, dark lashes. "You're a good man, Lysander," I whispered softly. His lips quirked, and then he smiled gently. "I'll take you to see Dennis, Mrs. Clitton." A smirk told me he was teasing, and then he took hold of my elbow and dragged me through the building. A plan was slowly forming in my head at the same time. If only I knew for certain it would work, yet too much still depended on variables I couldn't account for. Lysander soon paused in front of a door and knocked softly. There was no reply yet. He swung open the door anyway. It was very dark in the room, except for a candle burning beside a bed. There were no windows. Dennis was lying on the bed, looking like a smug, spoiled prince enthroned on pillows and covered beneath blankets. Food piled up on a platter beside him and just in reach of his hand. He smiled the moment he saw me, but I could tell he was in great pain. The real light came from Telenextic, however. The archangel stood beside Dennis, his hands hovering above the space where the witch's arm should have been. A golden shimmering was visible beneath his hands. His wings he'd spread out behind him like a great wall of light, the single candle in the room turning his wings the color of dawn. It was a stunning sight, and it had to be even more impressive from where Dennis was sitting. He was nearly surrounded by the light. "Brittany," Dennis exclaimed. He sounded cheerful, but I could tell it was forced. Telanextic gave no sign that he'd seen us, remaining utterly focused on what he was doing. Then the witch, having found his voice, yelled, "God damn it! That hurts." Telanextic's face remained impassive, but then the golden shimmer disappeared and he folded his hands together. "I think I have all the measurements and information I need now." Dennis shifted his body around on the pillows and said, very fervently, "Thank the heavens. Seritin informed me that you found the location of my grandson," the archangel stated, while folding his wings tightly along his body. For a moment, I saw a flash again of Tlanextic strapped down to that black granite pole and naked, his wings cut from his body, and the white feathers a bloody mass scattered around him. Then the image was gone again, and I focused on his words, anxiously nodding. Yes, Alexander went off half-cocked on his own to save him. I knew I would have done the same had I been able to. Yet now it seemed like a very foolish move. I didn't know if Fort was there alone with Andy, or if there was more troops waiting outside. I had to get there, and quick. Was Alexander already there now? Fighting? Bleeding? Injured? Or maybe victorious? Did he have someone else who could teleport him, or did he have to run there? Their drive? How far was the stronghold even from Riverwood? I knew the at-will teleportation, the way Danis could, was an extremely rare talent. One that occurred in maybe 1 or 2 witches per generation on the entire world. It was unlike that there was another teleporter at Alexander's disposal, especially since I knew that Thornton had one in his service. How are you feeling, Danis? I asked, reaching out to touch his leg. He pulled a face and then said, I'd be fine if not for those measurements for the prothesis. He cast a careful, guarded look towards my grandfather, clearly intimidated. It drove Sarah insane, so I sent her away to do something to distract her. He straightened his shoulders, and this time it was a slightly accusing, dark look. He cast the Archangel, as if he blamed him for this. Sarah is all right? I asked, remembering only too clearly the horrible state she'd been in. The stake piercing her torso and the silver netting, cutting and burning across her body. That gaping hole when Tlanextic pulled out the stake, I felt so incredibly bad for the suffering my friends had to endure. I didn't think I'd ever be able to repay them for this. The knowledge that Sarah had even asked me for my forgiveness for failing. I shivered at the thought. She had nothing to apologize for. It was me that should be apologizing for bringing this danger to her and her mate. Danis smiled a genuine smile, unaware of my inner turmoil. Oh yes. She was beyond furious that Alex wouldn't let her out to help search with the others. I nodded. I heard she was helping in the inn for Amanda now. Yes, she's trying to stay busy. A frown. I just don't understand how Fort can do all this. He never used to be this powerful despite his alpha lineage. Casting a look at Tlanextic, who was running his eyes up and down my body as if to ensure himself I was unharmed, and Lysander, who was guarding the door. I explained my theory about this. The demon, Raim, can take powers, right? I noted that they were all 3 listening intently to me now. I think he can also give them away again. Probably only temporarily, though. I doubt he'd be willing to part with power on a permanent basis. I paused before continuing. Fort Mind controlled me to get into the car. Yet since then, he hasn't done anything like this again. Plus, if he'd been able to do this before, no doubt he would have used it when he tried to rape me. At my words, an angry hiss escaped from Lysander's throat. I wasn't sure, but it seemed to me Tlanextic tensed as well. With my fragile connection to him shielded, I had no way of telling. Same goes for the shielding he's using to mute my bond with Alexander. I don't think he has complete control over this talent. Or, I wouldn't have been able to slip in when he was in pain. The shields were something he had to consciously think off to do. I looked around at the others in the room, trying to convey the urgency of my next words. We have to get Alexander help as soon as possible. There is no way of knowing just how powerful Fort is right now. Damn, was all Danis said as he sifted around again, clearly feeling uncomfortable although he was no longer in pain. The silence stretched for a moment, and then Tlanextic shrugged as if he could care less. Boy, you can teleport. You can even take someone with you. Was that my imagination, or did his eyes really darted to me briefly when he said, someone? But don't even think about fighting or leaving this bed. The warning was a fierce one, and after a dramatic pause in which he fixed Danis with a dark look, he turned to me. Take care, my little Gelatli, he said, stroking my cheek with gentle, elegant fingers. I felt a wave of heat wash over me, and I was instantly rejuvenated by it, feeling stronger and more alive and aware than I had before. Even the burning in my throat seemed to subside for a moment, although it had been a constant factor ever since the injury had been inflicted on me. Lysander hissed again. What did you do? He'd stepped in closer to me, so he was close enough to brush my back with his shoulder. Tlanextic only pinned him with a very frosty look. I'm lending my granddaughter some power. Dragos. He let go off me then and stepped closer to the shapeshifter. "Thank you, Ia," I said, hoping to defuse the situation. It was in vain, it seemed. "A word," the archangel said, no inflection whatsoever to his voice. Lysander allowed himself to be pulled away, walking along with my grandfather towards the door. His back now turned to me and Danis. I cast a look at the witch, my eyes automatically shifting towards the heavy candlestick that held the single candle that burned to ease the darkness. Turning back, I saw Tilanextic stepping out of the room, Lysander standing in the door opening with his back still towards me. I hardly thought about what I was about to do, simply leaping across the room to snatch up the candlestick. Danis gasped in shock as I darted towards the Dracos, my improvised weapon raised high like a club and the room flickering as the burning candle fell to the floor. I swung at full force, not holding back one bit. I knew that if I didn't use all my strength, I might never knock him out. Besides, the one hit would not kill a dragon. His skull had to be a lot stronger and thicker than that of a human. I just hoped it would knock him out long enough for me to get a head start to get to Alexander and save Andy. Or they'd surely get me lock me up in here somewhere. Lysander was just turning and closing the door as I screamed, "Forgive me." That's when the candlestick connected to the side of his head and the candle hit the floor, plunging the room into darkness. For a moment I could still see clearly. Shock and bewilderment flashed across his features, and then he slowly started falling sideways. Then the light gone, all I saw was the slightly open door, a sliver of brilliant light falling through it. Lysander hit the floor with a loud, heavy thud, and I could hear him exclaim something even as he lost consciousness. "What the?" Eyes rolling back into his head, the white of it reflecting the light from the hallway, he passed out. "Fuck," Danis finished lamely, light at that instant jumping to life around the room, obviously a spell he'd cast. Through the door, still opened a crack, I saw one topaz-colored eye and half a smirk. Tilanextic's voice drifted through with a little humor in it. "I'll pretend I didn't see that. Now hurry and help Andy." With a nod, he closed the door, and I spun around to look at Danis. "You need to teleport me to Shadow Peak near Riverwood. Do you know where it is?" He was staring at Lysander's prone form on the floor though, with his mouth hanging open. I cast the dragon a look and realized I'd managed to trap him between forms again. All visible skin covered with black shiny scales, his hair gone to make place for silver and black ridges and horns, while his body was bending and warping, but not really growing to accommodate for his dragon size. "Danis, can you?" I stepped up next to the bed beside him and grabbed his remaining hand. "You will need to teleport back here as soon as possible and get Lysander help," I said, for both Lysander's benefit and Danis's. I didn't want him to stay to help me and run the risk of getting hurt. Again. "Shadow Peak?" was all he asked for confirmation. My car came slipping and sliding to a stop in front of Galen's house, the gravel crunching loudly under the tires and a dust cloud thick enough to hide the forest behind me. I think I made enough noise to scare of the entire forest animal population. I didn't care. On the porch of the old, cozy-looking cottage, with its petunias and other splashes of colorful flowers surrounding the place, stood a very old witch. This was Galen. Although retired, he was the nearest alive teleporter that I knew of. When he was younger, he'd been a dedicated and Passio Alex warrior and even friend. Now he was old and crippled. One eye a milky white, blinded by age. The other eye, a sharp blue that always gave me the feeling he saw right through me. That was the trouble with witches. You never knew if they truly did or did not. Their magic often so different now, a days from mine, that I couldn't always sense it. It was worse for many others because in my veins ran the blood of witches. I had always been able to sense more than most. Galen had always been the one capable of cooling me down when I needed it. Not today though. There was no way anyone could talk me out of rushing to free Andy. There was too many risks in leaving the boy in enemy hands any longer. At any given time, the demon could show up and kill him, devouring his talents and powers. That was an unforgivable and unacceptable thing. I would not allow it. Today, all I needed from Galen was a single teleport, a one-way trip to Shadow Peak. My only objective was to get to Andy and teleport him to the stronghold myself. My teleportation powers were extremely limited, but Andy was small. It would have to be enough. I would not jeopardize Danis again. not when my sister would stand to lose so much with his death. Already the loss of his limb weighed heavily on my conscience. He had to recuperate first. I couldn't allow him to die from exhaustion from teleporting people because he wasn't fully healed. Jumping out of the car, I rushed up the porch, but all Galen said was, "Where to my friend?" Lifting one bony hand so I could grab it. For once, he didn't spend time persuading me to do something else, something more rational. Shadow Peak? Ash, Scadow Peak. Igers. The world around me solidified into trees and rocks, a blue sky overhead, and the scent and sound of the forest in the air. I breathed in deeply, filtering the air to pick up the scent of either Fort or Andy. Behind me, Galen called out gently, "Alex, it's not your fault. You left behind a dragon to protect a boy that wasn't even supposed to stay there. You couldn't have known that one of the Galamut had been freed." I whirled around to face Galen. I failed Gale. 7 men lost their lives. My sister's mate lost an arm. Andy was taken. I felt my blood boil at the thought of my own stupidity. I'd allowed myself to be tricked with my blind rage towards Brittany's kidnapping. It was unforgivable. As if he knew my thoughts, Galen echoed, "Don't go in there blindly again. You do not know what is waiting for you." The nearly blind witch nodded towards the high rock outcrop looming above us. Somewhere on top of that rock stood an old and abandoned cottage, and in it was a cage with Andy. It was well possible that the demon was there too. Ryum, was he already preparing Andy to take his life and his power? "I have to try," I said as I cast a look at my old friend. "Seritin is coming with backup soon." I started at a lope towards the rock face, thinking to scale it with ease and hopefully surprise the wolf. It appeared I'd be downwind from this angle. "Seritin and your troops have no teleporters. They will be too late," I heard from behind me, but I ignored his warning. I knew they'd be much too late if things went wrong, yet I didn't know where or in which state Ryum was. At the worst, he was already there. He'd have to go over my dead body before he harmed Andy. I cast one look up at the looming rocks above me, then easily jumped for the nearest ledge and started scaling them, reaching the top in no time, making light work of the rocks and jumps and ledges. I waited there, not flipping over the edge before I knew what was waiting for me out there. Suspended in the air, hanging from my arms from the edge, I allowed my senses to expand and my breathing to ease. Listening, smelling, and feeling, I took my time to canvass the rock outcrop stretching out before and above me, yet all was quiet. So quiet, in fact, that for a moment I feared Brittany had been wrong about the location. That's when I heard the distinct, slightly too slow heartbeat and even breathing I had learned to recognize as Andy's. It had to be a trap. I knew it, but I had no way to avoid it. I just had to let it spring close around me and hope that being aware would be enough, that it would give me just the edge I needed to survive and bring Andy home. Brahim had no heartbeat that I could hear, which meant he could be there with Andy right now while I waited here. Yet it was comforting to hear that Andy's heartbeat was even and slow. Not too slow for him yet, slow enough to indicate that he wasn't terrified. I spent more precious seconds hanging from my arms like a fly on the wall, just below the edge. Brittany had said that she'd been able to trace Fort only because he'd been in severe pain. I could only assume this meant someone more powerful was present. The question was, who? Certain I would get no wiser from hanging there, I'd pulled myself up so I could look out across the plateau. It was larger than I expected it to be, with the cottage almost 300 feet back from the edge and fir trees and boulders scattered about. There was no living soul in sight, but still I was careful when I pulled myself up and onto the plateau completely. It was a good thing too. I'd only barely set foot onto the solid ground when blue exploded all around me. The freezing cold yet burning at the same time kind of blue that indicated a frost demon or water demon of some sort. A solid kick which seemed to come out of nowhere landed on my chest a fraction of a second later. It knocked the air right out of me and sent me flying over the edge. Only because I'd been prepared did I manage to respond appropriately, drawing both my blades as I flew backwards and upwards into the sky. Then, just as I started falling down, I used my power to fling myself back onto my opponent, fire trailing in my wake. On the plateau stood something akin to a human, tall and graceful and distinctly feminine with curves and flowing lines. A white, wispy dress flowing around her long limbs in the air currents around her, while hair, the color of polished sapphire, whirled around her. Her skin was a chalky white, and although her face was strikingly attractive in a surreal way, it displayed horns, proudly standing on her forehead like a crown. At the sight of her, my belly chilled. A frost gallimate. 2 gallimate on free foot? This was terrifying news. I had to destroy this one. Yet, I was not certain that I could. Had it been the same gallimate that had attacked the house in Riverwood and taken Andy, I wouldn't have been worried. He was a fire demon, and I was immune to his powers. This one was frost and water. It meant I had to use talents hardly developed, the power's weakest. She was laughing evilly, as if she knew just what I'd been thinking. My attack was slow, and I knew this. Coming in from so high, she had plenty of time to consider what to do. I was only a few feet away when she raised her hands towards me. The wrists pressed together and her hands opened, something blue gathering in between her palms. It seemed like slow motion as I neared her, and the beam of ice shot up towards me. I dropped like a brick, with the grace of 1-2, rolling to avoid the shards of ice. With my blades, I slashed at her legs and upward to her torso. They met only thin air, the gallimate vaporizing and blowing away on an air current, disappearing like a fata morgana. I growled in frustration, knowing that the longer I fought, the bigger the chance was that Andy was moved or killed. Spinning around, I searched for my opponent, but she was invisible, waiting for me to be less alert. My senses were straining to find her or the wolf that I knew had to be here somewhere. I'd caught his scent, although it was faint. My mind scrambling around to remember all that I knew about the powerful gallimate. Demons so strong and so evil that they had been captured and put under an ancient spell, one that kept them from acting on their free will, sealed them away deep beneath the ground. There had been many gallimate at that time, and they had reigned the demon realm and nearly this realm too, with blood and terror. It was only because they'd fought amongst themselves, jockeying for more power, that the other powers to be had managed to do this. My eyes darted around the rocky outcrop, searching each of the possible hiding places. Behind boulders, trees, and inside the lengthening shadows, amulets had been forged afterwards for each one that would allow the wearer to command them to do their bidding. Something the original capturers of the gallimate had never intended. Something done by darker minds, other demons craving power and not beneath, using the now contained power of the gallimate. Searching was in vain because the ice gallimate had remained invisible. I was certain that she could remain that way indefinitely, and I had to lure her into the visible spectrum, and especially the physical spectrum, if I wanted to do her any harm. I surveyed the area slowly one last time, using all my senses as I started towards the cottage in the distance. I couldn't let the fight get too close to it, endangering Andy. But if Raheem was nearby, I had to find out, and if he wasn't, then the gallimate wouldn't want to risk Andy getting hurt either. My footsteps crunched on the gravelly surface, hardly loud enough for human ears. But I knew that to the gallimate and the wolf it would be more than loud enough. They both had me in their sights anyway, probably. At least now I knew why Brittany had managed to trace Fort. Obviously, it had been the gallimate hurting Fort, and poor Andy had been forced to endure it too, with his strongly developed sense of empathy. I was only 100 feet away from the derelict cottage when I felt a sudden chill in the air. It was the only warning I got. Reflexes kicking in, I launched myself upwards, ice blasting through the space I'd occupied only moments before. Steam rose into the air as the ice melted in the heat of my fire trail. I had to get a rein on that. I couldn't just expend energy that way because I was furious. It was never good to fight with a head filled with anger. I spun around in the air, allowing my blades to heat up and glow red as I located the source of the beam of ice. I knew the gallimate had already moved. Maybe she was even nearly on me, and I hoped the heat of my weapons would keep her away, forcing her to use ranged weapons instead. I landed on the same spot I'd vacated moments before, in a puddle of water. I threw one sword at the spot the gallimate had been in when shooting her shards of ice at me. I knew she wasn't there any longer, but I was certain it would draw her out. As soon as the blade left my hand, I felt the air around me chill again. This time it was already at my back, touching me. An arm appeared around my chest, curling up almost like a lover's embrace while a second hand smoothed across my throat. I felt the firmness of a body against me, the soft female curves hardened by the bite of frost. Air misted around my face as the gallimate breathed out and laughed huskily, So this is the stuff a Regis is made off nowadays? The sound was mocking as one hand slid lower, towards my privates, nails scratching across the bare skin of my chest, still bloody from the previous fight. Her other hand convulsed around my throat. So this is the stuff a Galama is made off? I replied, mocking her words even as I pushed on my dagger, the one I'd drawn the second after I'd thrown my sword. I heard an intake of breath, and then she laughed again. You're a naughty boy. Sk. The air around me chilled again, and I knew she was going to vaporize into thin air once more. I pushed the dagger home, into the soft flesh of her belly. At the same moment she shot shards of ice into my throat. With a strange sense of detachment, I could feel each of the separate shards cut through flesh, like needles. Ravaging and tearing, arteries ripping apart, the vulnerable flesh of my throat yielding only too easily. Blood gurgled and bubbled in my windpipe, blocking air and gushing down across my chest. For the first time that day, staining my skin a crimson red with my own life's essence. The shards melted, and as they did, my body started regenerating, knitting the skin back together and mending veins and tendons. I'd been forced to my knees, but as I looked up through heavy eyes, I saw the Galamet not too far from me, also clutching hands to a tear in her gut that spilled entrails out onto the cold rocks. She was laughing, a deranged sound that sent chills down my back. Oh yeah, she was one evil, sick creature, all right, reveling in the pain as she did, regenerating almost faster than I could myself with no apparent loss of power. I could feel the drain on my own reserves already. Of course, I'd been fighting for hours on end yesterday and had not rested since. The white, wispy dress she wore was now stained a strange aqua color at the front. The blood of this frost demon, nothing like that of a humanoid. You shouldn't have done that, boy, the woman said, her voice almost sing-song as she looked at me with clear intelligence and mirth in her eyes. Raising a hand, also blue with her blood, she smirked at me. I had only a fraction of a second to dodge, instincts honed with time, my savior. The shards of frozen ice she propelled at me 1,000 times more deadly than a bullet. Still, a searing pain shot through my shoulder where some of the fragments hit, the affected arm just a little too slow to catch my weight as I rolled. Still, I raised my other hand to blast her with sheer telekinetic force. I had to damage her more permanently so she couldn't go invisible again. She slammed back with enough force to crush a human ribcage and tear internal organs, hitting one of the larger boulders with a resounding bang. Cracks appearing across the stone surface, and dust wafting up from it. The frost Galamet didn't move, and I took the time to assess the damage to my own body. The pain in my shoulder was fading, but a lot worse than the shards that had hit my throat before. This was her blood she'd used. It could be toxic, or at least it appeared to be acidic. These shards didn't melt as I healed. Instead, my body forced them out as the wound regenerated. They tinkled, and then shattered as they fell from my shoulder to the ground like crystals of pale glass would. The sound was loud in the silence, only a steadily rising wind howling across the shadow peak. Standing up, I slowly walked towards the unmoving Galamet. Not once believing her to be dead, it had been way too easy. I was nearly at her body, watching the ice crystals slowly crawl across the shattered boulder beneath her. Still, she didn't move, no sign of breathing. Gripping my blade tightly in my hand, I raised her body slowly up from the boulder, using my mind only, certain that touching her would make her spring her trap. 2 big chunks of stone followed her up in the air. I'd crush her skull and tear her heart out. Only then would I be sure she was well and truly dead. As she floated before me, her eyes, glowing an evil blue, met mine. She was smiling again, showing off a disturbing set of pointed teeth and an otherwise human-looking mouth. You are too late, and now you will die, she murmured. Anger and grief spiked hot through my blood. You lie. The growl erupted from my throat as I swung my blade, aimed to pierce her heart, the rocks gaining speed and hurling forward to collide with her head. 1 second she seemed doomed to die. The next she exploded into a million icy spikes, much like a hedgehog. The stones fragmenting and my sword bouncing off and catapulting from my hand as if I'd struck diamond. The spikes were still shooting outwards, and I had to summon my powers to form a shield around me. Fire my defense as it billowed up from beneath my feet. Still the spikes advanced, so fast that I hardly saw them move. One pierced my left leg, another my right shoulder, and a third managed to scrape across my cheek. I'd have been dead if not for the shield that had melted the other advancing blades. That's when my back collided with the ground. I was trapped, pinned to the rock by the ice. A blinding light, and then I heard the same tinkling noise as the ice everywhere shattered and collapsed. The next instant, a strong wind blew across the rocks and all the ice went up in smoke, a blue vapor that gathered several feet above the ground and then disappeared. A groan escaped me as I was released, no longer pinned down, the wounds healing but slower than before. I staggered to my feet anyway and looked around, expecting an attack at any moment. Only the howling wind. She was mocking me, playing with me, clearly thinking she had the upper hand in this fight, and she had. I couldn't deny that. I couldn't take many more hits like this and regenerate fully. In fact, my left shoulder didn't seem fully functional. I knew with growing certainty that one of the shards she'd shot at me, made of her own blood, hadn't left my body. It was wreaking havoc now. "Give up, you are doomed. I will feed on your mate's dead body soon," the ice gallimate taunted. She was standing on a rock, almost 100 feet away from me, taunting, riling my anger like before. I knew this, but I couldn't stop myself. Images of Brittany dead enough to make my body jerk into action. I had everything to lose. I knew. I was a dead man, and so were Andy and Brittany if I didn't fight. Hopeless as things seemed, I would never give up. "Face me then. No disappearing, just you and me and our weapons," I growled at her. She knew as well as I did that she was too fast, even in a more fair fight like that. It would give her every opportunity to toy with me until she decided she was ready to kill me. She laughed. Very well. In a flash, she was right next to me, having moved so quickly that even to my eyes she'd been only a blur. Her gown was tattered where I'd ripped open her belly before, but other than that, she appeared completely unscathed. Bother, her hands were encased in ice, forming long, sharp blades about the same as my own swords. She smirked. "On the count of 3? I nodded as I teleported both my blades back into my hands and sunk into a defensive crouch. I had to kill her. There had to be a way. I just had to figure out how and survive until I did. 1, she said in an eerily sing-song voice. 2, I muttered, summoning fire to cover my own hands and weapons. 3, the gallimate yelled, and she spun away and around me, slashing with her weapons of ice at me. I spun with her, catching her icy blades with my fiery ones. There was no clanging sounds as our blades met, only a sizzling as ice met fire. I didn't know how long we spun around each other, dodging and parrying, attacking and feinting. It seemed like forever, while my left shoulder seemed to lose more and more strength. My left blade ever slower and slower to catch and block her attacks. Sweat breaking out all over my body, while she still seemed completely unaffected. I could not keep this up much longer while staying unharmed. That's when a plan formed in my mind. The first step easy, I slowed my left arm movements even further, catching her weapons only at the very last moment and focusing more on sidestepping and spinning out of the way if that was possible. I could see the smirk grow on her features as she said, "Oh, you've had your fun, boy. Regis, Pa, you're just an amateur." That's when I let my own trap close in on her. With a burst of speed she clearly wasn't expecting, using power fueled by my rage, I struck her wrist, hand and weapon severed instantly. She screamed this time, a wail like a banshee, and then just as I knew she would, she sprung backwards out of reach of my other blade, then focused on regrowing the limb. "Bad move," she yelled, and I could see in the way her eyes lit up, going from blue to violet as they mixed with red, that she was filled with the intent to kill now. "Not mine, though," I called back, taking hold of the huge boulder she was standing in front with my telekinetic abilities. Rolling it forward and over her, I heard the sickening crunching of bones. With my bare hands, I ripped a tree from the ground right next to me and flung it through the air, setting fire to it with a thought. The vapor that was the frost gallimate was just flowing out from under the rock when the ball of fire hit it. The vapor was slung one way, while the tree flung into another direction. The vapor slowly materializing into the badly burned and broken body of the icy woman. I rushed her, knowing that if I didn't make absolutely certain she was dead, she'd still be able to regenerate. Her body landed only a mere 50 feet away from the cottage, and I was on her in seconds. Blades of fire in my hands again as crouched over her, decapitating her in one fell swipe, then slamming my second blade home into her chest. I could only stare at her headless body for a few short seconds, my gaze blurry as I struggled to get screaming muscles and uselessly frayed tendons back under control. With the Gallimate well and truly dead, it seemed like I'd lost complete control over my left arm. Other injuries, inflicted earlier, seemed to be reopening. Clearly, her attacks held some kind of venom that slowed or disabled the regenerative skills. I was just about to get to my feet and find Andy when I heard the gravel crunch behind me. A familiar scent tainted the air, and I instantly tried to spin around and bring up my weapons. Yet strength seemed to have fled my hands completely now. Both my swords fell to the ground with a clang, the fire around them extinguishing. I blinked once, twice, as I saw Fort step into my sight. The wolf wore a smirk and held a dagger in his hands. "Not so tough now, are you?" he gloated, stepping closer to me as I struggled to keep my vision from spinning now. A growl tore from my throat anyway, my fangs extending now that I no longer seemed able to control even that basic urge. Fort jumped back, out of reach, fear momentarily crossing his features. Was this how I would die? At the hands of a coward? I could not bring my body to do anything anymore. It was all I could do to remain kneeling beside the body of the Gallimate, instead of sprawling face down and lose consciousness. I refused to do that. Refused to die without looking my killer in the face. Fort stepped back towards me, the dagger raised, poised to strike. "Brittany is going to be mine," the mutt grinned. That made me smile, and I could see that it unsettled him. If I died, so would Brittany. Clearly the mutt didn't know this. It was a small victory to know that the filthy creature would never lay his hands on her, even though it meant her death. I loved her so very much. Finding strength from somewhere deep inside of me, I struggled to raise a small rock behind him and slam it into his skull. I could see the stupid thing twitch, once, twice. Then it rolled over, clattering against other rocks and then remaining completely immobile. Give up. The wolf was right on top of me now, the blade pressed into the skin right above my heart. Die. The blade was cold as it slid home. This surprised me. I expected it to burn even as it severed the muscles of my heart. The last of my strength splashed down my chest in a red waterfall, and the force of the blade splattered it up across my face and all over Fort. I could taste the metallic twang of my own blood just as blackness slid in from the sides and rolled over me. At least I wouldn't feel it when the wolf decapitated me. I hoped it didn't hurt when Brittany died to follow me into the afterlife. "Yes," I exclaimed, Shadow Peak. "And I need to be there now." You heard my grandfather. I couldn't and didn't hide the urgency behind my words. Every second counted. If I wanted to help Alexander, I was so very certain that he'd run straight into his death. The world dissolved around me into a blue swirl, and for a moment, everything seemed to spin. Black, the only thing visible behind the swirling blue. Then we hit solid ground. It slammed through my ankles and brought me to my knees. The landing much rougher than I expected it to be. Danis was partially underneath me, lying on the ground yet still holding onto my hand. My heart jumped into my throat. Oh no! Did the strain hurt him? Kill him? Then he groaned. "Sorry, Brittany. I forgot to adjust for the fact that I was still lying. You okay?" I drew in an incredibly relieved breath. "Yes, perfect. Now get help for Lysander." I patted the witch on his shoulder as I helped pull him to his feet. We were both a little unsteady still. He nodded. "Brittany, be careful. I know backup is on its way, but it'll take them at least another 10 to 20 minutes to get here." With his only hand, he reached up and softly stroked my cheek. "You're a brave girl." He disappeared in a flash of blue. That left me alone on what appeared to be an empty road. On either side, the forest loomed over, in an almost threatening stance. The road led downhill and out of sight around a turn in one direction and uphill in a more straight line in the other direction. That's where I had to go. Picking up the fallen silver candlestick, I clutched it tightly in my hand. It was probably the best weapon I had right now. I ignored the blood on the end, Lysander's blood, and decided to simply be happy that it had been teleported along. Then I started running up the hill, hoping that it wasn't too far and that I wasn't too late. I reached the top a few minutes later, out of breath and terrified of what I would find. I wasn't prepared for the sight of Alexander fighting with a blur, white and blue only occasionally visible. They were still so far away. The rocky hilltop was much bigger than it had appeared. A small cottage at least 300 feet away from me still, and Alexander and his opponent at least another 200 beyond that. I started out for the cottage, keeping my senses wide open. That had to be where they kept Andy, the cottage that I'd seen through Fort's eyes. I was certain it wasn't, for Alexander was fighting with now. That white and blue blur moved too gracefully to be him. Alexander was clearly hard-pressed to keep up his defenses. They spun around each other and clashed blades in a beautiful, deadly dance. I'd seen Alexander practice a time or two, and I knew that he wasn't fighting as well as he could. I was certain he was still tired. He couldn't have slept much since he fought Thornton's forces. I knew he wouldn't have even tried. With Andy missing, he had no doubt been too fired up, too worried to even think about rest. As I ran for the cottage, I could see how Alexander appeared to be slowing down, focusing more on avoiding the blindingly fast creature he was fighting. His left arm barely in time to block savage thrusts with what appeared to be spikes of ice. When I'd first spotted them, I'd only known it was Alexander out there because I recognized the fiery blades he was using. Now I could clearly see it was him, still in his armor, but his chest covered in red blood. He was losing. My heartbeat shot up and I shook my head in denial. No, he couldn't be. He was the most powerful creature here. He had to be, right? Rushing out here, I'd expected him to be forced to fight against some kind of overwhelming force. Or maybe that he'd be tricked into giving himself over to save Andy, my brother used as a hostage. Not this. I forced my legs to run faster and get to the cottage. Get to where Alexander was fighting the still blindingly fast creature that fought with weapons of ice. But I knew I also had to look out for Fort. He was out here somewhere, and he would be only too happy to see me. I wasn't even halfway there when things changed. A keening wail pierced the howling of the wind. It sounded like a woman, and as I looked at the Alexander, I saw that I was right. His opponent was finally visible, and it was clearly a woman. Tall and pale white with hair the color of sapphires. Her eyes a horrible violet color that I could still see clearly from this distance. She was wearing a wispy white dress, torn at the middle and stained blue with some kind of liquid. It appeared as though she was saying something now as she held her wrist in one hand, and that's when I realized her other hand was missing. Alexander had managed to cut it off. I felt a momentary shiver of horror run down my spine, and then I shook myself. No doubt this creature was an evil menace. Terribly powerful too if she was such a strong adversary against Alexander. She was walking backwards, stepping out of my mate's range now. I couldn't see how it happened, but a huge boulder behind her rolled forward with sickening speed. Even where I stood, I could hear the sickening crunching of bones. It had me rooted to the spot. I couldn't seem to get myself to move. Barely any time passed yet, I saw Alexander move with lightning speed, uprooting a tree barehanded. The entire thing lifted high above his head, his arms not even shaking as he threw the massive thing, hurling it through space, right at the boulder that had crushed the woman. It burst into fire on its way, lighting up as if it had been doused in gasoline. I wasn't sure if I could believe what my eyes were telling me now. There was some kind of blue fog seeping out from beneath the boulder, right into the path of the burning tree hurtling towards it. A bang. My ears rang from it, and I fell to my knees trembling in shock, a hot pain searing through my temples. My fingers came away from my ears bloody. Looking up, I blinked once, twice. Where did they go? I scrambled around. How could I lose sight of them just like that? Where did Alexander go? The cottage? I got to my feet again and started running towards the derelict building once more. Where the hell did they go? Was the woman dead? I couldn't hear properly, it seemed, and the world still seemed to tilt and turn as if I was running across a ship at sea in a storm. I felt drunk as I made my way as fast as I could to the cottage. If Alexander was there, if Andy was there, I had to help them. The last few feet seemed like they took forever, but then I finally rounded the corner. I hardly had time to take in the scene in front of me, but I could see a headless body, clearly the woman from before on the ground. The blue-haired head rolled away, partially covered behind a rock. Alexander was on his knees beside it, one of his hands still on the sword embedded in her chest, almost as if he was leaning on it. His other hand hanging limply at his side, his second sword lying uselessly beside it. He was bleeding heavily from his shoulder, and his throat was also bleeding, looking as if someone had scraped of the skin there. It was a ravaged mess. He was bleeding from a lot more places on his body, and I couldn't understand why he wasn't regenerating. Was he that exhausted? Drained of power? He seemed unable to move. Fort stood right in front of him. All I could see was his back. But I knew it wasn't good. His arm seemed like he was about to strike Alexander. All this I saw in a flash, and I reacted in pure instinct. Rushing forward, my arms raising the heavy silver candlestick high above my head. It came down on Fort's head with the loudest crunch I'd ever heard, the first sound I heard since the bang. Things seemed to happen in slow motion then. The wolf slowly collapsed, sinking down and back towards me, showing me for a moment a clear look into Fort's eyes, a strangely surprised look in them. A look that turned confused and then hurt in a fraction of a second, as if he didn't understood why I'd hurt him. Then his face contorted, his jaw elongating as a wolf's snout forced its way out of his face and then back again. It looked gruesome. Blood was pooling around him rapidly. Behind him, Alexander collapsed in on himself, slumping backwards equally as slow, a dagger protruding from his chest, from his heart. No. I stepped over Fort without a thought and kneeled beside my mate, the dagger I pulled out immediately. He'd regenerate then, right? Yet nothing seemed to happen. Only more blood kept gushing out of the wound. No, this wasn't right. What was wrong? Alexander. No, don't die. There was no response. Just the faint rise and fall of his chest that seemed to be more and more sporadic with each passing moment. That's when I was blasted with feeling. Fort's death unmasking my bond with him. I nearly collapsed at the pain that shot all throughout my body. Alexander was in absolute agony. All of it coming, not from the dagger wound that had pierced his heart, but his left shoulder. The most healed injury of all. The feelings pressed down on me as if I was being crushed by a giant hand. My lungs constricting and laboring to breathe, not just for myself, but for Alexander too now. His mind was blank. He was unconscious, yet I could sense that his last conscious thoughts had been of me. He thought he was going to die and that I would die with him. No, he was immortal. He couldn't die. He said he'd heal as long as his brain hadn't been removed. His brain. Feeling terrified, I still reached over and gently lifted his head, feeling for injuries there, yet I couldn't find anything. I sighed in relief. That couldn't be it then. He'd survive. But with each passing second, he seemed to grow fainter, paler, his breathing more shallow. And as his breathing got shallow, so did mine. My own heart already seemed to be struggling to keep up its rapid tempo. Damn it, Alexander. I screamed at him, but there was no response. No movement behind his eyelids, no strengthening of his breathing, no closing of the gaping hole in his chest. The ravaged mess of his throat wasn't healing, nor the holes in his shoulders and thigh. I tried sending him my strength, my power. It felt like his body was taking it in, soaking it up like a sponge. And for a moment, it seemed like his breathing got easier. Only a moment. He was a vampire. Blood. Maybe if I gave him my blood, that always worked in books and movies, right? I pulled a slim dagger from the holster at my waist quickly and slid it across my open palm without a second thought. Then I held it over his mouth, squeezing his cheeks to hold it open and force my blood down his throat. He didn't even swallow, and I had to rub his throat to get his body's reflex to work. This was not good. Was there color returning to his face? Please live. This had to work. Yet nothing to his situation changed. I could feel the pain getting worse, dragging him down into the greedy jaws of death. Suddenly there was a hand on my shoulder. Whirling around, I raised the dagger in my hand, slashing at my assailant, only managing to stop myself just in time. Andy, my baby brother, stood just behind me, his eyes huge and luminous. He appeared not to have even seen the dagger that had come within an inch of his throat. "It's all right, Brittany," he said, his voice incredibly mature and solemn. It was the first time in my life that he'd ever said my name correctly. A shiver shot down my spine. There was something different about him. Something old. Something ancient. He stepped past me and then kneeled beside Alexander, not caring about the blood that had pooled around him. His small hands he held above my mate's body, and his eyelids slid closed, hiding the burning gold. Time altogether seemed to have stopped then. I couldn't seem to do anything other than hold Alexander's hand tightly in mine, wishing him to live, willing my own life's power into his body. My other hand I placed on Andy's shoulder, silently sending him my support as well. At first there was no change, no visible signs. but I could feel the burning in Alexander's shoulder intensify. It felt as if more tissue was tearing and ripping. It made him fainter, his breathing hardly there any longer. The pain was getting unbearable even to me now. I could feel Alexander's pain, yet I could also sense Andy's pain through my connection with him. Andy was feeling exactly what Alexander was feeling, and also what I was feeling. It was stacking up on itself, a cascade effect. With every passing second, it was getting worse for both him and me. Sweat was breaking out all over my body, and also all over Andy's, as we fought to stay conscious, fought to save Alexander. How I didn't know yet? Then I saw something blue come out of the small hole in his left shoulder. A tiny crystal shard. Without having been told, I slapped it away with the dagger still in my hand, knowing that it needed to be as far away from all of us as possible. Andy had done that, somehow. The pain was still steadily getting worse, bouncing and stacking up between Andy and me, yet Alexander's breathing was easing up. His wounds knitting together now at a slow but even pace. I could even see him swallow a few times himself, accepting the blood I'd given him on his own now. As I felt the pain coming from Alexander lessen, I also felt the cascading effect recede, just in time, because I was ready to pass out. Andy straightened and stepped back suddenly, stumbling a little, but then apparently regaining his senses as the distance grew. The pain between his mind and mine also lessening some more. I couldn't believe what had just happened, but I hardly cared as I noted the even breathing, the slowly closing wounds on my mate. That's when the tears finally came. Relief. He was going to live, and Andy was safe. His gray eyes snapped open and found mine instantly, his mouth shaping my name silently, his vocal cords at the moment still too damaged for him to speak. I instantly noticed that I could no longer feel his pain though. He was already shielding both me and Andy from it. The only thing clearly coming through now was his intense love for me and relief. I fed him the same feelings greedily. Hey, you're amazing. I don't know what you did, but... A sob escaped my throat and I squeezed Alexander's hand tightly, reaching out with my other arm towards my baby brother. My brother who'd worked a miracle somehow. He directed golden eyes at me, still solemn and ancient. Then his shoulders slumped and he rushed into my arms. Amzi! I was so scared. It felt good to hold my little brother in my arms again, finally. Even better was it when Alexander managed to sit up and wrap his own arms around us tightly. None of us cared that he was still bleeding a little and smearing all of us with blood. Well, how touching. A little family reunion. How come I wasn't invited? A voice suddenly spoke from behind us. We all stiffened and then almost as one turned our heads to look at the demon. Raim had finally decided to show up on the scene. Alexander growled. His throat healed enough now for him to speak. Raim, you're not welcome here and you're too late. My mate's hand tightened on Andy's shoulder as he spoke to him more gently. Hey, I'm going to teleport you home. Don't be scared. I wasn't sure if he had enough power to attempt that, but I could feel how determined he was. He was going to try no matter what, intent entirely on saving my brother's life. The demon, only 10 feet away from us, laughed. That would be your death right there, Mr. Mist. Clitton. That's why he isn't going to. That was Andy's voice, ringing clear across the mountain peak. The strong wind around us whipped his hair around his face wildly as he stepped out of our embrace and out of Alexander's reach. He stepped in front of us, his little body between Alexander and I and the demon. Andy, Alexander exclaimed, struggling to surge to his feet. Shock and anger coursing through our bond, telling me how frustrated he was by his apparent weakness at the moment. It's okay, Alex. I'm not scared. Not anymore, Andy said, and the eerie quality was back in his voice. His posture confident, although he still looked so frail, so human otherwise. You should be, boy. You're going to die. The demon was smirking, clearly under the impression that he was the one in control. It looked like that to me, too. Alexander was obviously unable to put up much of a fight right now. I knew I'd be useless. I doubted I'd be lucky enough to get in a good hit with my faithful candlestick again. Am I? Andy asked, stepping in closer to the demon. Both Alexander and I froze completely when he did so, fearing for his life. Yet Andy simply lifted one hand. I thank you for the lessons, for your help training and strengthening my powers. Now it is YOU who dies. The demon blanched and then stumbled backwards. You wouldn't. It would hurt you too. fear evident in his red, blazing eyes. Yes, it would, but that doesn't matter, Andy replied gently, almost as if he was explaining something to a toddler. Andy made another step in the demon's direction, his next words snatched away by the howling wind. Yet the demon seemed to have heard them just fine. He looked as if he'd been struck by a physical blow. Alexander flinched too, and then walls shot up around his mind to make absolutely certain that I couldn't glimpse Andy's last words from his mind. Had they been that terrible? The demon was backing up in earnest now, and then suddenly he started to go up in smoke, swirling once and dematerializing completely. My little brother had scared away an ancient demon that had terrorized the earth for centuries. Alexander struggled to his feet at last, still leaning heavily on me. Andy, thank you. He turned around to look at us both then, with eyes so golden that they almost seemed to cast the light, staring at us for several long seconds, as if he hardly knew who we were. Andy? I asked. That's when his posture softened, wilted almost, and he was the boy again that I knew. Amma? He stepped towards us and then collapsed. Alexander caught him, somehow managing to move quick enough despite his completely drained reserves and healing body. Andy. It felt like I couldn't breath. First almost losing Alexander, and now Andy. No, he's only sleeping a gramokroy. He's exhausted, my mate whispered, sinking on his knees and cradling my baby brother tightly in his arms. Just sleeping. I started crying again, relief so strong washing through me that I had to kneel down beside Alexander and press kisses to both their faces in turns. I love you so much. Slipped from my throat again and again, and I meant it for both of them. In the distance, I heard voices. Familiar voices. Alexander hardly responded to them, but he did tighten his arms around us. I love you, Brittany. Then the others were upon us. Jaden and Lysander, Samuel and Seraton, and even Danis and Sarah and more people. But their faces were all blurs. I could only focus on Alexander and Andy. I wouldn't let go of either of them as we were ushered into a car and driven home. All I could think was, they were safe now. I was safe now. Fort was dead, the demon had been scared away, and the stupid war for Alexander's territory had been averted. We'd won. 3 years later, Alexander leaned forward to lift the lid of the pan and stir its contents, sniffing the air suspiciously. This doesn't smell right. Lie, you sure you read the recipe correctly? The Draco seated at the table shrugged, who cares? Staring contently into the face of the tiny infant in his arms was all he had eyes for anyway. If Alex's attempt at dinner failed again, he'd simply get Danis to fix him something, or maybe he'd go out for dinner. Danis laughed loudly. You're terrible, Alex. Give it up, will you? You'll have a lot more happy around if you do. The witch flexed his golden arm, a habit he'd gained since losing the limb. It was to reassure himself he really wasn't dreaming. Tonextic had somehow managed to make him the thing. It was pure magic, and neither Alexander or Samuel had in all their lifetimes seen something of the like. It was just as good as Danis's real arm had been, just golden. Shut up, Ely. Go bother my sister, Alexander growled half-heartedly. Fine. I'll go bother Sarah. She loves it when I do. Danis was up and out the door quickly, but as he passed the stove, he couldn't resist sniffing the sadly failed food on the stove. Oh yeah, looks delicious, man. Do you want me to kick your ass, boy? Alexander exclaimed in annoyance. It's not funny. The boy laughed loudly as he left, walking only a tad bit faster to make sure the almighty vampire wasn't truly pissed off and really meant to chase him. Alexander just sighed and shrugged as the door closed. He had to admit it. He was terrible at cooking, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make a single edible thing. He should just give up. He looked at the Draco sitting with his feet propped up at the table again. I swear you spend more time with my daughter than I do, the Regis said, appearing by Lysander's side to pluck the contently sleeping infant from his arms, already humming his lullaby to the fresh-faced little girl. The baby barely stirred, opening sleepy eyes only once to look at who was holding her. They were the same golden eyes that Brittany had. Alexander sighed happily. She's so beautiful. Laughter, low and male and slightly mocking. Yeah, for a wrinkled little piglet, she's quite the eye-catcher. Shut up, Samuel, Lysander snarled, already jumping to his feet and spinning to glare at the Jotun as he entered the kitchen. She's perfect. Samuel smirked. You're just in love. Lysander was already opening his mouth to retort furiously when he was interrupted. She's mostly hungry. That's what I think, Andy piped up, entering the kitchen on the heels of the tall Viking. Right on cue, the infant started wailing loudly, and not even Alexander's gentle humming could calm her down now. The empathic boy had grown, and his voice was occasionally changing pitch now, completely out of control. Much to Andy's annoyance and the great amusement of the rest of us. Alexander smiled. Agamo quoi, you better get down here. Your daughter is hungry. He sent her the thought as he switched off the stove with a flick of his telekinetic powers, as moved over to the rocking chair by the window. Oh, and it's only my daughter when she's hungry, is she? Already on my way. Brittany's laughter echoed gently through Alexander's head as he stuck his pinky in his daughter's mouth to silence her wailing and satisfy her hunger for a short moment. The door swung open to the living and Brittany strode in, lighting up the room and making all the males sit up straight. Lysander dropped his feet from the dinner table and Andy quickly hid his dirty hands behind his back. So, how's dinner coming along? The love of Alexander's life said as she took the little infant from his arms with expert care, settling down on the rocking chair and nestling the beautiful girl to her breast like she'd done 100 times before. She stopped crying instantly, and a soft suckling filled the room. "Aye, gotta go," Samuel exclaimed, and he rushed from the room. "See you at dinner," Andy added, and he followed the giant. Lysander was also getting to his feet in a hurry. "Yeah, I think I'll join them for a bit. Bye." The door fell shut behind them with a soft thud, the men in this house always mindful for the tiny baby. Brittany laughed. "They're all so squeamish about something so natural." Alexander just shrugged, rubbing a finger over his daughter's chubby little cheek. "I don't mind. I rarely have the two of you all to myself." "Oh shush. We have all night to ourselves, and Lysander is the perfect babysitter. Our precious little babai feels right at home with him," Brittany told her mate with a soft smile on her face as she looked down at the golden-haired child. Her eyes strayed up towards the mantel above the fireplace. On it, a heavy silver candlestick, slightly crooked and dented, yet proudly displayed. The very candlestick that Brittany had used to kill Fort with. Lysander had tried sneaking it out several times, but Alexander had always brought it back. For reasons the Dracos wouldn't explain to Alexander, he had a fierce hatred for the thing. Alexander followed her look and nodded. "It's exactly 3 years since that day. There's still been no sign of the demon Rame." He carefully took the baby, now done feeding, from Brittany so she could rearrange her clothing. "Yes, I know. Andy isn't scared," he says. "The demon is terrified of him." Alexander nodded, and rightly so. "But I don't believe it's the last we've heard from that monster. If he could, he would still take Andy's powers for himself, and Andy still can't see Talanic stick." The video conferences seem to satisfy the both of them for now. "We'll just have to worry about it when the day comes. I refuse to live in fear." Brittany held out her arms again to take the little girl back in her arms. "Only happy things lie in our future. Alexander, I'll make sure of it." The Regis of Northern America looked down at his beautiful half-angel mate and precious little babai. "Yes, you are right.